Chapter 948. Novels that can't be found online will be available here. Gu Changqing carried Gu Jiao on his back as he climbed up the cliff with great difficulty. The astral winds from the bottom of the cliff howled, almost blowing them away. Under these extreme conditions he could not use his internal strength at all. He could only rely on his brute force as he slowly climbed up with his little sister. Very quickly his right hand became a bloody mess. His flesh was left on the cliff and the bloody handprints were a shocking sight in the dark night. The place where they fell was very deep and they did not know how long it would take to climb up. The wind here was strong and the temperature was low. Gu Changqing was worried that she would freeze, so he said to her, "Jiao Jiao, don't sleep yet." Gu Jiao replied in a daze. Gu Changqing asked, "Are you sleepy?" Gu Jiao blinked her sleepy eyes. A bit." Her sudden sleepiness was not like her usual strength. Gu Changqing asked in a worried voice, "Are you seriously injured?" "I'm not." Gu Jiao shook her head. She had been feeling sleepy recently and it was probably related to her pregnancy. Gu Changqing's hand grabbed onto a protruding rock. "Then you should sleep. I'll wake you up when we reach the top." He slowly poured his internal strength into her to maintain her body temperature. A person's potential was truly endless. At first he couldn't even use his internal strength, but didn't he still do it now? However, he could only use a little bit since he still needed to rely on brute force to climb. Gu Jiao's body felt a comfortable warmth. Her head sank down as she leaned against his shoulder. She said in a daze, "Gu Changqing, I have good news to tell you." Gu Changqing heard her sleepy voice and his lips curled as he asked, "What good news?" Gu Jiao closed her eyes and said half awake, "I have a baby in my stomach." Gu Changqing was so shocked that his tiger-like body trembled. He was at a loss of what to do and almost lost his grip. Even the rocks under his feet were kicked off by him. His eyes widened to the size of a copper bell after he grasped it firmly. What did she just say? She had a baby? He is going to be an uncle? Halfway up the mountain, several great protectors had arrived. Dukan lay weakly on the edge of the cliff, staring at the bottomless abyss. The 7 protectors stood slightly behind him, occasionally glancing down. The 3rd protector walked over. He looked at the corpse on the ground and asked the 2nd protector, "Second protector, what happened? Who hurt a disciple of the sword hut? And this person, wasn't he going to be sent to the ferry? Why are you still here? By the way, where's old 7? The 2nd protector said with a grave expression, "I just came from the front. Old 7 is already dead." What? The 3 protectors were shocked. The rest of the people were also shocked. There was no other outsider here. Everyone's gaze fell on Dukan, who was filled with grief and indignation. However, Dukan was a cripple, so they quickly dismissed the idea. The great protector asked, "Second protector, what happened?" The 2nd protector took 2 steps back and put his hands behind his back. He sighed and said, "It's Dukan's adopted daughter." The 3rd protector was excited. He strode forward and grabbed the 2nd protector's arm. "She's here? Did she kill all these people? Where is she?" The 2nd protector looked at the cliff beside him and sighed again. "She fell down." Everyone was speechless. The 2nd protector explained, "I didn't know who she was at that time. I thought she was Dukan's secret guard, so I hit her." The angle of the hit was calculated to be very tricky. It could have taken Gu Jiao's life on the spot. Dukan had risked his life to protect her. However, she didn't fall to her death or hit a rock. Instead, she fell down the cliff. The great protector frowned. "If she dies, we won't be able to get the box anymore." The 8th protector, who had been silent, suddenly took a step forward and pointed his ear at the cliff. "Listen. There's something down there." The 2nd protector recalled. "Someone just jumped down. I don't know if it's—" The 3rd protector was impatient. He interrupted him. "What do you mean by, if? It's more important to save her. Quick, get the rope." There happened to be a rope on the ground that had tied Dukan up. However, it wasn't long enough. The 8th protector went to the front and took the longest rope. He tied a dead knot and threw it down. "Is it here?" the 3rd protector asked. "I'm not sure." The great protector frowned. "The wind is too strong down there. The sound is scattered. It's hard to tell the direction." The 3rd protector shouted at the bottomless abyss, "Hey! Is the person down there still alive?" Squeak. Gu Changqing heard the sound coming from above his head. However, the wind around him had changed. It was no longer blowing from below but from above. As long as he looked up, he would be unable to make a sound due to the strong wind. Little 9, who was circling in the sky, suddenly screamed. He dived down and grabbed the end of the rope. Facing the strong wind, he flew towards Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing. The strong wind broke his wings. He did not stop. He placed the rope in Gu Changqing's hands. Gu Changqing looked up at the sky and pulled on the rope. The third protector felt the strength of the rope and his eyes lit up. It's moving, it's moving. It wasn't the kind of movement that was caused by the wind. It was being pulled. Someone had grabbed it. The great protector quickly ordered, "Quick! Pull him up." The second protector and the third protector worked together. The fourth protector also came to help. The three experts pulled the rope with all their strength. Gu Changqing felt a strong pulling force. His right hand pulled on the rope and his left hand grabbed the exhausted little nine. With a whoosh they were halfway up the mountain. The two people safely came up. Gu Changqing was lying on the ground. Gu Jiao was lying on his back. The second protector was the first to rush over. He checked Gu Jiao's breathing. Seeing that Gu Jiao was still alive, he let out a long sigh of relief. After all, he was the one who had pushed her down the cliff. Something really happened, he would be responsible. As for the other person, he didn't care if he lived or died. And Guogong put his elbow on the ground and slowly moved over. "Changqing, how are you? How is Jiao Jiao?" Gu Changqing took a breath and said, "Jiao Jiao is fine. She's asleep." And Guogong touched Gu Jiao's face and hands. Her face was cold, but her hands were warm. "Jiao Jiao is fine. She's fine?" And Guogong's heart dropped. His eyes were slightly red because of Gu Jiao's survival. Suddenly his eyes fell onto Gu Changqing's hands. His heart suddenly trembled. "Changqing. I'm fine, don't worry." Gu Changqing moved his hands away and stood up with Gu Jiao on his back. Gu Jiao was sleeping very peacefully on his back. This knowledge made him feel very happy. It meant that in her heart she could completely trust him. He thought of what she had said to him at the bottom of the cliff and his eyes slightly trembled. He didn't know that she was already pregnant. But even though she was pregnant, she still risked her life to protect the people by her side. He tilted his head slightly and said softly to her sleeping body, "Brother will take you down the mountain." He turned his head and said to Nguogong, "Guogong, please go behind the rock first." "Okay." Nguogong nodded and sat behind the rock with Gu Changqing's help. Then Gu Changqing gently put Gu Jiao down and let her rest on Nguogong's shoulder. This matter had arisen because of the second elder. The second elder stepped forward and said to Gu Changqing, "Brat, you can't leave. Put her down and I can let you suffer less." Gu Changqing walked out from behind the rock and pulled out the long sword at his waist. He looked coldly at the people and said, "No one can take my sister away. Don't waste words. Take this." The second elder raised his sword and attacked Gu Changqing. The sword hut was famous for their swordsmanship. This brat dared to use a sword in front of him. This was showing off in front of an expert. The weapons clashed. Every move was filled with killing intent. Neither side gave the other a way out. Gu Changqing was a junior and from a lower country. The protectors of the sword hut did not think much of him. Letting the second protector deal with him was already giving him face. The others naturally would not interfere. However, as they watched the battle from the side, their expressions became strange. The third protector said, "It's been 20 moves. Why hasn't the second elder taken him down yet?" The fourth protector said, "This brat can fight too well." The fifth protector said, "There's nothing special about his moves. It's just that there's a ruthlessness. He's a master who uses his willpower to stimulate his potential." The eighth protector said, "This person is very suitable to enter the sword hut. If he receives our guidance, in time he may become another master in our sect." The third elder said, "Does the eighth elder mean not to kill him? To recruit him?" Just as he finished speaking, Gu Changqing purposely revealed a flaw and led the second elder to attack. In the end, he used his hand to clamp down on the second elder's sword. Then he stabbed the second elder's abdomen. The second elder hit Gu Changqing's shoulder with his palm and used the force to break free from Gu Changqing's grip. At the same time, his body was separated from Gu Changqing's long sword. He retreated a few steps. His long sword touched the ground and supported his body that was about to fall. Second protector. The expressions of the people changed. Obviously, they did not expect that the sword hut protector would lose to a young brat. "I'll fight you." The eighth protector flew up. The first protector said, "Sixth elder, fifth elder, the two of you attack together. At this time there's no need to talk about righteousness. Quickly kill him and get down to business." The three of them surrounded Gu Changqing. The three of them were as powerful as an Hun. When they attacked together, Gu Changqing was suppressed. His hands were injured at the bottom of the cliff and he carried Gu Jiao on his back for a long time. His physical strength and inner strength were severely depleted. If he were to fight with the three in Hun, he would have no chance of winning. His back was cut by the fifth protector. His brocade clothes were torn and fresh blood splattered out. Gu Jiao, who was sleeping soundly, frowned. Gu Changqing told himself that he could not fall. He still had to bring his sister home. Are you still not going to surrender? You're really stubborn. Fifth elder, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him. Eighth elder, cut off his escape route. Gu Changqing was attacked from the front and back. The sixth protector took the opportunity to jump up and stab the sword in his hand towards his back. Puchi, the sharp sword pierced through his chest from his back. The sixth protector lowered his head in disbelief and looked at the tip of the spear that pierced through his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Sixth younger brother. Sixth protector. The fifth protector and the eighth protector shouted in unison. Under the moonlight, Gu Jiao, who had woken up unknowingly, was standing behind the sixth protector with a red-tasseled spear in her hand. This scene happened too quickly. Even the senior protector and the others who were watching did not react in time. They all thought that the sixth protector's sword would definitely pierce through Gu Changqing. Who would have thought that the sixth protector's back would be pierced by someone else? Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear and fresh blood splattered onto her cold little face. The strong wind from the bottom of the cliff blew up and her red battle robe fluttered. The battle robe was like fire, as if it had drunk the enemy's blood. On the ground where the sand and stones were flying, a safety amulet that was still warm was lying alone. Gu Jiao stepped on it and looked at everyone present with a murderous gaze. Everyone was shocked by her murderous aura. It was different from her aura when she came. Although she was also killing people, she now had a domineering aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It was as if she was an Asura who had returned from purgatory. She wanted to kill the entire Hidden Sword Manor and leave nothing behind. Gu Changqing took the opportunity to wave his sword and forced the fifth and eighth protectors back. He knelt on one knee and used his sword to support his body. He turned around and looked at Gu Jiao, who had a cold gaze. His gaze swept past the safety amulet under her foot and landed on her lower abdomen that was protected by her armor. He clenched his fists bit by bit. The third protector frowned and said, "What's wrong with her? Why does she feel weird?" The senior protector's face was solemn. "Don't you think that her current state is similar to Hun and the others when they lose control?" The third protector's face changed. "Could she have been poisoned by the purple grass poison?" The senior protector said coldly, "Capture her." The fifth protector was the first to rush over. A person who was poisoned by the purple grass poison would not be killed so easily. As such, they did not have to show any mercy. They just had to attack as hard as they could. She only had herself to blame for injuring and crippling her. Something shocking happened. Gu Jiao broke the fifth protector's sword with one strike. She then did a somersault in the air and kicked the fifth protector's head, causing him to kneel on the ground. Fifth protector. Everyone's faces changed. What kind of speed was this? What kind of terrifying strength was this? The eighth protector launched a sneak attack at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao did not even turn her head. Instead, she turned around and stabbed the eighth protector's shoulder with her spear. Then Gu Jiao used the red-tasseled spear to jump backwards. The tip of her foot hooked the fifth protector's chin and ruthlessly kicked him off the cliff. The senior protector was furious. Attack together. The rest of the people, including the injured second protector, all rushed towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao stood in front of Gu Changqing and said word by word, "You, get out of my way." Gu Changqing's arm trembled as he gripped his sword tightly. "Jiao Jiao?" Gu Jiao grabbed the injured Gu Changqing and stepped on the stone wall. She threw him towards Dukin, who was behind the rock. The battle was very fierce. The wind and sand all over the sky were swept up. Shadows of swords flashed in the dark night. Gu Jiao was like a killing machine without a soul. One by one, the protectors fell under her red-tasseled spear. Xinyuan 8 Styles 9th Style. The senior protector looked at the Xinyuan spear style that Gu Jiao used. His eyes trembled fiercely. "You are..." Puchi. Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear pierced through his internal organs. The senior protector fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Even in death he did not shout out that name. Of the 8 protectors, only the second protector who had been seriously injured by Gu Changqing was left. Because of his serious injuries, he could not charge at the front. Instead, he lived until the end. He no longer had the strength to fight. He looked at the corpses of his fellow disciples. The shock and grief in his heart could not be any greater. For a moment he did not know who to care for. Third protector. Third protector, 8th Protector. Wake up, 4th, 5th, Senior Protector, Senior Protector, Senior Protector. His voice was choked with sobs and fear. Gu Jiao dragged the red-tasseled spear that was weeping blood in front of him. Her entire body was soaked in the blood of the sword hut. Every part of her body that was unharmed was filled with blood. It caused the ruthlessness in her body to surge endlessly. Gu Changqing held his chest and called out to her, "Jiao Jiao? Don't kill them." Gu Jiao could not hear him. She raised the red-tasseled spear in her hand with a murderous look. In the blink of an eye, a white-robed elder descended from the sky. With a biting cold murderous look, he slapped towards Gu Jiao. Gu Changqing flew over and took the hit for Gu Jiao. He fell heavily to the ground and spat out blood. This person's power was too strong. It was far above an Hun's. The 2nd Protector seemed to have seen his last life-saving straw before he drowned. He cried out hoarsely, "White Tiger Venerable." The 4 venerables of the sword hut: Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger and Black Tortoise. Gu Jiao suddenly turned around and looked coldly at the person who had come. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Jiao. She could not fight anymore. She was too exhausted. If she continued to fight, she and the baby in her womb would not be safe. The White Tiger Venerable stood beside the 2nd Protector. He glanced at him and said coldly, "You can't even deal with a girl. What use are you?" The 2nd Protector lowered his head. The White Tiger Venerable said indifferently, "Girl, I don't want to kill you. As long as you follow me obediently, I can let them go." Gu Jiao said coldly, "Die." The White Tiger Venerable snorted in disdain, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." He knew Gu Jiao's power. He admitted that she was strong. But after all, she had just gone through a battle. She had used up a lot of her energy. The more she lost control, the more she used up. She did not have much energy left. He did not need to use his sword. She would faint if he used 2 moves on her. This was the advantage of having more people on his side. The White Tiger Venerable used his advantage in Qinggong to make Gu Jiao use up her last bit of energy. But at this moment, a loud bang came from the sky. The terrifying power brushed past his shoulder, and a burning pain spread through his entire arm. He landed beside a big tree not far away and looked at his injured shoulder. It was not a cut wound but an open wound. It looked bloody and horrifying. "Tisk, it's just a scratch. What a pity." Accompanied by a cynical sigh, Shang Guanqing swaggered over with a gun on his shoulder. He was obviously alone, but the aura he exuded was like a magnificent army. This was probably inherited from his father. "Can you make way?" Behind him, Xiaoheng, who was completely blocked, said indifferently, "Oh." Shang Guanqing decisively made way for his stinky younger brother. Xiaoheng glanced around and quickly walked toward Gu Jiao. Shang Guanqing looked at Gu Jiao, who was overflowing with murderous intent. He could no longer distinguish between friend and foe. He said loudly to his stinky younger brother, "Hey! Danger!" Xiaoheng rushed to Gu Jiao's side and held Gu Jiao's hand that was holding the red-tasseled spear. "Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao's hand was trembling. The white-clothed elder looked at the two with a dangerous gaze. Shang Guanqing raised his gun and pointed it at him. "Don't move, otherwise I'll shoot you." Xiaoheng raised his hand and touched her face. "Jiao Jiao, it's me." "Ing." Shang Guanqing gritted his teeth and said, "Come here first. She doesn't recognize anyone right now. She will hurt you." Xiaoheng looked deeply at Gu Jiao and pulled the completely out of control Gu Jiao into his embrace. Shang Guanqing's expression changed. "You're crazy." Gu Jiao raised the red-tasseled spear in her hand. The tip of the spear flashed coldly under the moonlight, reflecting her bloodthirsty eyes. Shang Guanqing shouted, "Younger brother." The spear fell and stabbed the 2nd Law Protector behind Xiaoheng, who was trying to sneak attack him. Gu Jiao's last bit of strength was used up. She blacked out and collapsed, and the red-tasseled spear fell heavily on the ground. Xiaoheng hugged her waist. "Jiao Jiao Jiao Jiao." Shang Guanqing glanced at the unconscious Gu Jiao, the seriously injured Gu Changqing, and the drugged Dukan. He secretly felt that things were not good. The two of them had to take 3 people away. The situation was not optimistic. Misfortune never came alone. The other 3 venerables also came to the side door. They heard the sound of the gun and rushed over. The 4 of them were all masters of Qinggong. With the cover of the night, a gun could not kill them at all. Shang Guanqing held the gun, his heart like dead ashes. "It's over, it's completely over now. We're all going to die here. I'll deal with that gun." The White Tiger Venerable said. Shen Wu, who was the youngest venerable, said, Leave that girl to me. The two of them attacked at the same time. The white-robed venerable used his lightness skill and the terrain to restrain Sheng Wanqing's gun. The black tortoise venerable tapped his toes and flew up, reaching out his demonic claws to grab Xiao Heng's shoulder, intending to pull him and Gu Jiao away and throw them off the cliff. At the moment of imminent peril, an ice-cold sword chi broke through with an unstoppable force. The murderous aura filled the entire mountain. The black tortoise venerable's eyebrows jumped. Before he could react, his sleeve was cut off by the sword chi. Almost at the same time, a tall and sturdy figure fell from the sky and kicked him in the chest. He was forced to retreat several steps. The owner of the figure held a peacock feather sword and blocked in front of Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao. The venerables looked at him. The black tortoise venerable raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He frowned and asked, "You are?" His ice-cold thin lips slightly opened. "Long Yi." Chapter 949. The moment Xiao Heng heard this name, his eyes suddenly turned sour and swollen. He was back. He was still Long Yi. "Long Yi, have you found your memories and the answer you want? Are you here to hunt down the sword hut or go home? Will you always stay by my side in the future?" Xiao Heng had too many things he wanted to ask Long Yi, but unfortunately now was not the time to talk about this. The sword hut had sent out 4 experts. Even if he didn't practice martial arts, it was not difficult to feel that they were more powerful than the dead swordsman. They were probably the 4 venerables that Li Jiangping had mentioned. "Long Yi, you have to be careful. It's Shi Tian," the venerable white tiger exclaimed. The other 3 also recognized him. There were many unexpected things in this world, but the most shocking thing was definitely the scene in front of them. The former genius swordsman, the direct disciple of the sect master, had actually changed and become the enemy of the sword hut. This was really, as the leader of the 4 venerables, the venerable azure dragon should have the right to speak. He took a step forward and looked at Long Yi with a gloomy expression. He said majestically, "Shi Tian, do you really want to be enemies with the sword hut?" His gaze swept past Xiao Heng and the others and landed on Long Yi's masked face again. "Don't be fooled by this group of people. You are not Long Yi at all. You are a disciple of the sword hut. The sect master is your master. You were raised by the sect master. To the sect master, you are half his son. When you went missing, the sect master did his best to find out about your whereabouts. When he found out that you didn't complete the mission, he didn't take his anger out on you. He only hoped to find you safely. I didn't expect you to be kidnapped and have your memories erased. You forgot everything about the sword hut." And Hun had already reported to the sword hut about Long Yi's memory loss. As for how he lost his memory, they didn't know, but it must have been done by someone. The purpose was to make Shi Tian into a killing tool. And the culprit was this group of people who took Long Yi for themselves. Venerable Azure Dragon. Long Yi spoke. His voice was monotonous and cold, just like his aura. What was going on? How did he know who he was? Could it be that? And Hun's information was false? He didn't lose his memory? The venerable Azure Dragon looked at Long Yi in shock. He carefully sized Long Yi up from head to toe. Soon after, his pupils shrunk. Mystic Moon Sword. What? The eyes of venerable Vermilion Bird beside him also widened as he stared at the sword in Long Yi's hand. It is indeed the profound moon sword. Strange, wasn't the mystic moon sword lost by the young master? How could it be in Shi Tian's hands? As soon as the 2 of them spoke, Xiao Heng also looked towards Long Yi's sword. He was very close to Long Yi, so compared to other people he could clearly see that it was the profound moon sword. It was indeed strange because the Shenyuan sword was clearly in the hands of Shenyuan Qi and Liao Qin. They had brought the sword and Sir Minuet to the sword hut. So how did this sword end up in Long Yi's hands? Sheng Wanqing took advantage of the confrontation between the big bosses and ran over with a gun. He was the only one present who hadn't met Long Yi face to face. Long Yi felt an unfamiliar aura and moved his sword. Xiao Heng pressed on the hilt of his sword. "It's my brother." Long Yi's killing intent faded. Sheng Wanqing knelt down beside his younger brother. "Jiao Jiao, are you okay?" She fainted. Xiao Heng hugged Gu Jiao tightly and said with heartache, "What's going on? Is this Long Yi the Shadow Dragon Guard you mentioned?" "Yes." But Xiao Heng also didn't know the specific situation. He had 3 doubts in his heart. First, how did Long Yi get the profound moon sword? It was impossible for Shenyuan Qi to lose the sword, so there were only 2 possibilities. Either Shenyuan Qi took the initiative to give it to Long Yi, or Long Yi snatched it away. But no matter which possibility, Long Yi had seen Shenyuan Qi. Then the question was, where did Shenyuan Qi and the others go? The third doubt was, this venerable azure dragon kept saying that Long Yi was half a son of the Sword Hut sect leader, but how could a son recover his memories and destroy his father's sect? There must be a secret between the Sword Hut sect leader and Long Yi. And this secret, perhaps even the four venerables didn't know. However, regardless of whether they knew it or not, their actions in helping the tyrant could not be forgiven. The venerable white tiger snorted coldly, "Venerable azure dragon, Shirtion has already betrayed the Sword Hut. There's no need to waste your breath with him. Just help the sect leader clean up the sect." The venerable azure dragon frowned and said to Long Yi, "Shirtion, I'll give you one last chance. When you return to the Sword Hut, I'll plead with the sect leader and say that you were deceived by these people, so you did something unfavorable to the Sword Hut." Long Yi swept his sword, and the vast sword chi rolled up the long swords of the protectors, surrounding Xiao Heng and the others, and stabbed them into the ground. With the sword as the boundary, trespassers will die. Sheng Wanqing looked at the long sword surrounding them and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Wow, no way, so powerful. He tried to pull out a sword beside him, but he found that he couldn't pull it out at all. This strength is amazing. The eyes of the venerable azure dragon sank and he pointed his sword at Long Yi. "Shirtion, it seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame us for disregarding our relationship as fellow disciples. I've watched you grow up and I'm really reluctant to kill you." Sheng Wanqing chuckled and said, "Hey old man, so much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? If you're afraid, then quickly scram, Wuxia." Before he could finish speaking, the sword chi of the venerable azure dragon slashed towards him. He was so scared that he let out the same cry as Xiao Yi. However, this sword chi didn't fall on his body as it was firmly blocked by Long Yi. Long Yi flew up and began to fight with the four venerables. That's right, it was four people. He fought with four venerables at the same time. This confrontation was even more thrilling than fighting with an Hun. Each one of them was a first-class expert in the world. Blade Light and Sword Shadow were so fast that only afterimages were left behind. Sheng Wanqing's eyes couldn't keep up with them. His gun was aiming at this one and aiming at that one. After a long while, they didn't get tired of fighting, but his eyes got tired. He sat on the ground and bitterly said, No, it's too fast, I can't aim properly." Xiao Heng's gaze followed Long Yi. He knew that Long Yi was poisoned by purple grass poison and also had the risk of losing control, but he didn't know whether it was his misperception or not. But Long Yi seemed to be a lot stronger after returning this time. After recovering his memory, he understood who he was and why he was fighting. He was not Shirtion. He was Long Yi. White Tiger Venerable received Long Yi's palm, and he painfully covered his chest and said while gasping for breath, "You really grew up. Your martial arts are actually so high." He and An Hun were orphans who came to the island together. Both of them had good aptitudes, but in these 20 years An Hun's progress was simply incomparable to his. Soon, Black Tortoise Venerable also suffered light injuries. He gritted his teeth and said, "When we were on the island, why didn't I notice that he was so powerful?" White Tiger Venerable said, "Yes, when he was young, we all thought that he was only a little stronger than An Hun. They all misjudged him." White Tiger Venerable looked at Great Venerable who was fighting with Long Yi and said seriously, "Venerable Azure Dragon, you can't be merciful to him. We must do our best to kill him together." Azure Dragon Venerable's eyes flashed with a trace of complexity. "Shirtion, you forced me." Long Yi responded with a swift and fierce killing move. The venerable Azure Dragon kicked the ground and somersaulted in the air to dodge the attack. Then, relying on the inertia brought about by his movement, he suddenly stabbed his sword towards Long Yi. At the same time, Vermilion Bird Venerable attacked Long Yi's lower body. "Let's go too." White Tiger Venerable said. Black Tortoise Venerable nodded and flew up with him. They attacked Long Yi from both sides. Long Yi was attacked from all sides. This was the most fatal attack from the four venerables. Everyone felt that Long Yi was going to be pierced into a sieve. Then, something unexpected happened. Long Yi soared into the sky. Want to escape? White Tiger Venerable also soared into the sky. However, Long Yi stomped on his head and he fell down heavily. Venerable White Tiger. Black Tortoise Venerable was aghast. Long Yi's stomp directly crushed White Tiger Venerable's head with internal force. He fell to the ground and died on the spot. The other three were furious. Venerable Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise Venerable attacked Long Yi from both sides. Venerable Vermilion Bird Venerable took the opportunity to attack Xiao Heng and Sheng Wanqing who were behind Long Yi. Long Yi gave up on fighting and turned to Venerable Vermilion Bird. Venerable Azure Dragon shouted, "Vermilion Bird, be careful. Venerable Vermilion Bird turned around and raised his sword to stab at Long Yi. However, before he could completely use his sword chi, Long Yi grabbed his throat. Long Yi grabbed him and slammed him forward, ruthlessly slamming him into the ice-cold hard mountain. The mountain rocks were shaken and smashed down together with the flying sand. Long Yi didn't dodge, just looked at him with torch-like eyes, then with a ka sound he broke his neck. He turned around with a murderous look in his eyes. Then he tossed the Vermilion Bird Venerable onto the ground as if he was throwing a chick. Vermilion Bird. Venerable Vermilion Bird. 2 of the 4 venerables were dead. Wah. Shengguanqing didn't know how many times he exclaimed tonight. He looked at Long Yi who killed gods and murmured, "He's even more arrogant than father. Sky Splitter. I'll kill you." Venerable Black Tortoise threw away the sword in his hand and raised his internal force to the extreme. He rushed towards Long Yi. He didn't care whether Sky Splitter would stab him or not. It didn't matter because he wanted to die together with Sky Splitter. Shengguanqing gasped. Hey, be careful of that guy. Xiaoheng frowned. Long Yi. Venerable Black Tortoise rushed towards Long Yi without fear of death, but Long Yi dodged perfectly. Venerable Black Tortoise wouldn't give up. He raised his qinggong to the extreme and chased after Long Yi like a shadow. Long Yi looked at him and used his qinggong to jump again. He arrived at the edge of the cliff and pointed his sword at Venerable Black Tortoise. Venerable Black Tortoise rushed over as if he didn't care about his life. Long Yi held his head and squatted down. Venerable Black Tortoise? Damn you. You said you would stab me? I'm not reconciled. Along with a crazy roar, Venerable Black Tortoise flew down the cliff. Shengguanqing was stunned. You can do this? Xiaoheng let out a long breath. It was still the familiar Long Yi. There was only Venerable Azure Dragon left. He was the strongest Venerable Black Tortoise, but at this time he had the intention to retreat. He didn't want to fight with Long Yi. He retreated far away. At this distance it was very difficult to catch up. Long Yi rolled his eyes and his cold aura disappeared in a second. He lay on the ground and spread himself out. Seeing that Venerable Azure Dragon still didn't come over, he simply crooked his mouth, stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "You're injured so you're easy to kill." Xiaoheng and Shengguanqing covered their eyes and couldn't bear to look. This spicy acting, was he trying to snatch Jiao Jiao's rice bowl? The Venerable Azure Dragon's body trembled as he was struck by the lightning. "I won't be fooled by you." He turned and left. It was Shengguanqing who pulled the trigger of the gun. Venerable Azure Dragon was sent flying by the gun. Long Yi kicked him and perfectly kicked him down the cliff. Shengguanqing blew the smoking muzzle and ran to the edge of the cliff. Looking down, his acrophobia flared up. He took a step back and grabbed Long Yi's arm. Long Yi looked at the claw on his arm and endured it. He didn't chop it off. Shengguanqing didn't know that his claw was almost chopped off. He turned his head and smiled at Long Yi. "We have a tacit understanding just now, right? My name is Shengguanqing. I'm Xiaoheng's elder brother. AI, stinky younger brother, you don't know anything, you only know how to study. Why don't you follow me from now on?" "Oh, I can follow you. Let's fight in Jianghu together, that must be." While speaking, the eyes of Long Yi beside him suddenly turned cold, then he turned around and slashed out a sword chi. However, it was too late. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao in the sword array had been caught by a quietly approaching figure. They were going in the direction of the back peak. Long Yi didn't say anything and chased after them with his qinggong. Shengguanqing shouted, "Hey! Wait for me." He looked at Gu Changqing and Dukan behind the rock. No, he couldn't leave. He had to stay. In a dense forest on a hillside, 2 handsome young masters were moving forward in the dark. "Can't we light an oil lamp?" "No, we'll be discovered. We're not even halfway up the mountain. How can we be discovered from so far away?" Don't underestimate the ability of the Sword Hut disciples. Humph, bullshit Sword Hut disciples. Maybe they'll all be killed by my sister. Gu Chengfeng glanced at him speechlessly. Gu Yin said, "What? Did I say something wrong?" Gu Chengfeng said, Okay, you're right. You're all right. However, before we can be absolutely sure, we should be cautious. I'm not afraid if I'm alone, but you don't know martial arts. If someone really comes, I'm afraid you can't escape." Gu Yin turned his face away. Gu Chengfeng reminded him, "When you see your sister later, don't say I brought you here." Gu Yin crossed his arms. "I know. Just say I met her halfway. Jiao Jiao won't believe it. You'll be beaten. Even though I wanted to follow you." Gu Chengfeng looked ahead and said, Hey, there seems to be a small bamboo house over there. I'll go check out the situation first. Wait for me here. Don't follow me. Before he could finish the word run, Gu Qingfeng found that Gu Yin had already left him behind and hid behind a big tree. There was no need for that. There was no one in that small bamboo house. Gu Qingfeng let out 2 cuckoo calls. This was a signal that everything was safe. Gu Yin appeared and walked over. Gu Qingfeng said, "There's no one. Let's go to the villa." Okay. Gu Yin nodded. He turned around and stepped on it. Not knowing what he stepped on, the ground suddenly split open and the two of them fell in without any warning. Long Yi followed that shadow to the conference hall of the Hidden Sword Villa. The main hall of the conference hall was spacious and wide. There were 2 candlesticks on both sides with flickering candlelight. It wasn't very bright and was swaying in the night wind. It reminded people of the ghost fire in the middle of the 7th month. There was a large red sandalwood chair placed in the middle of the platform that faced the main door. A masked old man wearing a gray gown and a golden gauze robe sat there with a dignified aura. His aura didn't leak out. This was the highest realm of martial arts. In the entire sword hut, other than Long Yi, only sect leader Rong could reach this realm. In the main hall, there was only the sect leader. Long Yi looked at him coldly and held the mystic moon sword tightly. Sect leader Rong smiled faintly and said, "Shirtian, you're finally here." Endless hatred and anger appeared in Long Yi's eyes. "Hand over the person." Sect leader Rong's smile faded a little. "We haven't seen each other for so many years. You don't even know how to call me master?" Long Yi tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Sect leader Rong said with an amiable smile, "They are very safe now. You can rest assured. I didn't expect you to make a few friends after leaving the island for so many years. Master is very gratified." At this moment, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng were actually sitting behind sect leader Rong. They were blocked by a hollow wooden wall. An expert of the sword hut wearing a black robe was guarding them. Just now this person had brought them here. Xiao Heng's acupoints were sealed. Because Gu Jiao was unconscious, no one did anything to her for the time being. But in fact, Gu Jiao had already woken up. She heard Long Yi's voice. As it turned out, Long Yi spoke like this. "Very good." Long Yi spoke. Sect leader Rong said with a smile, "I heard you went to the Sword Hut Island a while ago. Unfortunately, Master had some matters to attend to and couldn't wait for you on the island." Hearing this, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng understood. The massacre on the Sword Hut Island was really a self-directed act by the Sword Hut. In order to deceive Long Yi and the Dark Knight clan, they really took great pains and sacrificed so many disciples. Sect leader Rong said, "Shirtian, there is no enmity between you and me. As long as you are willing to obediently call me master like before, I can let bygones be bygones." Long Yi said, "I'll say it again. Hand over the people." His tone was very calm, but in fact his mood was fluctuating very violently. Gu Jiao could feel it even though they were separated by the wooden wall. It was like a strong hatred but also like an unreconciled humiliation. Long Yi had never shown this kind of emotion. Even when he fought with the hateful and Hun, Shi Yi had never shown it. Could it be that the sect leader of the Sword Hut had done something to Long Yi? Chapter 950. Under the bright moonlight, a black awning boat was docked beside a rock in a canyon. The towering cliffs of the canyon blocked the boundless night sky. Even the surface of the water did not reflect the slightest bit of light. At a glance it was like a bottomless black pool. Shenyuan Qi sat alone on the deck, holding the wolf-toothed jade pendant that he had taken off from his neck. Liao Chen walked out from the canopy and sat down beside his father. He looked at his father and said, "Father, are you still thinking about the heaven splitter?" Shenyuan Qi sighed, "I didn't expect that I would meet the sky splitter on my trip to the Sword Hut." Liao Chen said, "I met him once in Chengdu. His name is Long Yi. He is a friend of Aheng and Jiaojiao. I have not fought with him, nor have I spoken to him. Is his martial arts still as powerful as 20 years ago?" Shenyuan Qi said, "He's much more powerful than 20 years ago." Liao Chen looked at him worriedly. "Father, are you hurt?" Shenyuan Qi puffed up his chest. "Me too. I'm very powerful." Liao Chen, "How is Rongyu?" Shenyuan Qi asked. Liao Chen said, "He's really lucky. Even after taking Long Yi's palm, he's still half dead." This time encountering Long Yi was truly unexpected. Long Yi seemed to be chasing after the people of Sword Hut. Rongyu was young noble Mingyu. Although he had never seen Long Yi, he had the profound moon sword on his body and used the moves of Sword Hut. His father promptly intervened and saved Rongyu from the hands of Long Yi. Long Yi was enraged and fiercely fought with his father, but halfway through Long Yi stopped. Why did he suddenly stop? Liao Qin had been too far away to see what had happened. Because of this. Xinyuan Qiliang pointed at the jade pendant in his hand. This? Liao Qin didn't understand. Xinyuan Qi said, 21 years ago he was ordered by the Sword Hut to hunt down and kill the Lord of Shadows. At that time he already had the upper hand. Just like today he suddenly stopped. In the past I didn't understand. Now that I think about it, it's probably because of this Wolf Fang jade pendant. Father said that this was a gift from the Lord of Shadows, Liao Qin said. Xinyuan Qi said, that's right. She gave it to me on my birthday. She first got to know eldest brother and they fought together. Later on she got to know me. She was closer to eldest brother. Liao Qin, why do I feel like you sound a little jealous? Xinyuan Qi said proudly, but big brother, there is no such thing. Liao Qin, you're showing off now? Liao Qin returned to the topic at hand, but why didn't Long Yi kill father after seeing it? Could it be that Long Yi knew it? You know the first Lord of Shadows? Regarding this point, Xinyuan Qi was also not very sure. However, Long Yi had left without saying anything. Xinyuan Qi had no choice but to go to Sword Hut Island to find the answer. Long Yi had snatched away the profound moon sword, but the mechanism to enter the island had already been destroyed by Long Yi, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to enter the island. The next day they arrived at the Sword Hut Island. The island was littered with corpses, and the air was filled with the stench of decay and dried blood. Rongyu saw the corpse wearing the sect master's robe and rushed over to call him father. Only then did she realize that it wasn't her father. Liao Qin held his breath. You can recognize him? Rongyu said, although his appearance is rotten, my father isn't that short. Liao Qin sneered, it seems that your father escaped. Xinyuan Qi's goal was to find the truth of the matter. He searched the entire island, and finally found a secret room in the sect master's study with the help of Rongyu. I've never been to this secret room. Father didn't allow me to enter his study. Rongyu said. Let's go in and take a look. Liao Qin said. There were some strange pills in the secret room, as well as a large number of things that Rongyu had never seen before. Liao Qin opened the box and took out a rusty weapon. It's a gun. Strange, the gun was made by the Lord of Shadows. Why does the Sword Hut Island have it? The three continued to search. Other than the gun, they also found many things that only the Shadow Division had. Liao Qin frowned. Did this guy steal from the Shadow Division? Xinyuan Qi said, it's possible. In those years, all the big branches of the Shadow Division were destroyed by the Sword Hut. The things inside were also gone. Liao Qin carelessly touched a switch and a brocade box popped out from the wall. Liao Qin opened the box and took out a yellowed book. There is a notebook here. Xinyuan Qi read the notebook and suddenly realized, Shirtian actually came from the Dark Night Island. He is the child of the first island master. In the conference hall of the Hidden Sword Villa, Long Yi and Sect Master Rong were fighting. Sect Master Rong coldly snorted and said, your martial arts were taught by me. Do you think that with the mysterious moon sword you are my opponent? Mysterious moon sword? Was it in the hands of Long Yi? Gu Jiao woke up after entering the conference hall, so she didn't see the sword in the hands of Long Yi. A doubt flashed in her heart. The mysterious moon sword disappeared together with the sect master's son. Since the sect master recognized this sword, he unexpectedly didn't ask about the situation of his son. It seemed that the sect master of the Sword Hut didn't have any feelings for his son. Thinking about it, if he had feelings, he wouldn't have allowed his son to suffer the persecution of his legal mother. The battle between Long Yi and him was very fierce. From time to time, the sound of tables and chairs being broken could be heard from the conference hall. Since Sect Master Rong had Li Jiangping as a spy, then he should have obtained a lot of purple grass fruits from the Dark Night Island. She didn't know whether Long Yi would suffer or not. Sect Master Rong slashed out an ice-cold sword chi to block Long Yi's attack. Then he patted Long Yi's shoulder. Long Yi was sent flying by his powerful shockwave, and hit the wall behind him, then fell on the table and chair, breaking into pieces of wood. He used his sword to support his body and attacked Sect Master Rong. But before he could make a move, he was sent flying again by Sect Master Rong. This time, even the sword in his hand was sent flying. Long Yi felt a pain in his chest and a trace of scarlet blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Sect Master Rong sent out a third palm and completely injured Long Yi's dantian. Long Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire body slightly spasmed. Sect Master Rong walked towards Long Yi step by step. Looking down at him, he said coldly, Shirtan, why are you so stubborn? Why do you have to go against me? Am I not good to you? Or, did you recover your memory? Recover? Could it be that Long Yi had lost his memory more than once? And from his tone, Long Yi's memory loss seemed to be related to him. 21 years ago, Long Yi went to assassinate the Master of Shadows, Xinyuan Qi. As a result, Long Yi took the initiative to give up the mission. After that, Long Yi left. After that, Long Yi lost his memory and entered the princess mansion. That memory loss was caused by Sect Master Rong. Why did Sect Master Rong erase Long Yi's memory? What exactly did Long Yi remember? Gu Jiao had countless doubts in her heart. She wanted to help Long Yi, but the knockout drug in her body had taken effect. This wasn't an ordinary knockout drug. This black-robed man was also not an ordinary swordsman. Sect Master Rong looked at Long Yi, who was seriously injured and vomiting blood. Do you know why I asked you to assassinate Xinyuan Qi? I actually wanted to lure the first Master of Shadows out. I always felt that she was inseparable from the Dark Knight Island. If the thing I wanted wasn't on the Dark Knight Island, then it must be in her hands. But now it seems that a girl got her things. I've already caught that girl, so it doesn't matter if she appears or not. As for you, I didn't want to kill you, but you've ruined my plans again and again. Don't blame me for not caring about our master and disciple relationship. He raised the long sword in his hand and suddenly stabbed towards Long Yi's heart. Shoo! Long Yi grabbed the long sword with his bare hands. The sharp blade of the sword cut open the palm of Long Yi, and warm blood flowed out. Sect Master Rong was shocked. He obviously didn't expect that Long Yi, who was on the verge of death, could still have such strength. Long Yi's aura was soaring. With a flip of his hand, he broke Sect Leader Rong's long sword. Then, with a speed as fast as lightning, he jumped up and stabbed the broken sword into Sect Leader Rong's chest without hesitation. Sect Master Rong was stunned. How could? Long Yi looked at him coldly. You shouldn't take me away from him. After saying that, he suddenly stabbed the sword into Sect Master Rong's chest. The mask on Sect Master Rong's face cracked and he fell to the ground with a cracked expression. Long Yi slapped with his big palm and a powerful internal force shook the broken sword on the ground and stabbed it into Sect Master Rong's chest. After being stabbed twice in a row, even if he ate purple grass fruit, he couldn't take it anymore. Sect Master Rong violently vomited blood. In a battle between experts, every move was a matter of life and death. It wasn't strange to lose quickly, but it shouldn't have been him who lost. His martial arts were above Shirtian and Shirtian didn't lose control. How could he explode with such terrifying power? Long Yi waved his big palm and the mystic moon sword that was sent flying returned to his hand. He mercilessly stabbed the sword for the third time. Sect Master Rong's body stiffened and he didn't have any strength left to fight back. Long Yi raised his sword and planned to dig out his heart with the fourth stab. But at that moment something unexpected happened. The entire conference hall suddenly shook as if there was an earthquake. Long Yi's body swayed and behind the wooden wall, Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's chairs were thrown forward. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and defeated the feeling of weakness in her body. She hugged Xiao Heng. The two of them rolled on the ground twice before coming to a stop. That black-robed man lost his balance and knocked into the wooden wall behind him. The wooden wall collapsed and he rolled onto the floor of the conference hall. He looked at Sect Master Rong, who was lying in a pool of blood, and his expression changed. He quickly grabbed him and left. The shaking continued. Long Yi saw Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao behind the conference hall and he flew up. He couldn't hold the sword with the two of them. He threw away the mystic moon sword and rushed out with Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao, one in each hand. Unexpectedly, the floor suddenly cracked and the three of them fell. In a dark tunnel, Gu Yen and Gu Qingfeng were swaying left and right. Gu Qingfeng's head heavily knocked against the wall. Gu Yen benefited from watching the wrestling little dumpling in Jing Kong and learned a perfect wrestling technique. He didn't hurt. What's the situation? Did the earth dragon turn over? Gu Qingfeng asked frantically. Gu Yen didn't speak. He hugged his head and chest and maintained a self-protecting posture. Finally, the shaking stopped. Gu Qingfeng supported himself against the wall and stood up. At this moment, the two of them were already disheveled. He was more miserable and didn't know where his crown was. Are you okay? You want to help Gu Yen? I'm fine. Gu Yen grabbed his hand and stood up. He looked around and asked, where are we? Gu Qingfeng held his dizzy head and panted while touching his chest. I'm not sure. Do you have a match on you? Mine seems to have fallen off. Gu Yen took out a match from his chest. Yes. Gu Qingfeng took it and blew on the match. He walked out of the tunnel step by step with the help of the burning fire. After they fell from the courtyard of the small bamboo house, they entered a strange passageway. They followed the passageway and kept walking forward, and for some reason the accident just now happened. He almost thought that the tunnel was going to collapse. Where is this? There are so many bloodstains on the ground. Gu Qingfeng entered the meeting hall. He squatted down and touched the bloodstains with his fingertips. It's fresh. There was a fight here. He looked around and found a peacock feather sword shining with cold light in the ruins. He picked up the sword and looked at it carefully. He exclaimed, "Wow, a black iron sword. It's mine." Gu Yin found a mask on the side. Gu Yin picked up the mask and smelled it. He said, "It smells like my sister's body. My sister came here before." In the dark secret room, Long Yi used his body as a shield to catch Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng. The two hurriedly stood up. Gu Jiao felt Long Yi's pulse and Xiao Heng blew on the match. "Are you all okay?" he asked. Gu Jiao said, "I'm fine. Long Yi is injured." Xiao Heng looked at the pale Long Yi and asked, "Is it serious?" Gu Jiao pulled back her hand. "It's serious, but his body is special. It shouldn't be life-threatening," she said and felt for the first aid kit. The first aid kit fell off. The mask also fell off. The mask was made by Shangguan Qing. Manager Zheng suddenly came to the residence and said something happened to Angua Gong. She stuffed the mask into the first aid kit. Xiao Heng looked around. "There's a passage in front. Let's leave here first." Gu Jiao nodded her head and helped Long Yi up together with Xiao Heng. Soon after, she sighed with emotion and said, "A small hidden sword villa actually built a secret passage. It truly doesn't reveal the mountain nor the water." Xiao Heng frowned and looked at the cold walls. He felt that this place was very dangerous. "Let's go." Gu Jiao suddenly looked at Long Yi's handsome face and said, "That's right, Long Yi. Who was that man wearing a black robe just now?" "Gu Master," Long Yi said. Gu Jiao smiled and her eyes shone. "You really know how to talk." Long Yi. In another passage, Gu Yen carefully searched for traces of Gu Jiao. He could not see any clues, but based on the senses of the twins, he felt that she should be nearby. "Should we call out?" Gu Yen turned around and asked Gu Qingfeng, but he was frightened by a terrifying bronze mask with fangs. "What are you doing?" Wearing a mask, Gu Qingfeng grinned and said, "Are you scared?" Gu Yen was still in shock. He rubbed his wildly beating heart and said angrily, "Childish. You're not allowed to walk behind me." Gu Qingfeng snorted. "I don't have the twins' connection with your sister. How would I know where to go?" Gu Yen said angrily, "Go forward." Gu Qingfeng held the mask on his face and touched the peacock feather dark iron treasure sword on his waist. He said to Gu Yen, "Give me the match." Gu Yen gave it to him coldly. He walked forward with his head held high. "You're so timid. I told you not to follow me. You and your sister came from the same mother's womb. Why are your temperaments so different?" "Ah, that's right. She's not you. Cough cough. I mean, she didn't grow up with you." "Hey, I said so much. You should at least say something." Gu Qingfeng turned around in puzzlement, but Gu Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Gu Yan." His expression changed and he walked back. Just as he turned a corner, a black shadow came up to him and knocked him out. "Long Yi, are Gu masters powerful?" In the passage, Gu Jiao continued the topic. Long Yi thought for a while and said seriously, "They're not powerful in fighting. They're powerful in using Gu. Gu masters raised Gu. Generally speaking, their bodies were very weak. They were good at using Gu to increase their strength. They gave people the impression that they were experts, but it was actually the effect of Gu." Gu Jiao understood, so if that guy fought in close combat he had no chance of winning. Long Yi paused and said with lowered eyes, "But Gu masters can control people." Gu Jiao asked, "Your memory was erased by that Gu master?" Long Yi, "Yes. Not only did he erase his memory, he also turned him into a tool to kill people. He killed people he shouldn't have killed and destroyed things he should have protected." "There's someone," Xiao Heng said. At the end of the passage, a stone door slowly opened. There was a weak light coming out from inside. Long Yi walked forward and protected the two behind him. He walked towards the stone door with a cold gaze. When he reached the door, he found that it was a spacious secret room. There was someone waiting in the secret room for a long time. Sect leader Rong was sitting on a chair. He was playing with a bronze Fang mask in his hand. Standing beside him was the black-robed Gu master, as well as Gu Yen and Gu Qingfeng who were in the Gu master's hands. Sect leader Rong's weapon had already been taken away. His wound looked simple, but it was still bleeding. He was very weak and would die if he didn't undergo surgery. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng walked out from behind Long Yi. The two looked at the unconscious Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yan, then looked at the Gu master and sect leader Rong. "What do you want?" Xiaoheng asked. Sect leader Rong was weak, but his aura was not weak. He looked at Xiaoheng and said, "You are Great Yan's imperial grandson? I have seen your portrait, I know you're in Shangguanqing's background. I also know that Shi Tian had always been by your side all these years when he was missing. Back then I was careless and let you take advantage of me." Xiaoheng said seriously, 21 years ago, Long Yi gave up on the mission to assassinate Xian Yuanqi. After that, Long Yi lost his memory. Was it your doing? Sect leader Rong laughed mockingly. He dared to betray me, of course he had to pay the price. Unfortunately, even though his memory was erased, he still ran away. Long Yi must have used his obsession to escape from sect leader Rong, but he didn't expect to enter the princess residence by accident. Xiaoheng looked at sect leader Rong. "Why did you do this?" Sect leader Rong said, "I did it for his own good. What is there to be unhappy about being the Sword Hut's direct disciple? Alright, let's not talk about the past." As he spoke, he glanced at Gu Qingfeng and smiled faintly. "These two are your friends, right? If you want to save him, ask this girl to hand over the elixir of immortality." Xiaoheng frowned. "What immortality medicine?" Sect leader Rong said sternly, "The immortality medicine." Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. "Do I have an elixir of immortality? Why don't I know about it?" Sect leader Rong was dying. If he didn't get the immortality medicine soon, he would die. His expression sank. "I will say it one last time, hand over the immortality medicine. Otherwise, I will make all of you accompany me in death." Gu Jiao said seriously, "I really don't have the immortality medicine. If I did, I would have eaten it already." Sect leader Rong was furious. "You?" Xiaoheng asked Gu Jiao softly, "Does he think you have the immortality medicine in your medicine box?" Gu Jiao said, "But I don't have it in my medicine box." She looked at sect leader Rong. "Who told you there was the immortality medicine in your medicine box?" Sect leader Rong used his inner strength to protect his heart, but it was useless. His life was rapidly slipping away. He became anxious. "I saw it with my own eyes. It must be in your medicine box. Take it out. Take it out." This person was crazy. He was like those emperors who were obsessed with refining pills to obtain immortality. But how could there be immortality in this world? Where was the immortality medicine? Sect leader Rong lost his patience and said to the Gu master, "Kill him." Gu Jiao stretched out her hand. Okay, I will give it to you." Xiaoheng immediately got into character, grabbing her wrist and turning around, using his body to block her unsightly acting. "You are crazy. You only have one. If you give it to him, what will happen to you?" His acting had reached perfection. In Gu Jiao's previous life, he would have been an Oscar winner. No one doubted that he was telling the truth. Gu Jiao sighed with a pained expression. "But I can't let him kill my brother and Gu Qingfeng. I don't have the elixir of immortality. At most I'll be like you guys. There's nothing bad about being born old, sick and dead." Xiaoheng said solemnly, "Jiao Jiao. Say no more." Gu Jiao raised her other hand and made a stop gesture, taking out a small porcelain bottle from her bosom. Xiaoheng snatched the bottle and turned to look at sect leader Rong. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, anger, helplessness and complex emotions. "Hand over the person and hand over the medicine. I will count to 3, you push the person over and I will throw the medicine to you." Sect leader Rong's eyes flashed with greed. "Okay. 1, 2, 3. Xiaoheng had just finished speaking when the Gu master pushed the person over, and Xiaoheng also threw the medicine out. Long Yi flew up and caught Gu Qingfeng while Gu Jiao also walked up and caught Gu Yan. At this moment, the originally unconscious Gu Yan suddenly opened his eyes and took out the peacock feather sword on his back. His cold eyes flashed and the sword pierced someone's heart. The Gu master lowered his head and looked at the mystic moon sword that had pierced through his chest. He turned around in disbelief. "You?" Gu Yan wiped away the blood that had splashed on his face, his eyes clear. "You want me to hurt my sister? Dream on." The Gu master fell into a pool of blood. Sect leader Rong's large palm sucked and the medicine bottle flew into his hand. Gu Yan lost all strength and fell on his butt. Gu Jiao knelt on one knee and hugged him. "Ah Yan." Gu Yan trembled as he took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom and said in a trembling voice, "Fortunately, master's wife gave me the poison. Sister, stay away from me. I still want to kill you." Long Yi pulled out the sword on the Gu master's back and chopped off his head. Gu Yan's vision turned black and he fainted in Gu Jiao's bosom. When the Gu master died, the Gu poison was naturally removed. The reason why he fainted was because he had taken the poison refined by master's wife to resist the Gu poison. Gu Jiao hugged him tightly in her bosom, her face close to his ice-cold face as she whispered, "Silly brother." On the other side, sect leader Rong, who had obtained the pill, laughed crazily. "I have the elixir of immortality. I won't die. I won't." With a loud rumble, the entire secret room started shaking again. Sand fell from the cracks between the roof and walls, and the dust in the secret room flew into the air. Xiaoheng looked around and said with a serious gaze, "It seems like someone has activated the underground mechanism. This place is going to collapse. Let's leave quickly." He held Gu Jiao's hand. Long Yi held one on each side, with Gu Qingfeng on his left and Gu Yan on his right, covering their retreat. Right at this moment, the secret room's stone door fell. Long Yi saw that the situation was bad and threw out Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yan, then sent out Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng with 2 palms. The stone door fell very quickly, and after doing all this he could not rush out in time. Gu Jiao shouted, "Long Yi." Seeing that the secret room was about to close completely, a small medicine box appeared under the heavy stone door with a click, firmly holding it back. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng lay down and looked through the gap of the stone door. Xiaoheng said, "Long Yi, come quickly." Long Yi rolled on the ground and left the secret room through the gap of less than a foot. Sect leader Rong had just taken the elixir of immortality. He could live forever like the first island lord of Dark Knight Island, but he could not waste the rest of his life here. He had to go out and rebuild the sword hut. He entered the gap under the stone door. The small medicine box did not move. But just as sect leader Rong was halfway up, something unexpected happened. The medicine chest suddenly disappeared, and the heavy stone door fell down heavily. No! Sect leader Rong was crushed into 2 under the stone door. He opened his eyes and saw the small medicine box in front of him. He spat out blood and stretched out his hand. "With the medicine, with the medicine. I can live, give me the medicine." But until he died he did not touch the box that was within reach. August, the golden autumn season. Gu Jiao and Long Yi were recuperating in the princess residence. Little Jiao's wings were wrapped in gauze and he valiantly hid in the courtyard, showing off his injuries to his new little brothers. Gu Yan was fine. He had already gone to school with Gu Xiaoshen. Xiaoheng came out of Long Yi's room with an empty bowl in his hand. Gu Jiao looked at the bowl and said, "You drank it all? So obedient." Xiaoheng smiled and took out a box of charcoal. "I said you promised him." Gu Jiao's face darkened. At the end of August, Xin Yuanqi returned. Chang Kuan and Yi Qing also came with him to Zhao country. Gu Jiao thought Chang Kuan came to find Chang Jing, but who would have thought that was not the case? He came to see Long Yi. In the courtyard, Gu Jiao was bitterly arguing with Long Yi. Chang Kuan walked over. He was very excited. He wanted to approach Long Yi, but he was afraid to startle Long Yi. He stood not far away and looked at Long Yi without blinking. "He's that child?" Even his eyes were red. Chang Jing looked at her father in confusion. Xiaoheng said, "If you are talking about the child abducted by the Sword Hut sect leader, yes. Long Yi was abducted by the Sword Hut sect leader when he was 5 years old. The Sword Hut sect leader let a Gu master erase his memory and cultivated him into a killing tool." Xiaoheng looked at Long Yi, who was playing with Gu Jiao with a lame arm, and said to Chang Kuan, "Long Yi was still young when he left. He only remembers that he came from Dark Knight Island and his father was the island master. He doesn't know anything else. But I heard from Chang Jing that you didn't give birth to a son as old as Long Yi." Chang Kuan smiled bitterly. "The island master he is talking about is not me, but the first island master. He is the child of the first island master, not the island master himself. He should have been brought back from outside." "What do you mean by should have been?" Xiaoheng asked. Chang Kuan said, "The first island master was a strange person. He had many secrets that ordinary people could not understand. This child is one of them. I always feel that he is not an ordinary child." Long Yi was indeed not an ordinary person. Chang Kuan sighed. "Before the island master died, he entrusted this child to me and asked me to take good care of him. I didn't expect that the people of Sword Hut would abduct him and feed him purple grass poison, turning him into a death warrior. I am ashamed to face the island master." After the child disappeared, he also looked for him carefully. But he couldn't find him, so he thought he was already dead. Xiaoheng asked, "Does your island master have a medicine chest?" Chang Kuan was surprised. "Yes, how did you know?" After Gu Jiao finished today's task, Chang Kuan went to find Long Yi. He was not sure if Long Yi still remembered him. Gu Jiao and Shen Yuanqi went to the study room. Shen Yuanqi handed a brocade box to Gu Jiao. I went to Sword Hut Island first and found that Long Yi was related to Dark Knight Island. Thus, I went to Dark Knight Island again. This is the personal record of the Sword Hut Sect Master. Gu Jiao first looked at Sect Master Rong's personal record. As it turned out, when he was 8 years old, he followed his father out of the island. His senior brother was injured and fortunately, a godly doctor came to his rescue. There were all kinds of strange knives and medicines in the medicine chest of the godly doctor. When he was 20 years old, he met the same godly doctor again. The godly doctor's appearance did not change. When he was 30 years old, it was the same. He felt that the godly doctor must have taken the elixir of immortality, and that elixir was hidden in his medicine chest. He followed the godly doctor to Dark Knight Island and found that he was the island master of Dark Knight Island. Then he found a portrait in the study room of the godly doctor. This is the portrait of the first Dark Shadow Master. Shen Yuanqi said and took out the portrait from his bosom. He handed it to Gu Jiao with both hands. This was an extremely respectful gesture. An elder would not pass something to a younger generation like this. Gu Jiao was thinking about something and did not pay attention to this detail. But when she took the portrait, her expression suddenly froze. This was not a portrait. It was a photo. A photo of her previous life. Gu Jiao went to see Chang Kuan and asked him for the portrait of the first Dark Shadow Master. Chang Kuan took out an old portrait. This is the first time I saw him. I was afraid that I would forget one day, so I drew it early. Gu Jiao saw a tall man wearing military boots and a coat. He was tall and had a cold expression. Godfather. It turned out that the person sect leader Rong saw was her godfather. His appearance did not change, not because he took the elixir of immortality, but because he transmigrated here again and again. Gu Jiao held the portrait tightly. Where did he go? Chang Kuan said sadly. He died. Gu Jiao's eyes trembled. What did you say? Chang Kuan sighed. Every time he came here, he would plant a batch of purple grass. But for some reason, the first batch of purple grass could not be planted. Then he passed away. Before he died, he asked me to bury him under the purple grass. Don't you think it's strange? The next year, a large amount of purple grass grew at the place he was buried. Gu Jiao looked at the portrait in a daze. Tears suddenly fell down. At night, Yi Qing came to Gu Jiao's room. Gu Jiao sat quietly in front of the window. Yi Qing opened his mouth and said softly, Now? What should I call you? Miss Gu, young commander, Mrs. Xiao, or? Gu Jiao said, You can call me anything. Your master. Yi Qing came in front of her, looked down, took a deep breath, suppressed the choking in his throat, and said in a normal tone, My master went to travel the world. Before he left, he went to see me at the Dark Knight Island. He had something for me to give to you. Gu Jiao took the box and opened it. It was the 3 clay figurines sitting under the peach tree, and the portrait of the general who did not have a face. Now the face had been added by the state preceptor. It was her face from her previous life. The Lord of Shadows was her, and she was the Lord of Shadows. Yi Qing turned and raised his hand, wiped the tears in his eyes without leaving a trace, and said calmly, Master has a story and I must tell it to you. Gu Jiao said, Say it. Yi Qing considered the words and slowly opened his mouth. Once upon a time there was a poor sorcerer. Because he offended the son of a big family, he was beaten and lived on the streets. When he was about to die, a fairy-like woman saved him. The woman said, You look like an old friend of mine. Because of a similar face, the woman treated him, took him in, taught him everything, and also introduced him to the son of the Shenyuan family. He thought that the old friend must be very important to her. He wanted to pretend to be that person, but he didn't do it in the end. The luckiest thing in his life was to meet her. The last thing he regretted was that divination. It's a long way to the back of the mountain, so there's no need to look for him. Therefore, the state preceptor was not a transmigrator. He just knew her. The state preceptor was not the godfather. He just had a face similar to the godfather. The real godfather had been buried under the purple grass on the Dark Knight Island. When Xiaoheng came to the room, Yi Qing had already left. Gu Jiao was burning paper money. There were 2 braziers. Xiaoheng looked at her with distress and said, One is for the first lord of the Dark Knight Island, and the other is, Gu Jiao whispered, an old friend. The Dark Knight Island was farther than the Yen Kingdom. At this time they would encounter the extreme weather of the ice field. Chang Kuan and Chang Jing temporarily lived in the Lord Protector's mansion. This was what Gu Jiao wanted. She also planned to go to the Dark Knight Island. After the spring she should give birth. At that time she would go back with Changquan and Changjing. In October, Sheng Guanqing returned to the Yan kingdom. In the 12th month of the same year, Grand Secretary Yuan caught a cold, and his health was not as good as before. Grand Secretary Yuan felt powerless and submitted a resignation letter to the emperor. The emperor urged him to stay several times, and it was not until February of the next year that Grand Secretary Yuan's resignation was approved. Xiao Heng succeeded the position of Grand Secretary. At this point, the youngest Grand Secretary in the history of the 6 countries took office. On the first day of Grand Secretary Zhao's appointment, Gu Jiao had a fit. A certain Grand Secretary had not sat down for long, and in front of all the subordinates who wanted to greet him, he staggered and fell down. His official hat was crooked. The cabinet officials had never seen Grand Secretary Xiao so agitated. They were all stunned. Xiao Heng did not care about his image. Without saying anything, he rode back to the mansion. Gu Jiao was pregnant with twins. Her belly was bigger than that of other pregnant women, and her delivery date was half a month earlier. She had a fit when she was strolling in the garden with Princess Xinyang. She was still calm. Princess Xinyang was not calm. Seeing that Gu Jiao could walk back by herself, she almost doubted life. Xiaoji, haha, when I saw you calmly walk back to the delivery room, I also doubted life. Originally there was one fetus in the womb, but today both babies' positions were off. The midwife and nurse were shocked. Generally speaking, after a fetus entered the womb, its position would not change again. So what was going on? Could it be that this one had been kicked to the side by the other? The midwife took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Don't panic, don't panic. If the fetus position is off, we'll just turn it into a regular one. Which one should we turn first? She rubbed Gu Jiao's belly. This one is closer. Just as she finished speaking and was about to use force, the baby on the other side kicked Gu Jiao's belly and shook his little feet against Gu Jiao's belly. The midwife was stunned again. What's going on now? The nurse stared blankly and said in embarrassment, she, might mean she, wants to come out first? In the evening, a loud cry pierced through the silent sky. The little daughter of the Grand Secretary was born. 15 minutes later, the little son of the Grand Secretary was also born. Dragons and phoenixes were auspicious, and the light from the horizon enveloped the entire mansion. All the people in the capital witnessed this celestial phenomenon and secretly thought that it was an auspicious sign from the heavens. Xiao Heng did not care about the 2 little guys and immediately went to the delivery room. The little guys who were being carried by the midwife and nurse seemed to be a little aggrieved, as if they were complaining that their birth father had not hugged them yet. Xiao Heng went to the bedside without asking. Gu Jiao had just given birth, so she was sleepy and weak. She did not even have the strength to speak. In a daze, she saw a tall figure walking over from the light. He reached out his cold and slender hand and touched her forehead. That was the most beautiful hand she had ever seen. Chapter 951. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. The news of the Grand Secretary's family receiving a pair of twins quickly spread throughout the capital. The common people all said that the multicolored light that day was an auspicious sign for the twins. When the 2 of them grew up, they would definitely be elegant young masters and graceful ladies. They were definitely not some little demon king. Gu Jiao didn't have much milk, and the 2 little guys refused to drink their wet nurse's milk. Therefore, the small medicine box took on the responsibility of a wet nurse. Not only did it produce milk bottles, but it also produced milk powder for the neonatal intensive care unit. After the 2 little guys gulped down the milk, they lay down beside Gu Jiao and fell asleep sweetly. When Xiao Heng came into the room with a bowl of not too hot, Gu Jiao was staring at the 2 little guys with her eyes wide open. That little expression of disbelief seemed to be saying, "Are they really my children?" Xiao Heng walked over with a smile and sat down by the bed. "Mother asked the cook to make chicken soup for you. Did you put salt in it?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng laughed when he heard this. "Yes, you don't need to be breastfed now. You can eat and drink like a normal person." "Oh." Gu Jiao took the bowl and gulped down the steaming bowl of chicken soup. After drinking it, she sighed when she handed the bowl to Xiao Heng. "When you care about someone, you can capture any small detail about them." Xiao Heng asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" "Well, not really." Gu Jiao shook her head. After so many days, she had been shocked and digested most of the things that needed to be digested. Occasionally, when she thought about it, she still felt a little emotional. She had actually transmigrated 3 times. Once she was the Lord of Shadows. Twice she was Jing Yinin in this life. but she had almost no memory of the first two transmigrations. She must have been affected by the space-time magnetic field when she transmigrated and lost her memory. The small medicine box could carry both a person and a soul. If the body was gone, then only the soul could be transported. The first time she came here, she had left a set of coordinates in the Grand Preceptor Hall. It was the operating theater. Because of the coordinates, the medicine box was able to bring her brainwaves to this time and space after she died. However, without the purple grass poison, her brainwaves could not merge with other people's bodies. The Godfather knew this, so he planted the purple grass on the Dark Knight Island. As for how the Godfather knew that she had left the coordinates in this space-time, perhaps it would forever be a mystery. Xiaoheng looked at her and frowned. "Are you thinking about that Godfather again?" He was very jealous of his Godfather, especially after knowing that the guy had sacrificed so much for Gu Jiao. He deeply felt that the other party had stolen his job. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. "Is Aheng jealous again?" "Miss Dukin is here." Yuya reported from outside the door. Xiaoheng coughed lightly. "I didn't." After saying this, he went out and pushed Dukin inside. Dukin had come to see Gu Jiao and the twins. He was distressed that Gu Jiao had to go through the pain of childbirth, but he was also gratified that she had given birth to a pair of twins. The two little guys were really too cute. Although they had not yet grown up, their facial features were very similar to their parents. How could they be different? Among the things that the Grand Preceptor had Yi Qing give to Gu Jiao, there were a few handwritten letters. One of the letters mentioned that the Grand Preceptor had told Duke and that Gu Jiao was Jing Yin. "Father." Gu Jiao called out to him. Duke An's arm that was holding the children froze as he looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. Gu Jiao curled her lips. "The Grand Preceptor told me." She did not say what exactly was told, but how could someone as smart as Dukin not be able to guess? Dukin never dreamed that he would be able to hear this call of father. He thought that none of them would poke through this layer of window paper. In fact, it didn't matter if he didn't poke through it. He was already content to be able to stay by her side like this. The little guy on the bed suddenly snorted in dissatisfaction, as if complaining that her grandfather had hugged her younger brother for so long and had not hugged her. Dukin looked at the two little guys and then looked at Gu Jiao. Endless emotions rolled through his heart. "Can call me again?" he asked nervously and expectantly. Gu Jiao did not hesitate. "Father." Dukin laughed until tears came to his eyes. The twins changed every day. When they were born they were small like kittens, but by the time they were out of confinement they were already two chubby babies. Princess Xinyang and Shangguan Yen, who was far away in the Yen kingdom, named the two little guys. The daughter was called Xiao Yen, and the son was called Xiao Kong. Xiao Tsong couldn't beat his sister in the womb, and it was the same after he was born. Xiao Yen could eat more than him and was fatter than him. As long as the swaddling clothes were loosened, Xiao Yen could kick him to the edge of the cradle with one little foot. Xiao Yen grew too fast, and in the end she still attracted Gu Jiao's attention. When Xiaoheng returned from court, Gu Jiao was rubbing her chin and looking thoughtfully at the two little guys. "Why are you looking at them like that?" Xiaoheng asked with a smile. Gu Jiao asked in bewilderment. "I fed them the same way. Why did Xiao Yen grow so fast?" Xiaoheng thought for a moment. "Maybe it's because they absorbed it well?" Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. "Is that so?" "Of course not. Xiao Yen grew so fast because every night, someone secretly came over to give her more food. On a moonless and windy night, a ghostly figure flashed into the room with a small milk bottle. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao were sleeping soundly. The two little guys were lying in their respective cradles and had also entered the land of dreams. The owner of the figure came to the side of Xiao Yan's cradle as if no one else was present, and stuffed the pacifier into her mouth. Xiao Yan tasted the fragrance of the milk and began to eat heartily. Gu Jiao pulled open the curtain and looked at the figure beside the cradle seriously. "Long Yi." Long Yi's body stiffened, and he denied in all seriousness, "It's not me." "Gu Jiao." Long Yi was caught red-handed. Gu Jiao confiscated his small milk bottle and took him outside the room. She said with incomparable seriousness, "You're not allowed to do this in the future. Starting tomorrow night you're not allowed to secretly feed her." What Long Yi heard was, "Lu, starting tomorrow night, secretly feed her." A few days later, Gu Jiao found that Xiao Yan had grown even better. Originally, she should have taken the little guy to the palace to visit her grandaunt and Yao Shi after the confinement. However, it rained for several days in a row, and it finally cleared up at the end of March. Gu Jiao took the twins and went to the Imperial College to pick up little Jing Kong from school. Little Jing Kong had just finished his equestrian archery class and was sweating profusely. He was 8 years old this year. In the past he always looked younger than his actual age, but from the beginning of spring this year he began to grow. His strength had also increased. The teacher said that he was the only one in the elementary school who could draw a bow and arrow. His eyes were less childish and more resolute. "Hello Jiao Jiao Xiao Yan Xiao Tsong." He walked into the carriage and politely greeted the three people, although Xiao Yan and Xiao Tsong were unable to respond to him. Gu Jiao took out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat, saying, "Why are you sweating so much?" It was not even April yet and the weather was very cool. Little Jing Kong enjoyed Gu Jiao wiping his sweat and answered seriously, "We had equestrian archery class today. Jiao Jiao, I got first place again." Gu Jiao praised, "Jing Kong is really amazing." Little Jing Kong shook his little head. He was a big shot in the Imperial College, but in front of Jiao Jiao he was still a little cutie. After Gu Jiao finished wiping his sweat, he asked, "Jiao Jiao, can I ride a horse by myself?" He rode a pony in class today and it was not fun at all. Gu Jiao nodded, "Okay." She also brought a horse for him. Little Jing Kong stepped on the wooden stool and got on the Horse King's back. He held the reins tightly in his hand and his eyes were firm. He already had the domineering aura of a young god of war. "Little Shi, let's go." Chapter 952. The novel was updated faster. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. For little Jing Kong's safety, Gu Jiao still gave the Horse King a children's saddle, but it was not the one with a cute tiger head carved last year. It was a new saddle with sharp lines and a simple design. It looked handsome and cool. Little Jing Kong was riding on the horse's back, and the man and the horse were very handsome. Xiao Heng was on duty in the cabinet. Before he left in the morning, Gu Jiao mentioned to him that he should go to his grandaunt's place after work. The cabinet was different from the Hanlin Academy, and he was no longer a nameless editor of the Hanlin Academy. Every move of the cabinet chief attracted attention, and he couldn't be as casual as before. Gu Jiao didn't pick him up and went directly to the palace. Renshou Palace was very lively tonight. Empress Xiao, noble consort Zhuang, and Du Xiaoyun were also there. Half a year ago, Du Xiaoyun gave birth to the eldest son for the crown prince. Empress Xiao was very happy and immediately fulfilled her promise. She went to the emperor and asked for the title of crown princess for her. Therefore, the current Du Xiaoyun was the official crown princess. Du Xiaoyun had no ambition and was straightforward. She didn't hide things and was very filial to Empress Xiao, so Empress Xiao was very satisfied with her. Of course, there might be another reason, such as her ability to give birth. She was pregnant again when her eldest son was less than 1 year old. In ancient times, children were more important than everything. Du Xiaoyun, a filial daughter-in-law who gave birth to 2 children every 3 years, was the golden goose of the family. The 3 hostesses of the imperial palace were sitting in the small garden and playing cards. 3 of them needed one, so they called noble consort Zhuang. Noble consort Zhuang didn't inherit her grandaunt's IQ in other aspects, but she was good at playing cards. In comparison, Empress Xiao was simply a gambling addict. She would play one round and then play another. After 2 hours, her brain was already in a mess. She was the only one who lost and the 3 families won. Her grandaunt was very satisfied. "The princess and Jing Kong are here." Eunuch Qin's laughter came from the door. Just then Empress Xiao's eyes lit up. "Mother, I'm going to win. I'm going to win. I finally won. Jiao Jiao is here. I don't want to play anymore." Empress Dowager Zhuang said in all seriousness. Empress Xiao. The twins were carried by Yu Ye and the wet nurse respectively. The 2 of them woke up when they got off the carriage. It was the first time they had gone out so far. The 2 little guys were looking left and right as if they could really see something. A 40-day-old baby could only see things within half a foot to 1 foot. Du Xiaoyun felt rather awkward when she saw Gu Jiao again. She recalled how she had foolishly pursued Wen Linlang when she was young and ignorant. In the end, she had slept with Wen Linlang's husband and inherited Wen Linlang's status. "Why do I feel like I love tea?" Gu Jiao was very magnanimous and never mentioned her dark past. "Grandaunt, auntie, crown princess, noble consort." Gu Jiao greeted the 4 people. "Grandaunt, auntie, crown princess, noble consort." Little Jing Kong also followed suit and greeted them. Little Jing Kong wasn't the main character today. He was 7 years old and had long retired from acting cute. After greeting the elders, he went to Cunning Palace to find Qin Chuyu. The elders began to admire and play with the twins. That's right, they were admiring and playing with them. The twins were too cute. They were white and tender and smelled like milk. They didn't cry, especially Xiao Yan. She was chubby and had the demeanor of Aunt Xiaoyi back then. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who didn't want to carry the twins, couldn't help but hug them. This proved how popular the twins were. Bring Wuyo here. Empress Xiao said to the palace maid. Wuyo was the eldest son of the crown prince. He was almost 8 months old and was learning to crawl. It was quite fun. The palace maid brought Qin Wuyo to Rinshou Palace and placed him together with the twins. As an 8-month-old baby, Qin Wuyo definitely had the right to look down on his 2 younger siblings. Moreover, he didn't need to be wrapped in swaddling clothes. His hands and feet were very free. When the palace maid brought toys to tease the 3 little guys, Qin Wuyo unceremoniously snatched the toys from the twins. Then Qin Wuyo suffered a tragedy. The palace maid untied the twins' swaddling clothes and changed their diapers. While he was turning around, Xiao Yan's small leg kicked Qin Wuyo to the ground. Xiao Tsong had always been obedient. He was a quiet and pretty boy. However, at this time he also secretly kicked Qin Wuyo. His kick wasn't as heavy as Xiao Yan's, but it was more painful than Xiao Yan's kick. He could be said to be two-faced. As the golden nugget of the imperial family, Qin Wuyo was beaten up for the first time in his life. He was in pain, scared, and aggrieved. He cried out loud. Aya, what happened to the little master? The palace maid hurriedly carried the crying Qin Wuyo. The 2 little culprits' expressions and movements were synchronized. They lay motionless on the bed and even their eyes were staring at the same direction of the roof. They were especially calm. Empress Xiao heard the sound and walked over. She hugged the little guy and said angrily, Why are you crying again? Look at how obedient your little brother and sister are. Qin Wuyo cried even harder. Not long after, Xiao Heng came over from the inner court. Because it was an outsider, noble consort Zhuang wanted to leave. Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand and said, He's one of us. There's no need. Noble consort Zhuang's heart warmed and the tip of her nose suddenly turned sour. It was rare that after she disobeyed her aunt still treated her as one of her own. Grand Tutor Zhuang fell from the throne, Prince Ning was imprisoned, and the Zhuang family was exiled. She originally thought that she would be unable to escape death. However, her aunt protected her despite everyone's objections. From now on she wouldn't be stupid anymore. Empress Xiao asked someone to call Qin Chuyu and little Jing Kong over for dinner. The crown prince was not in the capital, so he wasn't called. Originally she didn't call the emperor, but he eagerly followed. Imperial Mother. Little Hong Hong came to see you. He greeted her energetically. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes in despair. The whole family ate at Rinshou Palace. Qin Wuyo babbled, little Jing Kong and Qin Chuyu chased each other, and noble consort Zhuang, Empress Xiao, and Du Xiaoyun gossiped together. Xiao Heng played with the twins in the courtyard, and Gu Jiao accompanied her aunt to admire the moon. Rinshou Palace used to be the coldest and most inhumane palace in the imperial palace. Now, it had a bit of the atmosphere of thousands of lights. Eunuch Qin looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with emotion. Although her face was sour, her eyes were shining. He truly felt gratified for her. She floated most of her life and didn't have her own flesh and blood. She thought that she would be alone for the rest of her life. God took pity on her and gave her a perfect ending. After Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao bid farewell to their aunt, they took the twins back to the princess's residence. They first went to sit with Princess Xinyang. The twins were hungry, so Eugene took a milk bottle and made milk for them. They were too young and couldn't drink by themselves. Someone had to feed them. Xiao Yi, who was already 1 year and 3 months old, volunteered to take on this important task. Yi, feed, she said in a childish voice. Princess Xinyang used to have a personality that wouldn't let her children do anything. Ever since Marquis Xianping participated in raising the children, her views changed a lot. Can you carry it? She asked Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi patted her small chest. I can carry it. Princess Xinyang gave 2 milk bottles to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi stepped on a stool and climbed into the twins' small bed to feed them. She fed her little nephew first because he was thin. So she had to feed her little nephew first. Jianghu, mouth. She sat cross-legged and said to Xiao Tsong in a childish voice. Seeing that Xiao Tsong didn't open his mouth, she decisively stuffed the milk bottle into his mouth. Xiao Tsong just drank a mouthful, but Xiao Yi took away the milk bottle and drank 2 mouthfuls herself. Her principle for feeding her little nephew was, You take a mouthful, I 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 take another mouthful, and then I give you a small mouthful. As a result, Xiao Tsong didn't grow fat. Not only did he not have Long Yi's midnight snack, but he also encountered his little aunt snatching food. It was too difficult for him. Princess Xinyang indifferently asked, Yi, did you snatch Tsonger's milk again? No, Yi didn't. Xiao Yi burped. Princess Xinyang. The next day, Gu Jiao took the twins back to Jadewater Alley. As usual, Xiaoheng came back after he was off duty. Everyone in the alley heard that Gu Jiao was pregnant with twins, so they all ran over to see the two little fellows. The two little fellows gave face to the neighbors and let them watch. From time to time they would make a little end sound. They were so cute that it made people's heart melt. Aunt Lu suddenly felt that her great-aunt's son was not fragrant. She wanted to snatch the babies. Gu Xiaobao was 2.5 years old. He had lost the baby fat he had when he was young. He looked thin, but he was very clever. The only thing was that he was still very lazy. For example, when he was asked to feed the twins, he was too lazy to snatch food. He was very relaxed when he finished feeding. Big sister. Now he called her big sister very smoothly. Xiaobao, what's wrong? Gu Jiao looked at him. Brother and sister are so small. He looked at the babies on the bed and said. Gu Jiao smiled, they're not brother and sister. They're nephew and niece. Gu Xiaobao was clearly unfamiliar with these two names. He had only heard of grandson and granddaughter. Uncle Zhao next door had them. He thought they meant the same thing. Thinking for a bit, he said seriously, I'm not old. Only old men have grandson and granddaughter. Haha. Gu Jiao laughed. Chapter 953. Gu Xiaobao could not understand nephew and niece, but when Gu Jiao mentioned youngest uncle to him, he finally understood. He knew this. I'm youngest uncle? He asked. Yes. Gu Jiao said. He thought seriously for a while and said, okay. He was a year older and was no longer like before, patting his chest and waving his small hands. To him, that was something a baby should do. Gu Jiao was surprised by his change. Children really changed every day. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen went to school, so only Madame Yao and a few maids were at home. Madame Yao carried a plate of desserts she made to the east room. She knew that her daughter did not like to eat things that were too sweet, so she only put a little sugar in the desserts. You must be hungry since you were so busy early in the morning. Eat something. Madame Yao handed the desserts to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took a piece of almond cake and tasted it. It still tasted like before and was quite delicious. Madame Yao placed the plate of desserts on the stool and turned to look at the two little ones. The weather was hot today, so Gu Jiao loosened their swaddling clothes. Xiao Tsong was still a quiet and pretty boy. Xiao Yan looked around curiously and stretched from time to time. She was very cute. The two children were very healthy, but Xiao Yan was a little chubbier. Madame Yao looked at them and could not help but think of Gu Yan and Gu Jiao. It was her lifelong regret that her biological daughter did not grow up by her side. The pain of missing out on precious time with her was not something that could be made up for in the days after they met. There would always be a hole in her heart that could not be filled. However, with the appearance of Xiao Tsong and Xiao Yan, the hole in her heart was slowly being filled. She liked the two children too much and was deeply grateful to them. Mother, niece is so young. Gu Xiaobao expressed his opinion again. When you were young, you were also this young. As Yao Shi spoke, she suddenly looked at him in shock. You even know about nephews and nieces. Sis said so, Gu Xiaobao said. I'm little uncle. Yao Shi smiled and patted his little head. Xiaobao is really smart. Little uncle wanted to be a good elder, but his nephew and niece had only been eating and sleeping for 40 days. They couldn't play with him at all. He sat on the bed for a while and felt bored, so he went out to find his friends in the alley. Marquis Gu arrived at the door at the same time as Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng had just finished his shift. Coincidentally, so had Marquis Gu. Both of them were still wearing their official robes. In Zhao country, only officials of the 3rd rank and above were qualified to wear purple. Marquis Gu was the 4th rank assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, and his official robe was red. He looked at the purple-robed Xiaoheng, who was younger than him and of lower seniority, and suddenly felt extremely upset. The more a father-in-law looked at his son-in-law, the angrier he became. He really didn't expect that the poor brat he had always looked down on was the little Marquis of Zhaodu. No wonder he could be the top scorer. No matter how much he disliked this brat, he had to admit that the little Marquis of Zhaodu's knowledge wasn't fake. Forget it, being the little Marquis's father-in-law wasn't bad. His thoughts flashed and he cleared his throat. Putting on the airs of a father-in-law, he said, "You're here but you don't know how to call me father-in-law?" Xiaoheng brushed his wide sleeves and said lightly, "I married the daughter of Dukan of Yen. Dukan is my father-in-law." Marquis Gu was slapped in the face. His mouth twitched and he angrily went in. Stupid brat, what kind of husband did she pick up? She didn't know any etiquette. When he saw that brat later, he would definitely teach her a lesson. He took large strides over the threshold and tripped. Ah! He fell flat on his face. Gu Jiao, who had just come out of the east room, looked at him in confusion. A moment later she raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, rise." Marquis Gu? Marquis Gu went to complain to Yao Shi with his bruised nose and swollen face. As soon as he entered the room, before he could speak, he saw the twins lying side by side on the bed. He stopped in his tracks. Twins were rare and fraternal twins were even rarer. The last time he had seen such small fraternal twins was when Gu Yen and Gu Jinyu were young. He still remembered how the two looked when they were in swaddling clothes. The difference was that Gu Yen had a heart disease and didn't want to lie with Gu Jinyu. Thus he always cried and the scene was not beautiful. The two little fellows in front of him were clearly lying on separate beds, but he could feel the connection between them through their blood vessels. A thought flashed through Marquis Gu's mind. So this was what real twins looked like. Marquis. Yao Shi was in a good mood today and gave Marquis Gu a rare good expression. Marquis Gu walked over and looked at the two in a daze. Yao Shi automatically ignored the injuries on his face. Her eyes were filled with doting love for the twins, Aheng and Jiao Jiao's twins, Song and Yenna. Marquis Gu opened his mouth. That girl gave birth to them. Yao Shi smiled and said, "Aren't they very cute?" Marquis Gu wanted to refute, but he could not find anything to refute. The two little guys really were quite cute. He could not help but think of Gu Jinyu, who had been married off to the distant Marquis of Changping's manor. Jinyu and that girl had gotten married on the same day. That girl already had twins. Jinyu should also be expecting, right? Feng City was the easternmost city in the country of Zhao. The Marquis of Changping's manor was located on the wealthiest street in Feng City. Compared to the Marquis of Changping's manor, which occupied such a large area, the courtyard that Gu Jinyu had been given was not as satisfactory. Luo Shui Courtyard, a courtyard that had been temporarily tidied up. Gu Jinyu had already married into the Marquis of Changping's manor for the better part of a year, but she was still a virgin. At first she found it hard to speak about this matter. Later on, the Marquis of Changping's wife urged her to quickly give birth to a son for Third Master Quan, so she told the truth to her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law had interfered with their relationship as husband and wife, and it had been effective. Ever since then, the third master would come to her room on the 1st and 15th of every month. But even if they were lying on the same bed, the third master would not touch her at all. She once suspected that she wasn't attractive enough to Sanyi, or that she had unintentionally done something that made Sanyi disgusted. Until one day she washed her hands to make soup. She spent an entire afternoon cooking a bowl of lotus seed porridge and sent it to Sanyi. As a result, when she arrived at the study, she heard a shameful sound. She thought that it was some maidservant that was trying to seduce the third master during the day. Her head became hot and she pushed open the door to enter. However, she saw a scene that she would never forget. The third master was actually lying on his desk and a man was... It was as though she had been struck by lightning and her entire body was dazed. The third master flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw her out. She was so angry that she argued with the third master for a while. During this time she said some angry words that were not pleasant to the ears. Both sides had an ugly argument. In the end she moved out of the third master's courtyard. She brought Chun Lu and a few other servants to live in this remote Luo Shui courtyard. This was the great marriage that she would rather break off relations with Yao Shi than give up. This was the Marquis Fu's legitimate son that she had set her mind on marrying. How ironic. Old Madame Gu knew about this, right? She had deliberately sent her into the fire pit. She only wanted to rope in the Marquis of Changping, but she did not care if she lived or died. Her good grandmother really knew how to worry for her grandson. But all of this was just old Madame Gu's wishful thinking. Marquis Ding and Fu had 100,000 Gu family soldiers. Why would they need to rope in the Quan family? A short-sighted harem old woman had sold her out like this. Young Mississippi. Chun Lu carried a bowl of porridge to the window and carefully handed it to Gu Jinyu. It's almost cold. Drink it while it's hot. Gu Jinyu felt the cold wind. I don't have an appetite. Chun Lu said with heartache. You haven't eaten for many days. Gu Jinyu still did not want to eat. Ever since she came here she had cut off all contact with the capital. But for some reason today she mysteriously asked, "Is there any news from the capital?" Chun Lu pursed her lips and lowered her head. Gu Jinyu glanced at her and calmly said, "Just say it." Chun Lu bit her lip and quietly said, "I heard that eldest young miss gave birth to a pair of twins for the young marquis. It hasn't even been a year since the wedding and they've already given birth to offspring for the Shao family, twins, ah, ha." Gu Jinyu clutched her chest that felt like it was being cut by a knife. She laughed self-mockingly, tears flowing from her eyes. "Good, good, really good." The capital. Gu Changqing and Yuan Baolin's wedding date was originally set for the 12th lunar month. Because Grand Secretary Yuan suddenly fell ill, the wedding date was repeatedly delayed. In the 3rd month, Grand Secretary Yuan's health improved. In the 4th month of the lunar calendar, the two finally welcomed their wedding. In order to attend Gu Changqing's wedding, Gu Jiao also postponed her trip to Dark Knight Island for a period of time. Shenyuan Qi and Lu Chen had already led the Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Troop back to the Yen Kingdom. Lu Chen was still the 3rd Lord of Shadow, and Gu Jiao was still the junior commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. Although she was not in the Yen Kingdom, there were legends about her everywhere. As for the training of the troops, Marshal Shenyuan Qi temporarily took charge of it. On the 12th of the 4th month at 7 o'clock, Gu Changqing's wedding procession set off from the Marquis Ding An's mansion. Chapter 954. Gu Changqing's entourage was huge. In addition to the awe-inspiring Gu family army, there were 3 younger brothers, Gu Qingfeng, Gu Qinglin, Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshan, who was also regarded as his younger brother. The 4 of them were wearing the same royal blue brocade robes. They were tall and handsome, and they were the best-looking groomsmen in ancient times. The reason why Xiao Heng's groomsmen didn't get this honor was mainly because one person in Little Jing Kong was not enough to form a group. The last time the capital was so lively, it was when the young Marquis of Jiaodu married the daughter of Dukan. The scene was comparable to a military parade. The wife of the Gu family army's young master couldn't be inferior. The groomsmen were too good-looking and attracted a lot of attention. However, the one who made people want to scream the most was the groom. For as long as Gu Changqing could remember, he was either training soldiers in the military camp or fighting on the battlefield. The silver armor was the one he wore the most, and it was as cold as his title of King Yama. Today he changed into the groom's robes that he only wore once in his life. He instantly became as beautiful as peaches and plums. After the Grand Secretary got married, the hearts of the young ladies were once again shattered. This kind of peerless man was finally someone else's. The Yuan family. In Yuan Baolin's boudoir, Madame Yuan was crying. Her daughter was weak since childhood and had to be raised in a Taoist temple. It wasn't easy for her to get rid of her Taoist robes and put on a woman's wedding dress. Yuan Baolin was wearing a phoenix coronet and rosy robes. She didn't have the coldness of a female Taoist priest. Her lips were rosy and she was beautiful. Yuan Baolin comforted her mother, "Mother, don't cry. You're just getting married. It's not like you won't come back in the future." Madame Yuan patted her daughter's hand, stared at her daughter and choked with sobs. "Of course you can't come back. You're married and you're a bride. You have to follow the rules in your husband's house." Yuan Baolin pursed her lips. They were not really husband and wife. The agreement between her and Gu Changqing had clearly stated that she could return to her parents' home at any time, and Gu Changqing could not stop her. As for setting the rules, Gu Changqing had made things easy for her, so she naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. On the surface she could still do her best. Yuan Baolin sighed helplessly. I know. You've already nagged me 800 times. I can even memorize it." Madame Yuan wiped her tears with a handkerchief. "That's because you grew up in a Taoist temple. I was worried that you didn't understand the customs of the secular world." Yuan Baolin said, I understand. It was written in the storybook and she was learning it." "Sis." Yuan Tong cried as she walked over. She hugged her sister and said, "I can't bear to leave you." All right. Yuan Baolin comforted her mother and her younger sister. The woman on the side watched in a daze. She had seen a bride crying with her mother, but she had never seen a bride calmly comforting a large family. When the auspicious time arrived, Yuan Baolin's older brother carried her out of the boudoir. Yuan Tong ran behind while crying, Sis. Gu Changqing received the bride and cupped his hands to bid farewell to his in-laws. "Father, mother, please do not worry. I will take good care of Baolin." Madame Yuan choked with sobs. Father Yuan's eyes were red as he heavily patted Gu Changqing's shoulder. Remember what you said. Go. I'll leave Bao Lin to you. Once Gu Changqing left, Father Yuan turned around and covered his face with a large hand. He began to cry, "Wu-ah. Bao Lin is married." Madame Yuan, who had been crying, trembled. She looked at her man as if she had seen a ghost. She had suddenly met someone who could cry even more than her. She was so shocked that she couldn't cry anymore. The bridal procession arrived at Marquis Ding and Manor in a lively manner. Gu Changqing dismounted from his horse. Arriving in front of the sedan, he extended his slender hand. Yuan Baolin had originally planned on walking down, but she suddenly saw the hand that was extended from under the veil. She was stunned. She understood the principle of putting on an act. It was just holding hands, so it shouldn't matter. She gently placed her soft and boneless hand in Gu Changqing's palm. Gu Changqing lacked experience with women. After growing up, the only woman he had been close to was his younger sister. His younger sister's hand had calluses and injuries from working and fighting. Yuan Baolin's hand was a bit different. This was a delicate hand. He was very worried that if he wasn't careful, he would break her hand. He led the bride down from the sedan. The wedding nanny finally came back with the red silk. There had been a small hiccup. Fortunately, the groom had already led the bride down from the sedan, otherwise it would have been awkward. She smiled as she handed the red silk to the newlyweds. The two people grabbed the red silk and walked into the manor. The bride needed to cross the saddle and step on the tiles. Crossing the saddle was very smooth, but when it came to stepping on the tiles, Gu Shaoshen gasped. He patted Gu Yan and said in a small voice, "That's my cement tile." "We took the wrong one." "What cement tile?" The tile had been taken by Gu Yan. He had taken the thinnest one so that it would be easier to break. Gu Shaoshen grabbed his head in despair. "It's over, it's over. This tile was taught to me by elder sister. I used it to mend the roof for the foreign. I can't break it." In Zhao country's customs, if the bride could not break the tile, it would be seen as an ominous and unchaste omen. Yuan Baolin was completely unaware of this. She raised a foot and stepped on it. Gu Changqing's eyes swept over the tile. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. Almost as soon as Yuan Baolin's foot landed, he put two fingers together and sent out a burst of internal energy, shattering the tile under her foot. Yuan Baolin looked at the tiles that had been trampled into powder by her. She was stunned and said, I'm that powerful?" Gu Shaoshen gave a thumbs up. "Dasa, good leg strength." Gu Changqing calmly led Yuan Baolin into the main hall. Marquis Gu and Yao Shi were sitting on high chairs. Marquis Gu was smiling so much that his eyes couldn't be seen. Yao Shi was also very happy. First bow to the heavens and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Yuan Baolin and Gu Changqing did not control the distance well and bowed very sincerely. Their heads bumped into each other. "Oh!" Yuan Baolin cried out in pain. Gu Changqing's expression froze and he said in a low voice, "Sorry." The surrounding guests burst into laughter. The bride was first sent to the bridal chamber. She sat on the wedding bed that Gu Xiaobao had rolled around on. Gu Changqing looked at her and said to her, "I'll go outside to entertain the guests. If you're hungry, you can eat something first." Yuan Baolin said, "Then help me take off my veil first." The two of them were in a fake marriage. It didn't matter who took off the veil. But since Yuan Baolin had made this request, Gu Changqing still picked up the jade ruby on the table and lifted her veil. What entered his eyes was a strange yet familiar face. It was familiar because he knew her. It was strange because he had never seen her like this. A girl's jiao was soft and bright. It was vividly displayed by her outfit. It was also Yuan Baolin's first time seeing Gu Changqing so joyous. "You look quite good in wedding clothes." Not only was the young duke the best in Jiaodu, there was also the young master of the Gu family. "You too." Gu Changqing replied politely. Yuan Baolin smiled and thought of something. She looked at him and asked, Tonight I'll sleep on the floor." Gu Changqing finished speaking and saw her shocked face. He thought that she thought this was inappropriate and explained, "If I'm not in the bridal chamber on the night of the bridal chamber, people will say that I'm disgusted with you." Yuan Baolin smiled embarrassedly. "That's not what I meant. I'm asking if I can sleep first without waiting for you?" Gu Changqing, "Sure," he said. Yuan Baolin asked again, "Then will there be people coming to disturb the bridal chamber? Do you need me to prepare?" Gu Changqing said calmly, "I won't." Currently, no one in the capital dared to disturb his bridal chamber. Xiaoheng and Shang Guanqing dared, but the former did not have such bad taste, and the latter was not in Zhao country. Yuan Baolin was relieved. Go do your work, don't worry about me. Okay. Gu Changqing turned and left the room. He ordered the secret guards to throw out all those who came to disturb the bridal chamber. Not long after, Gu Xiaobao came over. Yuan Baolin looked at the little bean who suddenly appeared and asked curiously, "Who are you?" "Xiaobao." Gu Xiaobao introduced himself. "Are you my sister-in-law?" Yuan Baolin remembered that Gu Changqing had a little brother called Xiaobao. She smiled and said, "Yes, I'm your sister-in-law." "Oh, then this is for you." Gu Xiaobao handed her the mini food box in his hands. The small food box looked the same as the large food box. They both had several layers of drawers and a handle. They looked like toys made for children to play with. This family was really considerate and very considerate of the child. Yuan Baolin took it and opened it, and a delicious smell wafted into her nose. She took it out layer by layer and found that it was all food. There were meat, vegetables, buns and pastries, all small and exquisite. "Your brother asked you to send this?" Yuan Baolin asked. "Yes." Gu Xiaobao nodded. Gu Xiaobao expressed his dissatisfaction with not being able to pick up the bride, and Gu Changqing wanted him to feel involved, so he gave this important task to him. But Gu Changqing never expected that he would be so particular as to ask the kitchen to make his own special dishes and send it in his own small food box. He was indeed a child who grew up in Jianghu. Yuan Baolin thought that Gu Xiaobao was too funny and could not help but pinch his face. "Gu Xiaobao, okay, you're my sister-in-law. My brother asked me to treat you better so you can pinch me." The two of them shared the delicious food that Gu Xiaobao sent. At night, Gu Changqing, who was forced to drink a few rounds by the guests, returned to the bridal chamber. Gu Xiaobao had already left and Yuan Baolin's maids were waiting outside. He stepped into the room and saw that Yuan Baolin was indeed asleep. The thin red silk curtain hung down, reflecting the light of the candles. It was a festive sight. Her graceful figure was faintly discernible under the curtain, with the unique beauty of a young girl, inadvertently exuding a trace of spring charm. Gu Changqing looked away and went to the wardrobe to take out a mattress and spread it on the floor. He then took a quilt and lay down with his clothes on. "Gu Changqing." Yuan Baolin suddenly spoke from inside the curtain. Gu Changqing subconsciously looked at the curtain, but quickly retracted his gaze like a gentleman. "You're not asleep?" Yuan Baolin said, "I'm a little uncomfortable with the bed, so I can't sleep." Gu Changqing paused. "Then you, Granny Zhang." A maid's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "I'm here to deliver hangover soup to the heir." Granny Zhang was old Madame Gu's confidante. If she found out that Gu Changqing was sleeping on the floor, things would be bad. Yuan Baolin sat up and opened the curtain. She said to Gu Changqing, "Come up quickly." If it was someone else, Gu Changqing could block them. But it was someone sent by grandmother. If he blocked Granny Zhang with grandmother's temper, she would definitely come herself. Gu Changqing frowned and neatly rolled up the bedding and stuffed it into the wardrobe. Yuan Baolin quickly jumped off the bed and raised her hand to untie his belt. Gu Changqing's eyes trembled. "What are you doing?" Yuan Baolin said, "Today is the wedding night. Don't you think it's strange that you're dressed so neatly?" "I'll do it myself," Gu Changqing said. Yuan Baolin used her eyes to look at the window. The two people's shadows were reflected in the window. Granny Zhang called out with a smile from outside the door. Gu Changqing let go of his hand and let Yuan Baolin untie his belt. The two of them were too close. He could clearly feel her breath and the faint feminine fragrance on her body. Yuan Baolin untied his lapel and took off his hair crown. Then she said with satisfaction, "All right, your clothes are a bit messy." Gu Changqing straightened his expression and walked over to open the door for Granny Zhang. "Granny, it's so late. Why did you come over?" Granny Zhang saw his disheveled appearance and felt happy. The heir didn't even touch a maidservant in the fu. Old Madame Gu said that she was worried that the heir wasn't good in that area. Looking at her anxious appearance, old Madame Gu was worrying too much. She looked into the room again. Yuan Baolin had already laid back down in the curtains. Only a sparkling and translucent snow-white foot could be seen. Was the heir this fierce? As soon as he returned to his room, Granny Zhang's heart bloomed with joy. "Drink the hangover soup while it's hot." Gu Changqing took it and drank it in one gulp. He said to Granny Zhang, "Then I'll go to sleep first. I'll have to trouble Granny Zhang to tell grandmother to rest early. I'll go pay my respects to her tomorrow morning." Good, good, good. Granny Zhang held the empty bowl and left with a smile. What was old Madame Gu worried about? She was worried that the heir wouldn't be able to do it and insisted that she send that bowl of soup. In her opinion, the heir's wife wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Gu Changqing let out a long breath. He took a step back and closed the door. He also bolted the door. Yuan Baolin quickly took back her foot. That foot was for Granny Zhang to see, not Gu Changqing. However, Gu Changqing was a martial artist. He turned around quickly and had good eyesight, so he saw it immediately. Her fingernails were smooth and sparkling like jade. They were small and exquisite, making people want to hold them in their hands and play with them. This wasn't something he could see. He quickly looked elsewhere and composed himself. He walked to the cabinet, opened the door and took the bedding out again. He once again lay down with his clothes on. But he didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a bit hot in his heart. Chapter 955. He was a martial artist, so his body was warmer than normal people. In addition, he drank a lot of wine during the banquet, so it was normal for him to feel stuffy. He didn't take it to heart for a while. He pushed the quilt down a bit and closed his eyes to wait for sleep. However, he was so hot that even his mind began to become a bit muddled. A scene that he shouldn't think about flashed through his mind without warning. It was her jade foot that was quickly pulled back into the curtains. A girl's foot was white and petite. Jiao Jiao's foot looked soft and delicate. What's wrong with me? Why am I thinking about these things? Gu Changqing pulled himself back to his senses in time. Soon, he remembered that he hadn't finished his conversation with her just now because of Zhang Mama's arrival. Should he ask her about it? He had never been this confused even when he was fighting. Gu Changqing listened to her breathing and knew that she hadn't fallen asleep yet. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. Did you have something to ask me just now? Yuan Baolin turned her head in disbelief and looked in the direction of the bed. Oh, what did I want to say to you just now? Nanny Zhang interrupted me, so I forgot. Go to sleep. Gu Changqing said. You should also sleep early. Yuan Baolin said. All right. Gu Changqing replied and closed his eyes again. After that, the room fell into silence once more. There were no sounds of cicadas or frogs in the April night, nor was there a cold wind whistling. The entire residence seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. It was so quiet that one could almost hear their own breathing. Of course, with Gu Changqing's hearing, he could still hear Yuan Baolin's breathing. His heart became hotter and hotter, from the initial stuffy heat to the heat of his entire body. It wasn't that he hadn't drunk before, but it wasn't like this when he was drunk. Moreover, his alcohol tolerance was very good. Although he had been forced to drink several times tonight, it was still within his tolerance. He shouldn't have this kind of feeling. Could it be, because he was in the same room as a woman? When did his self-control become so weak? As the heir of the Marquis's household, old Madame Gu had worried a lot about this grandson of hers. When Gu Changqing was 15 years old, old Madame Gu had already stuffed someone into his room. The old Marquis was worried that he would hurt his body by being too obsessed with this matter at such a young age, so he sent those maidservants away. However, after being in the military for so many years, he had heard a lot of dirty jokes. When he went to war, he had also seen many women, but he had never been like this. Or was there something wrong with the wine tonight? No, everyone drank it. He even drank the hangover soup that his grandfather sent over. Hangover soup. Gu Changqing clenched his fists. He finally understood what was going on. His grandmother was really... Gu Changqing sighed angrily and turned around with his back facing the bed. He tried his best to use this as a psychological cue to isolate Yuan Baolin. He recited a few Buddhist scriptures that little Jing Kong had taught him in his mind and managed to slightly suppress the heat in his body. However, at this moment Yuan Baolin, who was on the bed, turned over. As an expert, his hearing was very good. He heard Yuan Baolin turn over and kick off the quilt. He heard Yuan Baolin turn over again and tug at her clothes. He heard Yuan Baolin lift the curtain and walk towards him barefooted. Walking towards him. Gu Changqing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned around to look at her. There were dragon and phoenix candles burning in the room. The candles were not very bright, but they were definitely not dark either. Yuan Baolin came to the table with slight irritation. She was wearing a red undergarment. The lapel of her shirt was slanted by her, revealing her fair neck. Her glossy black hair casually cascaded down her back, making her skin look so white that it was glowing. What's wrong? He asked in a hoarse voice. Yuan Baolin poured a cup of tea. It's so hot. I'm so thirsty. Then she drank the herbal tea in one gulp. She still wasn't satisfied, so she poured herself another cup. She drank 3 cups in one go, but it was still very hot. It didn't quench her thirst at all. Just as she was about to drink the fourth cup, she was stopped by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing sat up and looked at her. Don't drink any more. If you drink any more, your stomach will explode. Yuan Baolin raised her hand to touch her hot cheeks. But I feel so uncomfortable. Gu Changqing looked at her again. This time he realized that her condition wasn't right. Her face was abnormally red and her eyes were blurred. Even her breathing became rapid and short. Gu Changqing didn't want to think of the worst, but he still asked, "What did you eat today?" Yuan Baolin's voice gradually became confused. "Food and snacks." Gu Changqing sucked in a breath of cold air. The heat that he had suppressed with great difficulty was ignited again by her slightly panting voice. He suppressed the evil fire in his lower abdomen and said in a normal tone, "Xiaobao sent it?" "Yes." Yuan Baolin nodded. The food sent by Gu Xiaobao was definitely fine. He also needed to eat it. Even if someone wanted to do something, it was impossible to drug a child's food. "Nothing else?" he asked. Yuan Baolin struggled to think. After a while she said, "Oh, before you came back, old madam sent a bowl of lotus seed soup over." Grandmother again. Very good. It was hard for him not to guess the answer. Gu Changqing was good at fighting, but he wasn't old Madame Gu's opponent in matters of the inner courtyard. There was a saying that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. If Gu Changqing thought that old Madame Gu only put all her eggs in one basket, then he was too naive. When it came to matters of the boudoir, it was naturally better for both sides to have a burning passion. Yuan Baolin looked at him with grievance. "Gu Changqing, I'm so hot." Gu Changqing's eyelashes trembled. He stood up and went to the door. He opened it and said, "Someone come." A nanny on night duty came over with a coat. "Air." Gu Changqing ordered, "Go get some water." The nanny was shocked. She subconsciously looked at him and blurted out, "So fast. How long has it been since the door closed?" "Air, you can't be so fast." Gu Changqing didn't understand what she meant by fast at first. When he realized what she meant, he choked. "No." The prestige of a lifetime was destroyed in an instant. The nanny gave Gu Changqing an "I understand" look. It was normal that he hadn't eaten meat before. "This servant will go get the water." She turned and left. Not long after, the entire kitchen knew that the heir had asked for water. Gu Changqing choked. When she brought over a bucket of hot water, he remembered that he had forgotten to remind her that she wanted cold water. "Cold water, ice cubes?" Gu Changqing said coldly. The nanny looked at him thoughtfully. His martial arts weren't very good, but he had a lot of tricks. Did he want to add 2 candles? Gu Changqing's face sank. "Do you not want to work in the manor anymore?" The nanny left with her tail between her legs. Then the entire kitchen knew that the heir's driving skills weren't good enough. Gu Changqing was a general with strong willpower. Cold water and ice cubes were effective for him. However, Yuan Baolin was different. She was a weak girl with poor resistance to drugs. No matter how many ice cubes were placed on her hands, other than feeling uncomfortable from the cold, she didn't feel any relief. She sat in the cold water and looked at Gu Changqing with an aggrieved expression. Gu Changqing turned his face away. He was also suffering from the effects of the drug. He couldn't resist her wet anti-harmony, body temptation anti-harmony. He began to meditate on the mattress on the floor. He chanted Buddhist scriptures, the clear mind mantra, the martial arts mantra. One by one he removed the thoughts from his mind. Just as he was about to suppress the evil fire with great difficulty, Yuan Baolin called out to Gu Changqing with a choked voice. This directly destroyed half of his reason. "Yuan Baolin." He clenched his fists and tried to stop himself from turning around. "Don't call me. Don't make any noise. I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist bullying you," Yuan Baolin said with an aggrieved expression. "Then what if I let you bully me?" Gu Changqing's breathing stopped. Half of his mind was destroyed. He tried to calm down his tone. "Yuan Baolin, this isn't what you're thinking. It's the effect of the drug. This drug isn't the kind that you can find outside. That kind of drug is only used to liven things up. The effect isn't that strong. Just bear with it and it'll be over." Yuan Baolin pursed her lips and said, "How do you know it's not what I'm thinking?" Gu Changqing took a deep breath. "Didn't we agree?" Yuan Baolin interrupted him with an aggrieved and resentful look. "I tricked you, okay? If I didn't say that, would you have married me?" Gu Changqing clenched his fists tightly. "You've been blinded by the drug. You don't understand what you're saying." Gu Changqing, Yuan Baolin. "Shut up." How could Yuan Baolin obediently shut up? She whispered, "It's okay if you don't come over. Take off your clothes. I'll quench my thirst by looking at plums. Gu Changqing almost stumbled and fell down. Yuan Baolin saw that he was indifferent and couldn't help but snort. Are you the Taoist priest or am I the Taoist priest? How come you're more pure and simple than me? Gu Changqing, is it because you can't do it? Gu Changqing clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Yuan Baolin's sanity could no longer be maintained here. When she was young, she was sent to the Taoist temple to recuperate because of her weak body. When she grew up, she looked like a normal person, but in fact she was still a little weak. For ordinary people, the soup that livened things up was a tiger wolf medicine for her. Her vision turned black and she powerlessly slipped into the water. Gu Changqing felt that something was wrong with the sound. Yuan Baolin, Yuan Baolin, Yuan Baolin. He shouted 3 times, but there was no response. He hurriedly turned his head, but all he saw was a bare wooden barrel. He stood up with a swish and walked to the side of the wooden barrel in 3 steps, and scooped up Yuan Baolin, who had sunk into the water. Yuan Baolin, Yuan Baolin. Seeing that she didn't respond, he frowned and carried her out. Her slender and soft body fell into his arms. Even though it was ice cold, his arm was burning hot. Her wet clothes stuck to her body, outlining her beautiful and charming figure. Her fragrance seeped into his nostrils and Gu Changqing couldn't breathe properly. Yuan Baolin slowly opened her eyes and looked at him in a daze. She raised her hand and wrapped it around his neck. Yuan Baolin, you. His words were blocked by Yuan Baolin. Gu Changqing's body stiffened as his last bit of sanity left him. His arms wrapped around her and he flipped her over so that she was under him. The night was long, but the night of spring was short. Chapter 956. In Fusho Courtyard, old Madame Gu woke up early. She dressed up and sat in the main hall, waiting for her grandson and granddaughter-in-law to come and greet her. In the end, they didn't come even when the sun was high up in the sky. She burst into laughter. Nanny Zhang looked at her strangely. Old Madame Gu used a handkerchief to cover her face and said, "Who was on duty in Changqing's courtyard last night? Call them over." Nanny Zhang went to Gu Changqing's courtyard and called over a nanny with the surname Wu. She was the one who had fetched water and rope for Gu Changqing. After Nanny Wu entered Fusho Courtyard, she immediately reported to old Madame Gu that the Shitzi had asked for water and all kinds of small props last night. I didn't expect the Shitzi to be so troublesome. Old Madame Gu's smile disappeared and she frowned. You didn't break anyone, right? Her grandson couldn't have such a strange hobby. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined. Moreover, her granddaughter-in-law was the daughter of the Yuan family, a real noble lady. If anything went wrong, she couldn't explain it to the Yuan family. Granny Zhang glanced at her master. She had served the old madam for many years, so she understood the old madam's personality too well. The old madam valued birth the most. No matter how gentle a woman of low status was, she did not like them. For example, Yao Shi. But old Madame Gu was much more tolerant of the daughters of noble families. Back then, when she wasn't able to form a marriage alliance with Ling family, the old madam still harbored a bit of anger inside. However, when she heard that she was going to marry Grand Secretary Yuan's legitimate granddaughter, the bit of unhappiness at the bottom of her heart immediately vanished into thin air. Nanny Wu didn't dare to say anything. She didn't know if the Shitzi had broken anyone. She didn't go in to take a look either. She only listened. It was quite loud. Nanny Zhang smiled and said, "Old madam, don't worry. Don't you know the Shitzi? He knows how to dote on people." "You can leave," old Madame Gu said to Nanny Wu. "Yes." Nanny Wu respectfully left the room. Old Madame Gu said worriedly, "Will something really go wrong?" "That won't happen." Granny Zhang smiled and handed old Madame Gu a cup of tea to calm her nerves. Old Madame Gu took the teacup and took a sip. "I heard that Bao Lin is a talented woman. Since her grandson was going to marry the daughter of the Yuan family, she naturally had to investigate the other party's background. If she didn't investigate, she wouldn't have known, but once she did, she was shocked. That girl was actually well-read and knew 6 languages. In the past, it was rumored that when Lin Lang was the most talented woman in the capital, but compared to Yuan Baolin, she was nothing. Yuan Baolin had always kept a low profile, but it was precisely because of her low profile that old Madame Gu liked her so much. Granny Zhang smiled. In the end, it was all because Shitzi Furin came from a good family. Even if she wasn't a talented woman, old Madame wouldn't mind. On the other hand, if she didn't come from a good family, old Madame wouldn't say anything good about her based on her talent. Old Madame Gu said, Go to Changqing's courtyard and tell them not to come and pay their respects. Have a good rest. Granny Zhang said hesitantly, about Madame Yao was Madame Yao. For Gu Changqing's wedding, Madame Yao had temporarily moved back to the mansion and would only return after drinking tea with her daughter-in-law. Old Madame Gu snorted. You don't have to worry about her. She won't care about this. It was one thing for old Madame Gu to dislike Madame Yao, but it was another thing for her to understand Madame Yao's character. Madame Yao would never torture her daughter-in-law. When Gu Changqing woke up, he felt someone in his arms. He felt dizzy for a moment, and then the unspeakable memories in his mind swept over him like waves. When he realized what he had done, he really wanted to punch himself. Yuan Baolin woke up later than Gu Changqing. When she opened her eyes, Gu Changqing was no longer in the room. Her clothes were still intact and she didn't know who had put them on for her. She planned to call her own maid to come in and serve her, but she found that her voice was so hoarse that she couldn't speak. She wanted to get off the bed herself, but her legs weren't hers. Gu Changqing pushed open the door and entered. The moonlight chased after him. His face was shrouded in darkness, but his features could still be seen clearly. He had practiced martial arts for many years, and he was tall and had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His body proportions were excellent. He held a bowl of Job's tears porridge in his hand. Seeing that the curtains were lifted and Yuan Baolin was sitting awkwardly at the head of the bed, his eyes moved and he said calmly, "You're awake." Yuan Baolin nodded. Gu Changqing stepped in and closed the door. "I'm going to light the lamp." He asked for her opinion. Yuan Baolin pinched her own throat and asked in a hoarse voice, "Is it still not dawn?" Gu Changqing opened his mouth, "It's already dark." Yuan Baolin's face turned red. Gu Changqing's tone was normal as he said, "Don't worry, the elders have already talked to them. The handkerchief has also been taken away. Grandmother is very happy." His original intention was to let Yuan Baolin relax, but when the words handkerchief came out, the two of them were both embarrassed. They had agreed on a fake marriage, but in the end, the first day had been overturned, and it had been overturned into a ditch. That. Yuan Baolin's face was red, not daring to look at Gu Changqing's expression. Gu Changqing was not much calmer than her, but in the end he was a man, so it was impossible for him to awkwardly deny what he had done. He held the Job's tears porridge and said seriously, "Last night's matter was my fault, I broke the promise first. In the future, I won't marry anyone else and I won't like anyone else. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. If there is no more suitable home, I will be responsible for you." Yuan Baolin raised her eyes and looked at him without blinking. "Really, you won't like anyone?" "No." Gu Changqing said with certainty, "You can rest assured." Yuan Baolin lowered her eyes and her voice was a little disappointed. "Oh. Drink the porridge first," Gu Changqing said to her. He was a big, straight man, so he did not notice that there was something wrong with Yuan Baolin's tone. He only thought that she was unhappy because she was angry with him last night. She did not say that she did not want to light the lamp, so Gu Changqing walked to the bedside in the dark. Fortunately, there was a weak candlelight in the corridor and there was also a thin layer of moonlight in the night sky so he could see. He handed the bowl of porridge to her. "Feed me," Yuan Baolin said in a small voice. Gu Changqing was stunned. Yuan Baolin said with grievance, "I don't have the strength. You're the one who did it." Gu Changqing. The next day Yuan Baolin, who had slept for a day and a night, finally got up very early. Because it was too early, the old duke had not yet left for the army camp. She and Gu Changqing went to pay their respects to the old duke. This marriage was personally decided by the old duke. He was very satisfied with Yuan Baolin, and even if he was not, he would not treat Yuan Baolin badly. "Changqing, take good care of Baolin. Don't bully her," he said to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing cupped his hands in obeisance. "Yes, I will keep that in mind." "Go and pay your respects to your grandmother," the old duke said. Yuan Baolin said sweetly, "Grandfather, Baolin will take her leave now. I will come to see you another day." Okay. The word, grandfather, was very pleasant to hear. The two of them went to Fusho Court to pay their respects to old Madame Gu. Old Madame Gu took Yuan Baolin's hand and looked at it carefully. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She was already very beautiful in the portrait, but in real life she was even more beautiful. Yuan Baolin successfully played the role of a virtuous and well-behaved granddaughter-in-law with the advantage of being a level 10 storyteller. Old Madame Gu was so coaxed that she could not close her mouth. She gave Yuan Baolin 5 sets of head ornaments in one go. Yuan Baolin had seen all kinds of gold, silver and jewelry, but she was still flattered. Grandmother, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Old Madame Gu patted the back of her hand and said, accept it. You must accept it. You quickly give birth to more children for the Gu family. I am still waiting to hold a fat little great-grandson. Yuan Baolin smiled. Baolin will work hard. Gu Changqing, who was sitting on the side drinking tea, could not help but choke. After leaving Fusho Court, the two of them went to Madame Yao's place. Marquis Gu was also there. Madame Yao liked Yuan Baolin very much. It was not because of her family background but because of her personality. She was different from the daughters of other families. She had a calm side but also a cute side. She was smart but not unreasonable. She was straightforward without any edges. She got along well with the people in Bai Shui Alley. Baolin greets father, mother. Yuan Baolin greeted the two of them. Gu Changqing also bowed to the two of them. Father, a mother. Ever since Madame Yao married into the Marquis's household, Gu Changqing had always addressed her as Madame. This was the first time he had called her mother. Madame Yao looked dazedly at Gu Changqing. She suspected that she had misheard. Yuan Baolin glanced at the two of them and then pulled on Gu Changqing's sleeve. Shouldn't you be offering tea to father and mother? Gu Changqing's eyelashes trembled. Yes. The servants poured tea. The two of them knelt on the cushions and offered the tea with both hands. When Gu Changqing held a cup of tea in front of Madame Yao, he solemnly and sincerely said, Mother, please drink tea. He really called her mother. It was not that her ears had gone bad. Madame Yao's heart was suddenly filled with all sorts of feelings. A layer of bitterness rose to the tip of her nose. From the day she married into the Marquis's household, she had not had any extravagant hopes. Later on, she had not had any expectations. But at this moment, an indescribable emotion rose in her heart. Marquis Gu stared fixedly at her. She slowly reached out and took the cup of tea that her eldest son held. Her eyes reddened as she smiled. Yes. Chapter 957. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. The grudges of the past had passed, and the misunderstandings that should have been resolved had been resolved. Yao Shi was not an evil stepmother, and Gu Changqing was a good older brother. For Gu Yin, for Gu Jiao, he had risked his life several times. Yao Shi no longer had the resentment she had in the past. She was only deeply moved and grateful. But not having any grudges in her heart was one thing. Truly creating a barrier on the surface was another. She said that she did not have any expectations, but in this moment she realized that she had been waiting for this call of mother. Look at you. Why are you crying? Marquis Gu saw Yao Shi cry as she held the teacup. He quickly took out a handkerchief to help her wipe. Isn't it just calling for someone? Although he muttered this, he understood that Yao Shi had waited for this call of mother for too long. When his sons were young, he had used countless methods, both soft and hard, to force them to be filial to Yao Shi and call her mother. But the three brothers were very stubborn. They would rather be beaten to death than do as they were told. The old madam loved her grandson and did not allow him to force the three children. Thus, the matter of calling for someone had been delayed. Now that his eldest son had taken the initiative to speak, to be honest, he was very surprised. But thinking about the interactions they had had over the past few years, he felt that it was natural. Yuan Baolin looked at Yao Shi and then looked at Gu Changqing, who appeared calm on the surface but was definitely feeling quite a bit on the inside. She also received a teacup from a servant and presented it to Yao Shi with both hands. Mother, please have some tea. Good, good. Yao Shi smiled with tears in her eyes as she received her daughter-in-law's tea. Yao Shi also gave Yuan Baolin a box of jewelry. She and Gu Jiao had gone to a shop to pick it out. The style was new and simple. It complemented Yuan Baolin's temperament. Yuan Baolin saw this and knew that a lot of thought had gone into this gift. She smiled and gave her thanks. Many thanks, mother. The young couple ate lunch in Yao Shi's courtyard. After leaving the courtyard, the two walked back together. When they passed by the small garden, Gu Changqing suddenly stopped and said to Yuan Baolin, I'm going to the barracks in a while. I might not be back tonight. You should settle down early. Without waiting for Yuan Baolin to speak, the Marquis strode over with his hands behind his back. Grandfather. The two of them bowed to him. The old Marquis nodded. I'm going out. You can go back to the courtyard. Gu Changqing said, Grandfather, are you going to the barracks? I'm going with my grandfather. The Marquis looked at him strangely. Why are you traveling with me? I'll give you a holiday. You don't have to go to the barracks this month. stay at home and accompany Baolin. Gu Changqing choked. Yuan Baolin's lips curled up. I'm leaving. The old marquis left with an indifferent expression. Yuan Baolin smiled. Grandfather, take care. The marquis, who had already taken 2 steps, solemnly replied. Yuan Baolin looked regretfully at Gu Changqing. What should we do? Grandfather won't let you go to the barracks. Gu Changqing was at his wits' end. He had been practicing martial arts since he was a child. When he was 15, he went to war with his grandfather. If he wasn't training soldiers, he was licking blood from the edge of a blade. He wasn't used to being idle all of a sudden. He sighed. I'm going to the back of the mountain to practice swordsmanship. Yuan Baolin made a sound of surprise and whispered, You still have the strength to practice swordsmanship? Gu Changqing didn't react for a moment. Of course I have. As he said this, he realized the meaning of Yuan Baolin's words. It had only been 2 days, but the awkwardness hadn't subsided. He cleared his throat and said seriously, I'll send you back to your courtyard first. Gu Changqing sent Yuan Baolin back to her room before going to the back of the mountain to practice swordsmanship. He practiced all the way until night. He returned to the courtyard, sweating profusely. He found Yuan Baolin sitting in the room waiting for him. There were several exquisite and delicious dishes on the table, but they seemed to have been left out for too long. They were no longer hot. You're back. Yuan Baolin greeted him. He nodded slightly and asked her, You were waiting for me? Yes. Yuan Baolin answered him and said to the maid beside her, Take these dishes to the kitchen and heat them up. Yes, Mississippi took the dishes away. Yuan Baolin handed him a napkin. He paused, took it and then said, If I come back late in the future, you can eat first. There's no need to wait for me. Yuan Baolin said, It'll be strange if I eat first. It'll be easy to give the game away and let people know that we're fake husband and wife. Gu Changqing thought about it and found this to be reasonable. He said, Then I will try to come back early. The 2 of them finished eating, washed up and prepared to go to bed. Gu Changqing was fully dressed from head to toe. Even his collar was tied up to the highest point. Besides being handsome, his whole body exuded a cold and ascetic aura. Yuan Baolin was not dressed as formally as him, but her clothes were still intact. Yuan Baolin opened the red gauze curtain and got on the bed. Gu Changqing closed the door and went to pick up the bedding on the floor as usual. However, he found that the bedding in the cabinet was gone. He frowned. Yuan Baolin poked her head out of the curtain. What's wrong? Did something happen? Gu Changqing frowned and said, The mattress is gone. Yuan Baolin asked, How did this happen? Gu Changqing was still frowning. Maybe the servants who cleaned the room saw that the mattress was dirty and took it to wash. I'll ask them to bring some new ones. Gu Changqing. Yuan Baolin stopped him. If they saw that it was dirty and took it away, then if you sleep on the floor tonight they will find it dirty tomorrow morning. It's okay if it happens once or twice, but if it happens too many times, the fact that you sleep on the floor will be exposed sooner or later. In the novel, the man slept on the floor so that he could not sleep with his wife. It seemed like a perfect plan, but in reality, it was easy to find the loophole. Were the servants blind? How could they not know that the mattress had been on the floor? Gu Changqing hadn't thought so much at first, mainly because he hadn't expected his grandfather to not allow him to go to the military camp. If he was really dirty under his mattress for a month, it would really raise suspicions. Come up and sleep. Yuan Baolin said, The bed is very big anyway. Gu Changqing looked at the door that was bolted. Yuan Baolin followed his gaze and said, They are standing guard outside. If you sleep in the study, tomorrow the entire manor will spread the news that we are newlyweds who do not get along. Gu Changqing looked at the benches in the room. I can sleep on the benches. Yuan Baolin, Oh. Gu Changqing arranged the benches, but as soon as he lay down, the benches collapsed. Gu Changqing, who was dazed from the fall, was speechless. In the end, Gu Changqing could only lie down in the red silk tent. The bed was very big. Yuan Baolin slept on the innermost side, and he slept on the edge of the bed. He wished that he could lie down in the middle. Yuan Baolin was not distracted. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in a flash. Gu Changqing lay flat with his hands folded on his abdomen. He looked at the top of the red silk tent. Her even breathing was by his ear, and the tip of his nose was lingering with her warm and soft fragrance. The red gauze canopy completely gathered her fragrance in this narrow space, and the darkness of the night thickened everything. Because his vision was limited, his other senses were infinitely magnified. In addition to her voice and breath, Even the soft bed under him and the silky brocade quilt on his body stimulated his instincts as a man. The scene of their wedding night flashed through his mind. She was under him with tears in her eyes, her soft body trembling slightly. He clenched his fists slightly and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and forcibly eliminated the distracting thoughts in his mind. On the day that Gu Changqing accompanied Yuan Baolin to visit her parents, there was a lantern festival on Chang'an Avenue. Yuan Baolin wanted to go to the lantern festival, and Gu Changqing accompanied her. I'm going too. Yuan Tong pulled her sister's hand and said. Madame Yuan fiercely glared at her younger daughter. Your sister and brother-in-law are going to the lantern festival, what are you going to do? However, Yuan Tong did not receive her mother's sharp glare. She missed her sister to death these past few days. Her sister finally came back, so she was not willing to part with her sister so soon. Can my younger sister come along? Yuan Baolin asked Gu Changqing for his opinion. Of course you can. Gu Changqing generously agreed. He said to Father Yuan and Madame Yuan, Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please rest assured. After the lantern festival is over, I will send her back. Yuan Tong happily smiled. Brother-in-law is the best. At this point, Madame Yuan could no longer stop Yuan Tong. She could only let her go. When they came, Gu Changqing and Yuan Baolin sat in the same carriage. Now that Yuan Baolin was with them, Gu Changqing rode in front to avoid suspicion. In the carriage, the two sisters talked about intimate things. Yuan Tong grabbed her sister's hand and whispered, Sister, tell me the truth, is brother-in-law good to you? Yuan Baolin said, Very good. Really? Really? Yuan Tong nodded, Then I'm relieved. Gu Changqing had no intention of eavesdropping, but his hearing was there. It seemed that Yuan Baolin did not even tell her closest sister about them being a fake couple. Chang'an Avenue was congested. The carriage came to the side and could no longer move. They had to abandon the carriage and walk. Yuan Baolin and her sister walked in front hand in hand. Gu Changqing quietly followed behind. As the veil of night descended, row upon row of shops were brightly lit, and the stalls on both sides of the road were hung with dazzling lanterns. At a glance, the dazzling candlelight filled the eyes, and it was like a winding dragon in the night sky. Yuan Baolin looked back from time to time. When she saw him, she would smile at him and then continue to look at the lanterns with her sister. The three of them walked for a while. On the second floor of a restaurant, someone suddenly stuck half of his body out of the window and called out to Gu Changqing in surprise, Big brother? Gu Changqing stopped in his tracks and looked up. Yuan Baolin and her sister also looked at that person. After Yuan Tong saw who it was, her face instantly became disgusted. It's you? Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. Why are you here? Chapter 958. Yuan Tong raised her head and snorted, I'm accompanying my sister to look at the lanterns, why can't I be here? Gu Qingfeng's gaze fell on Yuan Baolin's face and he politely greeted, Sister-in-law. Yuan Baolin smiled, Qingfeng. Come down and greet her. Gu Changqing said in a low voice. Gu Qingfeng obediently jumped down from the window and bowed to Yuan Baolin, Sister-in-law. Yuan Tong raised her chin and smiled somewhat proudly, Humph. Gu Qingfeng glanced at her and sneered, I didn't greet you again. Gu Changqing's elder brother aura was fully released. How can you say that? Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips. Yuan Baolin tried to smooth things over. Qingfeng, are you also here to look at the lanterns? Do you want to join us? Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed. He wasn't here to look at the lanterns, he was here to carry out a mission. After leaving the capital for many days, the younger generation had risen. If he didn't do something, his position as the number one thief would be lost. Yuan Baolin saw his hesitation and said generously, If you have something to do, you can go first. Gu Changqing looked at him coldly. It was as if he was saying, This is your sister-in-law's first time inviting you, don't you dare refuse. He could pretend to be husband and wife with Yuan Baolin, but that was based on the premise of respect. He wouldn't let Yuan Baolin be treated coldly. Moreover, he broke the promise and let her down first so he couldn't let her be wronged. After the tacit understanding between the brothers, Gu Qingfeng smiled, I'm fine. I was just thinking sister-in-law and brother rarely come out, will I disturb you if I stay here? Yuan Baolin smiled, No, Tong is here too. Sister, I don't want to. Before Yuan Tong could finish her sentence, Yuan Baolin shot her a dagger-style glare and swallowed her words back. Okay. She reluctantly agreed. The group of people walked forward. Today's Lantern Festival was very lively. There were people selling lanterns, fighting stages, and even street performers doing acrobatics. In the open space in front of a rice shop, a bare-chested man was holding a sword in one hand and a jug of wine in the other. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine without restraint. Then he suddenly raised his head and spat it out. The people who didn't know the truth thought that he was spitting out wine, but they didn't know that he was actually spitting out a long tongue of fire. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Yuan Tong also clapped her hands in excitement. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. Childish. If that girl was here, she would have seen through the trick. The four of them continued to look at the lanterns. During this time, a small incident occurred. It was that the performer accidentally spat out the flame onto a pedestrian. The pedestrian fled in panic and knocked down the stage they built. The stage fell towards the crowd and was about to hit Yuan Baolin. Gu Changqing quickly stepped forward and hugged Yuan Baolin. He used his qinggong to bring her away. Sister. Almost at the same time, Yuan Tong also went to save her sister. However, the second stage also fell. Unfortunately, she also fell. Gu Qingfeng frowned. He stepped forward and kicked the stage back. He stood in front of Yuan Tong like a hero. Yuan Tong was still in shock as she looked at his back. Her heart suddenly thumped hard. Gu Changqing placed Yuan Baolin safely on the side of the street. Wait for me here. Then they went to the scene of the accident. The brothers saved people and put out the fire. When the soldiers heard the news and rushed over, the chaos had almost subsided. Yuan Tong was frightened. Gu Changqing and Yuan Baolin first sent her back. Gu Qingfeng stayed at the scene to assist in the investigation. In the carriage, Yuan Tong leaned into her sister's arms. Her face was pale. It was obvious that she was frightened. The characters of the two sisters were like this. Yuan Tong looked fierce but was actually more timid. Yuan Baolin looked quiet, but her heart was calmer and stronger than the average person. Yuan Baolin hugged her sister's shoulder and comforted her. When we go back, I will tell mother. You can sleep with mother for the next 2 nights. Then father will blame me again. If she slept with her mother, her father would have to sleep in the study. Yuan Baolin laughed. Aren't you too timid to sleep? Who said I am timid? Yuan Tong snorted without confidence. She thought of something and stammered, Sister, I have something to ask you. Go ahead. Yuan Baolin said. Yuan Tong's eyes flashed. Brother-in-law's younger brother? Is he going to get married soon? I see that he is not young anymore. I don't know what kind of girl he will marry and if she is easy to get along with. In the future, you will have to ask her to be your sister-in-law. Yuan Baolin smiled. You are so concerned about me? Yuan Tong said without hesitation, You are my sister. After returning from the Yuan family and entering the new house, Yuan Baolin told Gu Changqing about Gu Qingfeng. Has Qingfeng's marriage been settled? Gu Qingfeng was not young anymore. If it was not for the fact that he was still single, Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin would have been urged to get married. But now that he was married, Gu Qingfeng's marriage should indeed be put on the agenda. Gu Changqing said, I will ask mother another day. Yuan Baolin asked, What I mean is, does he have a sweetheart? Sweetheart? Gu Changqing frowned, I will go ask. At night, Gu Qingfeng returned from a robbery and was in a good mood. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his big brother sitting in his room like a god. He was shocked. Big brother. What are you doing? It is so late, why are you not going back to accompany sister-in-law? What are you doing in my room? I have something important to ask you. Gu Changqing said. Could it be that he had caught evidence of him being a thief again? Impossible, he was so careful. Gu Qingfeng suppressed his doubts and walked towards his big brother without a change in expression. Big brother, what is so urgent that you have to ask me in the middle of the night? Gu Changqing said, There is no hurry. Your sister-in-law wants to know, so I came. Do you care about sister-in-law that much? Big brother, do you know? Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Big brother, you came just because sister-in-law asked you to. Did you really have a fake marriage with her? Gu Changqing's face darkened. Gu Qingfeng realized that he had spilled the beans and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. How did you know? Gu Changqing asked coldly. Gu Qingfeng had kicked an iron plate. He braced himself and said, I just accidentally saw your agreement document in your study. Gu Changqing looked at him suspiciously. I hid it so well, Gu Qingfeng mumbled vaguely. Isn't that the thief Fei Shuang? No matter how well you hid it, I can still find it for you. He felt his big brother's death stare and his body shook. He said seriously, That is not the main point. The main point is that I will definitely keep my mouth shut for Big Brother. What was done could not be undone. Gu Changqing could not erase this part of his memory. He could only threaten, if you dare to say half a word, I will break your legs. Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips. Because of you, I almost forgot about the important matter. Gu Changqing held his forehead in annoyance. Your sister-in-law wants to know if you have someone you like. Gu Qingfeng sat down on the chair next to his big brother. What? Does sister-in-law want to arrange a marriage for me? Gu Changqing said, let's assume so. If you don't have any objections, I have objections. Gu Qingfeng interrupted his big brother. Gu Changqing looked at him with a puzzled expression. What objections do you have? Gu Qingfeng's eyes showed a rare seriousness. Big brother, I can listen to you and grandfather on other matters, but on this matter, I want to listen to myself. Gu Changqing paused and his gaze fell on his serious face. You have a girl you like? Who's she from? Tell me, the Marquis Fu will go and propose marriage. No matter what the other party's family background is, as long as you like her, grandfather and I will have no objections. Gu Qingfeng lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, Big brother, I do have someone I like, but this feeling, I can't say it out loud for the rest of my life. You. Gu Changqing did not understand the situation. Second brother had a girl he liked. As the big brother, he did not notice at all. The main thing was that he had never seen his second brother entangled with any girl. He had never heard of it. Which family is she from? Does she not like you, or is she already engaged? Gu Changqing asked. Big brother, don't ask any more. Gu Qingfeng raised his head and smiled as if nothing had happened. Anyway, I don't need to inherit the family business. My marriage, just forget about it. Grandfather wants to hold a great-grandson. There is big brother, Qinglin, Guyan and Xiaobao. There are so many people to inherit the family name, just spare me. Let him use the rest of his life to protect the girl in his heart. Chapter 959. After Gu Changqing returned to the bridal chamber, he told Yuan Baolin about Gu Qingfeng's situation. Once she heard that he already had someone in his heart, Yuan Baolin knew that her sister's heart was destined to fall for the wrong person. She never suspected that the person in his heart was Yuan Tong, because if it was Yuan Tong, there was no problem of him not being able to declare it. Yuan Baolin's experience as a storyteller told her that Gu Qingfeng must have fallen for someone he should not have. She was very curious, but she would not pry into her brother-in-law's privacy. At night, Gu Xiaobao came over. He was still young and could not leave his mother, so Madame Yao brought him over when she was staying in the residence. Usually he would have gone to bed by this time, but today he slept too much during the day and could not fall asleep, so he came to find his elder brother and sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I want to see you perform magic. The 2.5-year-old Gu Xiaobao said clearly. On the day of the wedding, Yuan Baolin showed Gu Xiaobao a few small tricks. Gu Xiaobao liked it very much as he felt that his sister-in-law was better than his elder brother. Okay. Yuan Baolin agreed happily. She took out some small props from her small makeup box and started to perform magic for Gu Xiaobao. The two of them sat cross-legged on the bed. She first showed her hands to Gu Xiaobao. There's nothing, right? Yes. Gu Xiaobao nodded. She snapped her fingers behind Gu Xiaobao's ear, and when she brought her hands in front of Gu Xiaobao, there was a copper coin between her fingers. Gu Xiaobao exclaimed, Wow! Gu Changqing did not have much to do, so he watched from the side to pass the time. The scene of Gu Xiaobao and his sister-in-law getting along was very harmonious, as if they were a real family. Gu Qinglin and Gu Qingfeng lived in the same courtyard, and there was always the sound of them fooling around. He had always lived alone, and the courtyard was especially cold and cheerless. He could only feel the warmth of a home in Jade Water Alley. However, at this moment, for some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of belonging. Yuan Baolin performed a flower blooming out of thin air for Gu Xiaobao. Gu Xiaobao was holding an empty box, but when he opened it after shaking it, there was a beautiful flower inside. Yuan Baolin smiled and said, This is the flower that Xiaobao conjured using magic. Gu Xiaobao was so excited that he took a few steps back. He opened his arms and patted his chest. Wow, Xiaobao is amazing. He hadn't done this childish act for half a year. He had a lot of fun. A child's drowsiness came at a whim. After a bout of laughter, Gu Xiaobao fell backward and fell asleep. Yuan Baolin, who had never raised a child before, was so scared that she thought she had played with Gu Changqing's little brother until he fainted. Gu Changqing doesn't know whether to laugh or cry at her look as if she has been struck by lightning. It's okay. He's just asleep. I'll take him back. Okay. Yuan Baolin wiped away her cold sweat. She was scared to death. Gu Changqing carried the sleeping Gu Xiaobao back to Yao Shi's courtyard. When he returned, Yuan Baolin was still awake. She was sitting at the table with a document in her hand. He walked over and recognized that it was their prenuptial agreement. He looked at the agreement on the table and frowned. Yuan Baolin saw the shadow on the floor and turned to him. You're back. Are you free? I have some things to discuss with you. I'm free. Gu Changqing sat down opposite her. Yuan Baolin looked at the document on the table and said, It's this agreement. I read it carefully just now and feel that we drafted it too hastily. There are many areas that we didn't consider. Of course, this isn't your problem, nor is it mine. We haven't been married before and can't predict all kinds of unexpected situations after marriage. At the mention of unexpected situations, Gu Changqing thought of that indescribable wedding night. As the enchanting scene flashed through his mind, the blood and qi in his body surged. He couldn't think about it. They were just a fake couple. If he thought about such things, it would be blasphemous to Yuan Baolin. He forced himself to calm down and looked at Yuan Baolin. So you mean, she was going to divorce him? Because he was too much of a beast and didn't abide by the agreement, their cooperation would end here? Yuan Baolin looked at the agreement and said, I'm thinking if we should draft a new agreement and clarify some of the general areas. Gu Changqing, anything is fine. Yuan Baolin looked at him and said, You don't have to agree so quickly. Listen to the details first. Gu Changqing said calmly, Go ahead. The first item, the original agreement was that either party could propose a divorce at any time. But that day you said that you wouldn't mention it again. Yes, only you can bring this up. He had touched her and violated their agreement, so his rights should be revoked. Yuan Baolin picked up the brush and dipped it in the inkstone. Then I'll write it down. Okay, Gu Changqing said. After Yuan Baolin finished writing, she continued to read, There's no problem with the second and third items, but the fourth item, cooperate with each other to the best of your ability and create a harmonious image of a married couple, but do not make excessive demands of each other. We didn't say what kind of demands would be considered excessive at the time. As long as I can do it, you can propose it. Gu Changqing said and paused before adding, as long as it doesn't violate the country's laws and family rules. Yuan Baolin rolled her eyes. What if you can do it but don't want to? For example, you just came back from the military camp and are very tired. If I ask you to coax me, will you agree? Gu Changqing thought for a moment. Okay. Even this is okay. Yuan Baolin muttered weakly. She pursed her lips and coughed lightly. She asked seriously, Then what if I don't let you take a concubine? Okay. He didn't have the intention to take a concubine. Yuan Baolin was stunned. She looked at him without blinking and said, Don't agree too quickly. You have to hesitate a bit. Otherwise, when I write it down, you won't have the leeway to go back on your word. Gu Changqing met her doe-like eyes and said seriously, I won't go back on my word. Yuan Baolin whispered, Do you mean? I can do whatever I want to you? As long as it doesn't violate the country's laws and family rules. Gu Changqing emphasized. Yuan Baolin said, I know. You're an official of the imperial court. I can't let you kill people or commit arson. Really, you can do anything? And? Gu Changqing nodded. Yuan Baolin's eyes moved again. Including that you can't sleep in the study in the future? Why? Gu Changqing looked at her in surprise. Yuan Baolin blinked her eyes and confidently said, What else could it be? If you sleep in the study, it will make people think that we don't get along. The servants in the manor will make things difficult for me. They won't dare. Gu Changqing said. Do you agree or not? Yuan Baolin asked. To be honest, lying in the same bed as her was too much of a test for his endurance as a man. It wasn't like he had any problems in that area. Gu Changqing took a deep breath and said seriously, I will stay in the military camp in the future. I will only come back during the holidays. But if you insist, I can sleep in your room. Also, don't worry, I won't offend you again. Yuan Baolin sulked. Gu Changqing saw her reaction and didn't know what he had said wrong. You're not happy? Are you afraid that I can't do it? I said that I will move into the military camp, so I will definitely move in. I said that I won't offend you, so I won't do it again. Yuan Baolin said in a small voice, What if I agree to you offend me? Gu Changqing looked at her in shock. Yuan Baolin cleared her throat and said in an aggrieved voice, I mean, I've already been offended by you. It will be difficult for me to get married in the future, but to have me be a fake husband and wife for the rest of my life is quite pitiful. You said that you won't leave me, but a man's mouth is a liar. What if one day you don't want to keep your promise and I'm old again? What do you want me to do? Gu Changqing was a strategist on the battlefield, adaptable and extraordinary strategist, but in some matters he was even more stubborn than his grandfather. For example, he once believed that he was a loyalist and never doubted it again until Tang Yueshan mercilessly exposed him. He now also believed that Yuan Baolin had no romantic feelings for him, so no matter how many strange requests Yuan Baolin made or said to him, he only thought that it was necessary for cooperation and forced by the situation. And he was wrong first, so he had no right to bargain with Yuan Baolin. He looked at Yuan Baolin and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Yuan Baolin shyly lowered her head and pinched her handkerchief. She blushed and said, "At least I have to have a child of my own so that I can have someone to rely on for the rest of my life." Gu Changqing was stunned. Chapter 960. Ever since Xiao Heng took over the cabinet, he had always done things in a high-profile manner and kept a low profile. He saved as much as he could and never put on airs. But today, for the first time, the Grand Secretary was going to call them one by one into his room for a talk. The 2 secondary assistants, 3 cabinet scholars, and a number of Hall of Governmental Affairs officials all looked at each other as they gathered outside the Grand Secretary's intermediate hall. They didn't understand what was going on today. "Did we do something recently that has been used against us?" Lu Sifu asked. He had originally been Grand Teacher Zhuang's trusted aide. After Grand Teacher Zhuang was defeated, he abandoned the dark for the light and expressed his sincerity to the emperor. The other secondary assistant surnamed Zhang was removed from his position and investigated because the circumstances were serious. The person who replaced him was surnamed Wu and was selected from the cabinet scholars. Wu Sifu pondered and said, "We haven't done anything recently. Did the Grand Secretary discover that I promoted my own relative? When the water was too clear there would be no fish. No dynasty could guarantee that the officials under them were absolutely clean. At most, these people had some petty thoughts and couldn't be considered vermin of the country." Xiao Heng usually opened one eye and turned a blind eye. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he basically didn't interfere. Since the 2 cabinet elders don't understand the situation, then the person speaking was the scholar of Wuing Palace, surnamed Kong. There were a total of 6 Grand Secretaries in the cabinet. Only the Grand Secretary and the 2 Vice Secretaries were qualified to be called Cabinet Elder. The other 3 Grand Secretaries from Wuing Palace, Wenyuan Pavilion and East Pavilion could only be called Junior Cabinet Elder. Yes. The scholars of the Imperial Library and the East Pavilion sighed and nodded. Lu Sifu said, "Don't worry, the Grand Secretary is not a temperamental person. Presumably he called us here today to ask about the recent official business." Wu Sifu hurriedly said, That's right. Ever since the Prime Minister's family took office, they have never really been angry with us. Even if something went wrong in our daily life, they would only lightly remind us. Today, maybe something good will happen. That would be best, Scholar Kong said. Not long after, the Assistant Secretary came out and called Lu Sifu in. Lu Sifu said that he wasn't worried, but when he was really called, his face turned pale. For some reason he felt that today's posture was too formal. Did something really happen? Was the Grand Secretary going to nurture his own people, have them privately hand over their allegiance to him? If he didn't submit to the Grand Secretary, would he be secretly and mercilessly eradicated by the Grand Secretary? He braced himself and entered the Grand Secretary's study. Xiao Heng was sitting in the chair behind the desk. He was the youngest Grand Secretary in the history of the Zhao nation. He was the embodiment of what it meant to be young and accomplished. At the age of 13, he became the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Later, he was assassinated and left to live among the commoners. However, at the age of 18 he returned to the capital as a top scorer. At the age of 19, he became the Grand Secretary of the Imperial College. This was the legend of the Zhao country and would definitely be recorded in the history books. This lowly official greets my lord. Lu Sifu did not dare to be disrespectful just because the other party was young. Lu Sifu was stunned when he heard a childish voice beside Xiao Heng. His nose was not very good and did not smell the milky fragrance in the room. However, he was not deaf. He gathered his courage and looked beside the Grand Secretary. Oh my God! 2 babies. Xiao Tsong and Xiao Yan were lying side by side in a cradle by the table. The weather was not so cold and they were no longer wrapped in swaddling clothes. Xiao Tsong was a quiet and handsome young man as usual. Xiao Yan was eating her hands. The childish voice just now was from her. Are they my lord's little daughter and son? He asked in a daze. Xiao Heng responded indifferently. His expression was very proud. Lu Sifu was stunned. What was going on? You came on duty and brought the babies with you? So why did you ask me to come to your study? Xiao Heng glanced at the secretary beside him. The secretary understood and walked forward with 2 red eggs. He said to Lu Sifu amiably, "My lord, these are the red eggs for you." Lu Sifu? He had seen people giving out eggs 2 days after giving birth, but had he seen people still giving out red eggs 2 months after giving birth? Xiao Heng said without changing his expression, "It's mainly because I forgot to give them last time. This time I will make it up to you." Lu Sifu, after all this time you just want to give out red eggs? You should have said so earlier. Look at how scared everyone is. Are they cute? Xiao Heng asked seriously. Cute. Lu Sifu was about to doubt his life. It was not enough for your father to show off his daughter, and now you want to show off your twins? What is wrong with your family? The second person to be called in was Wu Sifu. He also liked to give out 2 red eggs and praise the twins with a basket of auspicious words. He could not be the same as Lu Sifu's. The Grand Secretaries of the Imperial Cabinet were subjected to the first literary examination of the year, praising the twins in fancy ways. Gu Changqing's marriage came to an end. Gu Jiao planned to set off for Dark Knight Island. Xiao Heng would go with her, and Duke Angguo would also return to the Yan Kingdom. Their plan was to stay in Chengdu for a while. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng only needed to cross the ice fields before the extreme weather in October. The only problem in front of them now was that the 2 children were too young. Could they adapt to such an intense journey? Princess Residence. The whole family sat in Princess Xinyang's room. Princess Xinyang said, "It rains a lot in April, so it's not suitable to travel by water. You can only travel by land. It's too bumpy to take a carriage. Yin'er and Tsong are only 2 months old." Gu Jiao was silent. This was indeed a very realistic problem. It was too hard for 2-month-old children to take a carriage. Especially in the Yan Kingdom, the weather was hot. May was like midsummer. Being cooped up in a carriage all day was as scary as being placed in a steamer. Xiao Ji had always been very good at raising children. This time he agreed with Qin Fengwan's worries. It was too torturous to let such young twins travel. Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng and said, "You can either wait until the children are older and go next year. Or you can leave the children here. I'll take good care of them." Her godfather's bones were still buried on Dark Knight Island. Gu Jiao had already waited for a year. She couldn't let herself wait for a second year. Besides, even if the twins were a year older, they were still not suitable for a long journey. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng said softly, "You decide." Gu Jiao said, "Then let's leave the children in the capital." Xiao Heng held her hand. "You won't miss them?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "I'm fine. What about you?" Xiao Heng stroked her hair and said calmly, "Of course I'm fine." Once they returned to Lanting Courtyard, Xiao Heng went into his room and locked the door. He hugged the twins and didn't let go, his eyes red. They had prepared everything for the trip several months ago so they could set off at any time. The 2 first entered the palace to bid farewell to their grandaunt. It was true that their grandaunt hoped to keep them by her side forever, but the children had grown up. They had to go out to explore and complete their own life's mission. What she needed to do was to guard their home and wait for their return each time. After leaving the Imperial Palace, the young couple went to Jade Water Alley and Marquis Ding Anne's manor to bid farewell. By the time they returned to the princess residence, it was already dark. However, it was on this night that something unexpected happened. The twins had disappeared. "Wu, it's all my fault. I didn't keep an eye on the young master and young miss." Yuya was sobbing at the door, gasping for breath. Gu Jiao didn't blame her. Instead, she calmly asked, "Don't cry first. What happened? Tell me in detail." Yuya narrated everything that had happened tonight in full detail. The twins stayed at Princess Xan Yang's place for an entire day. She only brought them back when night fell. The twins were very energetic and didn't have any intention of sleeping. She placed them together on Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's bed, wanting them to play for a while. She was in her room making knots. The kitchen staff came over and asked her if she wanted to prepare a midnight snack for the young Marquis and young Madam. She went out and told that person about a few snacks that the 2 liked to eat. At that time I was standing at the door, here? Yuya pointed at the place where she had spoken with the kitchen staff and cried, I didn't expect that in such a short time. When I entered the room again, Yen and Song were gone. Was Long Yi in the residence at that time? Xiaoheng asked. Yuya wiped her tears and pointed forward. He was in the courtyard sharpening charcoal. After Yen and Song disappeared, he went out to look for them. Someone had sneaked into the residence and stolen the twins. This was the first reaction of the two. But judging from the place Yuya was pointing at, Long Yi was facing the door at that time. No assassin could sneak into the courtyard under Long Yi's nose, let alone steal the twins. Xiaoheng entered the room and carefully inspected it. He concluded, there was no fourth person who came in. The three people were Yuya and the twins. Gu Jiao frowned, since no one came, how did Yen and Song disappear? Xiaoheng's gaze fell on the bedside table. I remember that when you went out this morning, you left the small medicine box here. Gu Jiao nodded, yes, The small medicine box is also gone. Known, it was impossible to steal the small medicine box. So, it was the small medicine box that stole the twins. Gu Jiao exploded on the spot. She clenched her small fists and her face darkened on the spot. State Preceptor Hall. A young man wearing a white crescent state preceptor robe stepped into the Qilin Hall. The disciples on duty in the hall saluted him, State Preceptor. Yi Qing nodded. He was wearing a mourning ring on his arm, but no one knew who it was for. He walked through the long aisle on the right side of the Qilin Hall and came to the front of the secret room at the end. He said to the two men guarding the secret room, I'll go in and clean up. You open the door. Yes, State Preceptor. The two men obeyed the instructions of the newly appointed young State Preceptor and took out the key to open the secret room. Yi Qing stepped into the place that his master had told him to guard for the rest of his life. However, as soon as he lit up the oil lamp, he saw that the place that was supposed to be empty was actually filled with two adorable little babies. Ah! He was shocked, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Chapter 961. After Shangguan Yen ascended the throne, she changed the name of the emperor's bedroom to Fenglin Palace. The peak of April was the mildest time of the year, neither hot nor cold, neither dry nor humid. Shangguan Yen was sitting in the study room of Fenglin Palace, reviewing memorials. On her desk, there were two picture frames that Gu Jiao asked the Shadow Division to bring from Zhao country. Inside there were portraits of twins. Every time she was mentally and physically exhausted by the matters of the imperial court, she only needed to look at the portraits of the twins to feel all of her fatigue vanish into thin air. She looked at the twins, and her eyes flashed with a touch of doting and longing. She was born for so long, but she still hasn't seen the two little guys. She heard that Jiao Jiao and Aheng were coming to Yen country, but the twins were still small and couldn't stand the long distance. They should stay in Zhao country. It was really regrettable that she couldn't see them when they were young. Shangguan Yen sighed. Suddenly Wu Cixi walked in with small steps and bowed, Your Majesty. Shangguan Yen looked at his expression and knew that someone else came. She helplessly said, Who is it this time? The beauties in the harem were really restless. Every night they would make all kinds of chance encounters or they would recommend themselves to the bed. When she was the Empress Dowager, she thought that only women were difficult to deal with. When she became the emperor, she found that men were enchanting and there was basically nothing for women to do. There were a few little demons who looked very attractive. Wu Cixi smiled and said, It's State Preceptor. Shangguan Yan's pen movement paused. Yi Qing? A quarter of an hour later, Yi Qing came to Shangguan Yan's study with a baby in his left hand and a baby in his right hand. Those who knew said that he had something to do, but those who didn't know thought that he brought the baby to the door and called Shangguan Yan to be responsible for him and the baby. Everyone in Fenglin Palace was dumbfounded. No wonder Her Majesty was indifferent to all kinds of handsome men in the harem. It turned out that State Preceptor Yi, this coquettish bitch, got there first. Yi Qing, what are you doing? Shangguan Yan expressed that she was also very confused. In the middle of the night, a man came looking for her with a child, and even showed an indescribable expression. No matter how she thought about it, it was so scary. I won't really do anything to you, right? You gave birth to the child? You went to the Dark Night Island and didn't come back for so long. Were you hiding for 10 months to give birth alone? Shangguan Yan's mind flashed with an absurd conjecture and she couldn't help but be shocked. She shook her head like a rattled drum, waiting for Yi Qing to give her a reasonable explanation. Yi Qing gently put the child on the table, took out the small medicine box from the basket and put it on the table. Then Shang Guanyin was dumbfounded again. First of all, she had a portrait of the twins. She looked at it day and night and had long imprinted their appearance in her mind. Of course, there was a difference between a portrait and a real person, but the difference between people was not that big. Two little guys. One was a replica of little Jiao Jiao, and the other was a replica of little Aheng. They were the biological ones, right? Looking at the small medicine box again, it was clearly Gu Jiao's. There was no mistake, right? Jiao Jiao and Aheng came? Shang Guanyin excitedly asked. Yi Qing was scared. He hated that half of his soul had not returned to his body. He expressionlessly said, "No, only the two of them came. Shang Guanyin, Zhao Country, Princess's Manor." Gu Jiao's murderous aura filled the entire manor. Even Xiaoheng did not dare to provoke her. Her small fists were clenched. "I think you want to be chopped up and burned as firewood." There was no need to guess where the small medicine box took the child. The State Teacher Hall's operating room, bet a pack of spicy strips. She was not worried that no one would find out. The operating room was guarded by death soldiers. When the child cried inside, Yi Qing would be called. This small medicine box is getting more and more naughty, and its ability is getting bigger and bigger. Clearly, it could only teleport itself in the past, but now it can carry the twins. Does this mean that its energy is also recovering little by little? The reason for this doubt was that Gu Jiao began to suspect a long time ago that tearing space was not an easy task for the small medicine box. It may consume all of its energy. This was probably why she had seen a small, tattered medicine box when she had first arrived. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hands and muttered, "So, what is the origin of the small medicine box? How many surprises will there be after it recovers to 100%? Oh, it could also be a scare. Because the twins set off early, the original departure 3 days later was changed to early morning. Mother, don't worry about me too much, I will soon." Xiaoheng had not finished his reluctant farewell when Princess Xanyang threw his bag into the carriage. "When you return to Zhao Country, remember to bring Yin and Song back." "Xiaoheng, am I still the most beloved son in your heart? So love will disappear, right?" On the other side, Chang Kuan and Chang Jing also planned to set off. Chang Kuan and Marquis Xianping fought. The reason was that Marquis Xianping asked Chang Kuan to bring back the betrothal gifts. He did not have a daughter to marry Chang Jing. Chang Kuan said that the Dark Knight Island did not mind waiting for Xiao Yi to grow up. Then he was beaten by Marquis Xianping. Chang Kuan limped out with a big bump on his head. His face was bruised and swollen as he said to Chang Jing, "Your father for your marriage." "I didn't even fight back," Chang Jing said unjustly. "I didn't say I was going to marry her, didn't I lie to you? I just wanted to leave the island." The next second, Chang Jing was also beaten. After growing up, he finally got beaten by his old father. The father and son sat face to face in the carriage, each holding a piece of ice wrapped in a handkerchief and sticking it to their swollen faces. Xiao Yi, who was 1 year and 4 months old, was held in Princess Xanyang's arms. She waved goodbye to them. "Uncle Chang Chang, see you? Brother Chang Chang, Jing, see you?" She wanted to say goodbye, but she was still young and could not express herself properly. The two of them also waved goodbye to her. Xiao Yi liked Chang Jing very much, but Chang Jing was too ugly after being beaten up. Xiao Yi cried because of his ugliness. Not long after, Duke N's carriage also arrived. Little Jing Kong jumped down from the carriage and clattered onto Gu Jiao's carriage. "Jiao Jiao, I've brought Daddy over." The way he addressed her changed according to how Gu Jiao addressed him. After Gu Jiao called Duke and father, little Jing Kong also changed the way he addressed him. Gu Jiao looked at the handsome little face in front of her and smiled. "Jing Kong is great. Xiaoheng, haha. You're almost 8 years old. It's shameful to act cute." Xiaoheng asked indifferently, "You're going to the Yen Kingdom too?" Little Jing Kong said with arms akimbo, "Of course I'm going." "Where did Jiao Jiao go?" "I'm going there." Xiaoheng said indifferently, "Don't you need to study?" Little Jing Kong said, "You're there." Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. "Don't you need to practice martial arts?" Little Jing Kong spread his hands and smiled. "Long Yi is there." Xiaoheng was speechless. His whole family was full of big shots and had great resources. Little Jing Kong still akimbo and said arrogantly, "Humph! Don't you think you can monopolize Jiao Jiao?" Xiaoheng didn't argue with him but said calmly, "Little Shi." The horse king rushed over like lightning and made a sharp turn at the gate of the mansion. The horse's hooves were split. Little Jing Kong's attention was successfully attracted. Eh? Little Shi is here. Jiao Jiao, can I ride little Shi? Okay. Gu Jiao replied. Someone who didn't know that he was tricked by his bad brother-in-law valiantly rode little Shi. The Black Wind King led the entire convoy. His eyes were cold and his aura was powerful. Even though he wasn't going to war, he was still exuding a murderous aura even though he was just strolling through the busy streets. It was 17 years old. Fortunately, it hadn't aged and could create more legends. Gu Jiao didn't allow the horse to ride on the street. Little Jing Kong and the Horse King couldn't bear it anymore. They finally got out of the capital city. One man and one horse decisively galloped on the open and flat official road. Little Shi. Just a little faster. Faster. Wow. I'm flying. Ha ha ha. Bad brother-in-law can't catch up. The whole official road was filled with his little demonic voice. Horse King. Zhen wants to remind you Jiao Jiao can't catch up either. Little Jing Kong didn't show off for long. It rained heavily and one man and one horse were drenched. This year the rain was especially heavy. After it rained in Zhao country, it rained in Yin country, and after it rained in Zhongzhou. Even Manager Zheng's old legs were getting cold. Just as the group of people were bitterly rushing on the road, the twins were comfortably lying in Yin country's most magnificent Feng Lin palace. They slept on soft and warm mattresses, covered with light and smooth quilts, and enjoyed the super luxurious treatment of 10 wet nurses. It's just that they were used to drinking milk powder and refused to drink breast milk. The wet nurses were only responsible for coaxing them to sleep. Originally, Shangguan Yin and Yi Qing were worried about the children's rations. Who would have thought that Yi Qing accidentally knocked the small medicine box off the table? The small medicine box fell to the ground and spat out a can of milk powder. Then it smacked its lips and spat out 2 milk bottles. The stunned Yi Qing. Chapter 962. More after Shangguan Qing returned to the Yen kingdom, Shangguan Yin conferred him the title of the eldest son of the emperor. The people had never seen the former eldest son of the emperor, so they didn't know the change in his appearance. Therefore they didn't have any doubts about the imperial edict. As for the people who had seen him, the enemies like Gong Sun Yu were already dead. As for the people who were on his side like Wenren Chong, they were all the confidants of the Shenyuan family in the State Master Hall. They wouldn't spread the news that was unfavorable to Shangguan Qing. As for Taoish Qing Feng and Wang Su, the former was face-blind and couldn't remember his appearance. As for the latter, Shangguan Qing chose to tell the truth. That's about it. My mother was worried that the State Master Hall wouldn't treat me if my identity was exposed. So she asked me to wear my brother's face. On a black awning boat in the Imperial Palace's supreme liquid pool, Shangguan Qing put his hands behind his head and looked up at the starry sky. Wang Su sat beside him. After hearing the whole truth, he couldn't calm down for a long time. So, the eldest son of the emperor I saw in the State Master Hall was not you? Shangguan Qing held a green foxtail in his mouth and said casually, "It was my brother." Wang Su stood up with a swoosh. His movement was so big that the whole boat shook. Shangguan Qing looked at him in astonishment. He said sadly, "How could you do this?" Shangguan Qing was stunned. "It's my fault for hiding it from you," Wang Su said bitterly. "You betrayed me. You told your brother our secret signal." Shangguan Qing was speechless. "Isn't your point a bit off?" He wanted to say that he didn't tell them. These secret signals were all guessed by themselves. Besides, it wasn't their secret. He learned it from the State Master. He couldn't guarantee that the State Master didn't tell others. He looked at Wang Su embarrassedly. "Old Wang, you've changed?" Wang Su clenched his fists tightly and turned his face away. "You used to call me Old Wang next door." Shangguan Qing was speechless. Lao Wang was too difficult to coax. After coming ashore from the supreme liquid pool, Shangguan Qing felt that his vitality was severely overdrawn. He didn't even want to walk. He ordered the palace servants to bring a sedan chair and sat on it to Fenglin Palace. In the Yen Kingdom, adult princes had to leave the palace and build another mansion. This was a rule set by the ancestors and also to avoid suspicion with the concubines in the harem. However, the beauties in this harem were all men. What was there for Shangguan Qing to avoid? He settled down in the palace. He planned to first go to his mother's place to pay his respects and freeload a midnight snack on the way. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered Shangguan Yan's bedroom, he smelled a milky fragrance, followed by a burst of babbling sounds. He frowned and walked toward the inner hall with a strange expression. He saw his mother sitting on the bright yellow dragon bed, holding a baby in her arms, feeding him with a milk bottle. Yi Qing sat on a stool beside the bed, also holding a baby and feeding him with a milk bottle. His hair stood on end. It can't be, right? I just went out for a while. Mother, you and Yi Qing already have a family of 4. You don't want so many beauties in the harem, so you like Yi Qing. He had to say that in this regard, the mother and son's brain circuits were the same. Mother? He was so scared that his voice was muffled. Shang Guanyin smiled at him. Come here and see your little nephew and niece. It turned out that it was not a younger brother or sister, but a nephew and niece. He breathed a sigh of relief and almost thought that Yi Qing had become his father. His little nephew and niece only had a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. He strode over and asked excitedly, Stinky brother is here? Shang Guanyin repeated Yi Qing's words one by one. No, only the 2 of them are here. Shang Guanqing. The dragon and phoenix twins began their life in the great Yan imperial palace. Shang Guanyin would never wrong her pair of little grandsons. The next day she took the twins to the court and publicly announced that she had found the long-lost second prince Shang Guanheng not long ago. She conferred the son of the second prince as the Prince of Yongla, and conferred the daughter of the second prince as the Princess of Kangning. The great Yin welcomed the imperial grandsons of the Dragon and Phoenix Emperor. As a result, before the father could enjoy the treatment of a prince for even a day, the twins had already become imperial grandsons who were greatly favored by the emperor. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng arrived in Xingdu at the end of June. Because of the bad weather, the journey that could have been finished in 1.5 months took an extra month. When Wu Cixi went to the palace gate to greet the second prince and the young commander, he almost didn't recognize them. Was this swarthy Xiaohei couple really the handsome little master, as well as the little commander who was said to have recovered her devastatingly beautiful appearance? Xiaoheng said with no love for life, just now, a charcoal chariot, overturned. The 2 people first sent Dukan back to his mansion before entering the palace. On the way, little Shi knocked over a charcoal chariot, covering the 2 people's faces with dust. However, it was true that the 2 people were tanned and lost weight. Wu Cixi invited the 2 people to Fenglin Palace. His Majesty is in the court and will come over in a moment. Young prince and young princess can enjoy the cool air in the pavilion. The 2 people went to the pavilion. Little Milk Bun was born on the 9th of February. Now he was almost 5 months old. He was white and chubby, and his little arms and legs were like lotus roots. Moreover, because Long Yi didn't give Xiao Yan a midnight meal, and Xiao Yi snatched food from Xiao Tsong gradually caught up with Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Tsong tried very hard to be a quiet and beautiful little boy, the instinct of a baby made him move his little arms and legs from time to time. In particular, there was a strange telepathy between the twins. Often when Xiao Yan called out, he would also uncontrollably make a sound. The 2 people happened to hear Xiao Tsong's sound, and the exhaustion of the journey disappeared in a puff of smoke. They thought that after being separated for so long, the twins wouldn't recognize them, but who would have thought that they weren't? When the 2 of them washed up and appeared in front of the twins burst into tears. At this time they finally knew that they were missing their parents. Gu Jiao turned around and saw that Xiaoheng's eyes were also red. Gu Jiao. A person's temperament would undergo a series of changes along with the change of status. Since Shang Guanyin ascended the throne as the empress, she also imperceptibly had the majesty and fierceness of a ruler. She knew that this dynasty was unfair to women. At that time, she was able to become the Empress Dowager because of favorable conditions. First, her father was tyrannical enough to suppress his anger. Second, she was the only legitimate child of the Empress. Third, Xinyuan family was strong enough to give her strong support. But that feeling of dissatisfaction had always been there. After she ascended the throne, these problems gradually surfaced. She couldn't show the slightest weakness, otherwise she would be bitten by others. Only in front of people that she truly trusted and cared about would she remove her disguise. She came to the entrance of the bedroom and saw Xiaoheng playing with the twins. The murderous aura of an emperor faded, and endless gentleness filled her eyes. Xiaoheng turned his head and looked at her with a slight smile. Mother. Shang Guanyan's eyes became moist. Shang Guanqing did not know that his stinky younger brother had entered the palace today. He went out to play. Shang Guanyin and the young couple ate lunch in Fenglin Palace. This was the first time that Shang Guanyin saw Gu Jiao without the birthmark. She was shocked. Although she guessed that Gu Jiao would be very beautiful without the birthmark, she never thought that she would be so beautiful. If she went to the military camp like this, Those young men would go crazy, right? Jiao Jiao eat. Sheng Guanyin gave Gu Jiao a piece of soft rock sugar pork shoulder. Aheng said that you like to eat this. Gu Jiao tasted it. The sauce was very thick with rock sugar and braised ingredients. Coupled with a handful of red pepper, the taste was completely immersed in the meat. Although it was spicy, it was sweet and not greasy, spicy and not dry. Gu Jiao liked it very much. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked her, "Right, mother, how is your injury? Does it still hurt?" Xiao Heng looked at Sheng Guanyin. Gu Jiao was referring to the 8 nails in her back. Sheng Guanyin shook her head. "It didn't hurt a long time ago. I don't feel any different from before." Gu Jiao said, "Then let's go to the Imperial Tutor's Hall in a while. I will take out the screws for you." Sheng Guanyin thought for a while. "Does it hurt?" Gu Jiao said, "I used anesthetics, it doesn't hurt." In the afternoon, the 3 went to the Imperial Tutor's Hall. Yui came to meet the 3 people. When he saw Gu Jiao, he didn't dare to recognize her. Of course, he already knew Gu Jiao's true identity from his senior brother. He also heard that Gu Jiao had recovered her appearance, but wasn't this recovery a bit too much? Was she really not a fairy that descended to the world? Gu Jiao curved her lips. "Long time no see, little Master Yu He." Her voice was also different. When Gu Jiao was dressed as a man, she used a young man's voice. Yu He was shocked to the extreme, but fortunately Yi Qing came over. Yi Qing took them to the secret room. Sheng Guanyan's condition was good. All the test results were normal. The operation to remove the pedicle screws was also very successful. Sheng Guanyin stayed in the operating room for observation for 24 hours. Xiao Heng accompanied her. Gu Jiao came out of the secret room and said to Yi Qing, who was guarding the door, "Take me to pay respects to your master." Yi Qing was stunned. He opened his mouth. "You?" Gu Jiao's eyes swept over the mourning cloth on his arm. "Let's go." Yi Qing's throat slid, the emotions in his chest rolled, his throat swelled, and suddenly an impulse to cry. He didn't ask how Gu Jiao guessed. If she didn't have such a clever mind, she couldn't have become the first Lord of the Shadows. He took Gu Jiao to the purple bamboo forest. The small study there was carefully tidied up. Except for the small clay figurines and portraits that were given to Gu Jiao, the rest of the furnishings were unchanged. Jing Yinin's graffiti was also there. As if this person didn't disappear from their side, he still lived in their lives. Just by looking back, they could see a certain sage-like state preceptor standing at the door. Gu Jiao stroked Jing Yinin's picture album. "Did your master pass away peacefully?" Yi Qing said sadly, "I heard from Yu He that he was very peaceful." He lied to Gu Jiao. In fact, he didn't see his master for the last time. The person who went to the Dark Night Island to find him was not his master, but Yu He, who held his master's letter. Gu Jiao whispered, "Is it for Shen Yuanqi?" Shen Yuanqi's life had come to an end in Ghost Mountain. In the Battle of Puqing City, he had exhausted all his strength. He could survive and get better day by day. Perhaps it was not only a miracle created by the purple grass poison. Yi Qing choked and nodded. Master said that he was sorry for the Shenyuan family, and he paid his life to Shen Yuanqi. It was also atonement to the Shenyuan family. It was only later that he understood why his master asked him to go to the border and even gave him the purple grass poison. His master had predicted Shen Yuanqi's fate and also predicted his character. He would not leave Shen Yuanqi in the lurch. Everything was in his master's plan. From the day he left the state preceptor's hall for the border, his master had been waiting for death peacefully in Xingdu. Gu Jiao murmured, "No wonder when I saw him after coming back from the border, he was so old. He changed Shen Yuanqi's fate and exhausted his life." Yi Qing turned around and wiped his tears. After calming down, he said to Gu Jiao, "Master knows that you are Jing Yinin." He told Shen Yuan Li that when Yinin was a child, Marshal Shen Yuan always secretly took her home for this reason. It was the greatest wish of Master and Marshal Shen Yuan to watch the Lord of Shadows grow up. Gu Jiao understood a lot in an instant. Was it because of this that Shen Yuan Li melted his armor and gave it to Jing Yinin? Was it also because of this that he insisted on letting Jing Yinin practice martial arts no matter how weak she was when she was a child? Yi Qing thought of his master, and tears came out involuntarily again. Master said that he couldn't protect Yinin well, but they all hoped to protect you. He changed Shen Yuanqi's fate not only because he owed the Shen Yuan family, but also because he hoped that there could be someone stronger than himself in this world to protect you. Gu Jiao stroked the 2 words Yinin, inscribed by the state preceptor on the picture album. She raised her hand and pressed her heart, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable here. Chapter 963. After paying respects to the state preceptor in the purple bamboo forest, Gu Jiao went to the operating room to check on Shangguan Yan's situation. Shangguan Yan fell asleep. Xiao Heng said that she didn't feel any discomfort, but she was a little hungry. When mother wakes up, she can eat some porridge. Gu Jiao said and then said, I'll go to Guogong Fu. I promised Jing Kong to pick him up tonight. Little Jing Kong and Long Yi accompanied Guogong Fu back home. Xiao Heng raised his hand to tidy up the hair on her temples. I'll pick you up later. Okay. Gu Jiao responded and turned out of the operating room. Jiao Jiao. Xiao Heng softly called her. Are you okay? Gu Jiao didn't tell Xiao Heng about the state preceptor, but since Gu Jiao could guess it, Xiao Heng naturally couldn't be unaware. Her emotions were lighter than ordinary people, but as long as she cared about a person, even the slightest emotion couldn't escape her eyes. Gu Jiao paused at the door, suddenly turned around, walked in front of him and put her forehead on his strong chest. Every time she was depressed, she would seek comfort in his arms in this way. Xiao Heng gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist and stroked her head comfortingly with his other hand. In fact, even if Xiao Heng didn't find out, she could deal with her emotions. But he always found out and comforted her in time. He never said a word to her not to be sad. She was also a human, she could be sad, she didn't need to be so strong. Shangguan Yin slept for the whole afternoon and finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw her son and daughter-in-law hugging each other. She opened her mouth. Well, she was full. She was full of dog food. Xiao Heng hugged Gu Jiao and comforted her. Gu Jiao's forehead was still pressed against his warm and firm chest, a pair of white hands pinching his belt. This was a sign that her mood had improved. Mother is awake, she whispered. Xiao Heng's eyes flickered and his eyelashes trembled. I'm leaving. Gu Jiao curled her lips wickedly and turned to leave the operating theater, leaving Xiao Heng alone to face the awkward scene of the bag being grabbed. Gu Jiao rode on Black Wind King's horse. She had also ridden the Black Wind King in Zhao country, but it felt different. The familiar streets, the familiar atmosphere, and the sound of heavy traffic evoked endless memories. The Heavenly Fragrance Academy, the archery tournament, the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander, everything was still vivid in his mind as if it had happened yesterday. Gu Jiao patted Black Wind King's neck and said, Boss, let's go to the Duke's public house. Black Wind King galloped with Gu Jiao on the familiar streets. Its aura was too strong and could easily scare other horses, so it tried to avoid the crowd and walked through empty alleys. When one person and one horse walked halfway, a broken tile suddenly flew in front of them. Seeing that it was about to hit Gu Jiao, Black Wind King turned right and agilely dodged. Then, more and more tiles and even hidden weapons came one after another. Someone was fighting. Where do you think you're going? Today either you die or I die. Gu Jiao frowned. This voice, boss. She held the reins tightly and her eyes were like torches. Black Wind King and she had a tacit understanding from the battlefield. It sped up and galloped forward like lightning. It was a dilapidated alley. A third of the wall at the end had collapsed, but it was still taller than a person. Gu Jiao tightened her grip on the horse's belly and lifted it slightly. Black Wind King jumped over the wall. Gu Jiao did not bring the red-tasseled spear, but she had other weapons with her. She untied the whip that was wrapped around her waist, and with a wave of her hand, she swung it at the two people who were fighting with each other. The black-clothed man seemed to have the upper hand. He thrust his sword at the veiled woman on the ground. But before he knew it, his wrist holding the sword was suddenly grabbed by a powerful force. He was shocked and turned his head to look. Black Wind King raised its front hooves and stomped on him. He tried to pull the owner of the whip off the horse, but he obviously did not have the strength to do so. He could only choose to dodge to the side. On the surface, it looked like he had dodged the attack. However, Gu Jiao pulled with a backhand motion, sending him flying into the air and slamming him against the thick wall. Ah! The man in black felt a sharp pain in his chest and back. He screamed as he fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Jiao jumped off the horse. When he was about to get up, she stepped on his chest and mercilessly stomped him back to the ground. The man in black felt like all the bones in his body were broken. His head hit the ground and his brain was almost scattered. Gu Jiao ignored his pain and turned to look at the woman on the side. Teacher's wife Nan, are you all right? That's right, the person being chased by the man in black was Teacher's wife Nan, who she had not seen in a long time. When Teacher's wife Nan heard Gu Jiao's voice, she couldn't help being stunned. She looked at Gu Jiao's face and didn't dare to recognize her. It's me, Teacher's wife Nan. Gu Jiao said. Teacher's wife Nan's eyes almost popped out. Jiao Jiao? Your face. Oh, the birthmark is gone. Gu Jiao said. She glanced at the man in black under her feet and asked, Teacher's wife Nan, who is he? Teacher's wife Nan stood up with the help of the wall. She patted the dust off her body and came to Gu Jiao's side. He's from the Tang sect. Then she moved her fingertips and shot out a poisonous needle, sealing the man's throat. Gu Jiao took her foot back and asked Teacher's wife Nan, Teacher's wife, what's going on? Earlier you said that you would stay in Chengdu to deal with some personal matters. Is it related to the Tang sect? Teacher's wife Nan sighed helplessly. It's a long story. Gu Jiao looked around. Where's Master Lu? Teacher's wife Nan said, he went to kill another disciple of the Tang sect. I arranged to meet him at Li's tea house. Gu Jiao knew that tea house. She had brought little Jing Kong there to eat the snacks. It was 3 miles away on by Luo Street. She said, I'll accompany Teacher's wife Nan to wait for Master Lu. Teacher's wife Nan asked, will it delay you? No. Gu Jiao shook her head. She had to prioritize things. She believed that little Jing Kong would not be angry. The two rode the Black Wind King to Li's tea house and asked for a room on the 2nd floor facing the street. Gu Jiao opened the window and sat beside it with Teacher's wife Nan. The view here was very good. They could see the whole street. If Master Lu came nearby, they could see him at first glance. Gu Jiao poured a cup of tea for Teacher's wife Nan. Right, Jiao Jiao, why did you come to Yan country? Also, your birthmark, how did it disappear? I heard that you and Aheng got married. It's a pity that I couldn't attend your wedding. I'm really sorry. Teacher's wife Nan had too many things to say. She was not only concerned about Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's situation, but also missed Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan. Actually, it's not a birthmark. It's a mark of chastity. Gu Jiao told her the abbot's drunken blunder. After Teacher's wife Nan heard it, she did not know what to say. After that, Gu Jiao told her about the other people's recent situation. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were studying at Qinghe Academy. Gu Qingfeng was a captain in the military camp and did not go to the academy. They would all study martial arts in the future. Gu Changqing inherited the Gu family army and married Yuan Baolin. Xiao Heng became a junior advisor in July last year. At the end of the year, Grand Secretary Yuan's health was not good and he handed in his resignation document. In February this year, Xiao Heng took over the position of Grand Secretary. Grandmother-in-law and son-in-law were very healthy. Grandmother-in-law returned to his original position and often visited the imperial palace. Gu Xiaobao was 2.5 years old. He was a lazy and smart child. Yao Shi was also doing well. Aheng and Jing Kong also came. Aheng is in the imperial palace. Jing Kong is in Duke An's manor. Gu Jiao spoke in detail, slow and patient. Seeing that everyone was well, Teacher's wife Nan was very happy. That's good, that's good. But Teacher's wife Nan, what's the situation on your side? Ha! Teacher's wife Nan touched her face with her veil. Speaking of which, it's an old grudge. That year, I left the Tang sect because my martial arts were crippled. I did not owe the Tang sect anything. I naively thought that the Tang sect would do as they said and would not make things difficult for me. Later on, I went to Zhao country and got to know your Master Lu. Speaking to this point, she paused then smiled slightly. You might have guessed it. Master Lu is Zhao country's Master Lu. He once received a favor from Elder Feng. At the time, Aheng came to him and had your Master Lu take Xiaoshan and a Yen as disciples and he agreed. Gu Jiao had indeed guessed this about Master Lu's identity. Thus, hearing what Teacher's wife Nan said, she did not feel too surprised. Teacher's wife Nan recalled and said, when I first got together with your Master Lu, my face was not disfigured. Unfortunately, I was noticed by the Emperor of Zhao country when I was sightseeing. I don't know what the Emperor of Zhao country was thinking. He clearly knew that I was already someone's wife, but he still invited the two of us into the imperial palace. He hosted a banquet in the imperial garden for the two of us. During the banquet, everyone drank a bit of wine. I went to the pavilion to the side to sober up and did not think that I would offend Empress Xiao. What happened after that? Gu Jiao asked. Teacher's wife Nan picked up her teacup and smiled bitterly. After that, we left the banquet. On the way back, your Master Lu and I encountered an assassination attempt. My face was disfigured at that time. The culprit escaped without a trace, and I have not been able to find them after so many years. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Normal people would probably think that it was done by Empress Xiao. Teacher's wife Nan nodded. That's right. Your Master Lu and I suspected it at first, but so what if we suspected her? She is the Empress of Zhao country and is the younger sister of Marquis Xianping. We are alone and weak, so we could not do anything to her. Your master Lu hates Empress Xiao and also hates the source of the tragedy, the Emperor of Zhao country. If it was not for him coveting my beauty and inviting the two of us into the palace, I would not have offended Empress Xiao. He no longer works for the court and has been living in seclusion ever since. Not long after you left for battle last year, I once again encountered the culprit that had disfigured me. Chapter 964. It's people from the Tang sect? Gu Jiao combined what happened today and came up with this guess. A cold light flashed past Mistress Nan's eyes. That's right, it's people from the Tang sect. I managed to get a lot of information out of that person. Only then did I find out that the Tang sect has always been brooding over my departure. Just like Qi Xian, they all think that I secretly comprehended some incredible cultivation method, which allowed me to learn the highest martial arts of the sect. They have always wanted to capture me and bring me back. Gu Jiao didn't ask why Mistress Nan didn't say so earlier. She understood Mistress Nan's personality, she didn't want to cause trouble for them. She looked at Mistress Nan and said seriously, Mistress Nan, leave the Tang sect to me. Mistress Nan looked at her in shock. What do you want to do? Gu Jiao said lightly, flatten the Tang sect. The Jianghu sects and the imperial court have always minded their own business. Even Qi Xian left the Tang sect before joining the Han family. Gu Jiao had no intention to make things difficult for the Jianghu sects, but if anyone from the Tang sect dared to bully the Dragon King's temple, then they shouldn't blame the Black Wind Camp's cavalry for trampling on the Tang sect's mountain. Jiao Jiao. Mistress Nan didn't want to trouble Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked into her eyes. Mistress Nan, the Gu family asked me for 20 years to buy off their relationship with Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshuan's parents personally received the 2 silver ingots. They were very happy. A useless son could be sold for 20 years, they felt that it was a good deal. Mistress Nan never expected that there was such a terrible truth behind Gu Xiaoshuan's break with the Gu family. You and Master Lu treat Xiaoshan as your own son. I don't want Xiaoshan to lose his parents who love him so much. Mistress Nan was silent. Gu Jiao continued, what's more, when I Yen was injured, didn't you all come to the Yen kingdom regardless of everything? Master Nan and Master Lu's kindness to his 2 younger brothers could not be described in a few words. Gu Jiao would not allow anyone to harm Nan Shenyang. The 2 of them sat for a while longer before Master Lu came over in a hurry. Nan Shenyang waved at him from the 2nd floor. He looked up and saw his madam first. There was no doubt about it. But who was the young lady opposite madam? He went to the side room. Are you hurt? Madam Nan asked. I didn't. What about you? Master Lu asked. I'm fine too. Let's see who's here. Madam Nan smiled at Gu Jiao. You definitely won't recognize her. Master Lu's gaze fell on Gu Jiao's flawless face. After a long while he stammered, It can't be Jiao Jiao, right? Master Lu. Gu Jiao greeted him with a smile. Master Lu staggered and bumped into the wall beside him. So it really was Jiao Jiao? Did she change her face? No, her facial features were no different from before. But without the birthmark, it was as if she had been reborn. Jiao Jiao's face is better now. Madame Nan did not mention the chastity mark. Master Lu only thought that Gu Jiao's medical skills were superior. He was quite pleased that she cured herself. He did not judge people by their appearance. Gu Jiao did not either. But as an elder he still did not want those bad looks to fall on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao asked, Master Lu, Madame Nan, where do you live now? Is it still the same courtyard as before? Madame Nan said gently, we moved to the inner city. We live in Chuilu Lane. Gu Jiao said happily, it's in the same direction as the House of Duke. If you don't mind, you can go to the House of Duke for dinner tonight. Jing Kong will be very happy to see you. The 2 of them found it difficult to refuse such kindness. They went to a nearby car shop to rent a carriage and went to the House of Duke with Gu Jiao. The 3 of them went to the House of Duke and first. They did not see little Jing Kong. Instead they met another familiar figure. He was dressed in white and had a tall figure. His face was handsome and noble. Who else could it be other than Mu Qingqian? When Mu Qingqian heard that the House of Duke had returned to Chengdu, he immediately put down his work and came to visit. He had just come out of the House of Duke and did not expect to meet Gu Jiao at the door. Even Madame Nan had heard that the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry was actually a woman. As a member of the 10 great aristocratic families, how could he not know? Gu Jiao was wearing a green dress with narrow sleeves and a girdle. Her body was light and her waist was slim. The material of the dress was the best soft smoke gauze. When the sun shone on it, it reflected a thin layer of hazy light. This soft smoke gauze was a specialty of the Jin nation. It was a tribute from the Jin nation to the Empress. The Empress did not keep a single one for herself and sent them all to the house of Dukan. How did he know about this? It was because he was the one who counted and escorted the tribute from the Jin nation. His gaze finally fell on Gu Jiao's face. Then he was dumbfounded. Madame Nan sensed that the atmosphere was not right. She looked at Gu Jiao and said, "Jiao Jiao, your master Lu and I will first." "Madame Nan." Little Jing Kong's surprised voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Madame Nan looked at Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen with a smile and said, "Let's go to Jing Kong first. You two have a chat." Then she dragged Master Lu, who wanted to gossip, to meet Jing Kong. Gu Jiao's reaction was calmer than Mu Qingchen's. She tilted her head slightly and greeted Mu Qingchen as usual. "Mu Qingchen." She used her original voice. Mu Qingchen was stunned again. Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and thought for a while. "Well, long time no see. How are you?" Was this the way to exchange greetings after a long separation? It took Mu Qingchen a full minute to adapt to her identity as a woman, her appearance, and her voice. Countless emotions that Gu Jiao could not understand flashed across his eyes. He seemed to be in disbelief or something else. In short, it was very complicated. "Mu Qingchen, what's wrong with you?" Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen's hands under his wide sleeves clenched little by little. He walked slowly toward Gu Jiao and said in a hoarse voice, "I came here today not only to visit Dukan, but also to see you." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "See me? What's the matter?" Mu Qingchen looked around. "There are too many people here. Let's talk somewhere else." The people in the public house had been eliminated long ago. Those who were left were all trustworthy. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "Okay, wait for me." She went into the courtyard and arranged for Madame Nan and Master Lu to meet Dukan. Then she went to a secluded pavilion in the public house with Mu Qingchen. Gu Jiao stood in the pavilion and said to him, "You can tell me now." Mu Qingchen hesitated for a moment and took out a doll from his wide sleeve. It was an extremely terrifying doll. It had a bloody mouth, sharp teeth, blind eyes and bald hair. The memory that Gu Jiao had put aside came back to her. She had made a doll like this in her previous life. "Yinin gave it to me." Mu Qingchen looked into Gu Jiao's eyes and said. Gu Jiao was stunned for a moment. She took the doll and said, "You know. The state preceptor told me." Mu Qingchen clenched his fists and felt bitter. "So you didn't lie to me. You said you would come back. You really came back." Gu Jiao didn't have a complete memory of Jing Yinin. She couldn't remember what Mu Qingchen said. The only thing she was sure of was that Jing Yinin had mastered the secret of time travel. She knew she could come back here. Yinin's health has always been poor. Mu Qingchen said, "The purple grass poison couldn't completely merge with her. Back then the monarch sent someone to assassinate Yinin. But in fact the real cause of her death was the purple grass poison." The state preceptor even told Mu Qingchen this. Gu Jiao said, "What else do you know about Jing Yinin? For example, her other identity?" "You." Mu Qingchen looked at her with a complicated expression. It seemed that she didn't know about the Lord of Shadows. Gu Jiao returned the little doll to him. "Don't you want to take it back?" Mu Qingchen asked. "For you," Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen held the doll that had accompanied him for more than 10 years. He couldn't calm down the surging emotions in his chest. "I mean if..." Before he could finish speaking, Gu Jiao took a step forward and gently hugged him. Mu Qingchen froze and widened his eyes in disbelief. Gu Jiao said, "This is for you from Yinin." Mu Qingchen's arms trembled slightly. His eyes reddened unconsciously. He raised his head and forced the tears back to the corners of his eyes. He raised his arms and wanted to hug his Yinin. But his hands stopped in midair, an inch away from her. He was too late. Gu Jiao withdrew her hand and looked at him. She said seriously, "Mu Qingchen, thank you. Thank you for protecting Yinin. Thank you for taking care of Duke." And Mu Qingchen collected his emotions in time and said calmly, "I'm done. You should go and see Duke and don't let him wait too long." "I should go back." Gu Jiao said, "I'll see you off." Mu Qingchen said, "No, you go first." "Then okay." Gu Jiao said goodbye to him and turned to walk down the pavilion. Looking at the beautiful figure gradually disappearing in the twilight, Mu Qingchen finally couldn't bear it anymore. He turned around and closed his eyes. A drop of hot tears fell down. Chapter 965. Gu Jiao returned to the main courtyard of Duke An's mansion. The people of the second branch also came, and the courtyard was very lively. They didn't see the touching scene of Madame Nan and little Jing Kong acknowledging each other, but they saw the scene of second master Jing hugging his eldest brother and crying bitterly. "Oh, eldest brother. Why were you gone for so long? I thought you wouldn't come back." For a man to cry like that, it was really a bit unbearable to look at. Second Madame Nan pulled his sleeve and said awkwardly, "All right, everyone is here. Look at you." Duke An was also disgusted by his younger brother's tears and snot. Other than the couple of the second branch, there were a few unfamiliar faces in the courtyard. There was a 10-year-old boy and two 6- or 7-year-old girls. The three of them looked like second master Jing and second Madame Nan, so they must be their children. Gu Jiao didn't see them the last time she came to the Yen Kingdom. Later, she learned from Duke An that second Madame Nan's mother's condition was not good, so she sent the three children to Yu City, which was 100 miles away, to accompany their grandmother. Not long before her wedding with Xiao Heng, second Madame Nan's mother's condition suddenly worsened. Second Master Jing and his wife went to Yu City to visit old Madame Nan, so they missed their wedding. Second Madame Nan didn't want to bother with her husband. She took Madame Nan's hand and said softly, "Sorry for making a fool of ourselves. Let's go and admire the flowers." Madame Nan was a person of Jianghu. The noble ladies she met in the past all disdained to associate with people of Jianghu. Second Madame Nan was different from them. She could feel second Madame Nan's sincere acceptance. Jiao Jiao was surrounded by very good people. Madame Nan smiled and agreed. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong, who was showing off his height to Master Lu, saw Gu Jiao calmly walking over. For the sake of Jiao Jiao, little Jing Kong, who could give up everything, decisively left Master Lu behind and ran to Gu Jiao. "Jiao Jiao. I haven't seen you for a day. I miss you so much." Nonsense, they had clearly seen each other at the courtyard entrance just now. Gu Jiao patted his little head. In the past she could touch it just by stretching out her arm. Now she had to lift it up. Gu Jiao's arrival saved in Guogong from the fire and water. Finally, he didn't have to face his snotty brother anymore. Second Master Jing wanted to cry again. It would be best if he cried until his eldest brother wouldn't dare to abandon him in the future. But when his gaze landed on Gu Jiao, his crying stopped abruptly. He was originally a foppish and dissolute person. Back then, in order to see the beauties of the Azure Water Women's Academy, he had specially pushed his elder brother to watch the archery competition. Gu Jiao's clothes weren't luxurious at all. Her hair accessories and hairstyle were extremely simple. But the more simple it was, the more it highlighted her beauty and temperament. Second Master Jing swallowed his saliva. "It can't be, this is sixth son? What Lulang? It's Jiao Jiao." Second Madame glared at him, "And? She's your little niece." I know." He was simply stunned by her appearance. He didn't have any dirty thoughts. Second Madame introduced the three children of the second branch to Gu Jiao. The eldest son Jing Lan was 10 years old this year. The eldest daughter, Jing Li, was 7 years old this year. The second daughter, Jing Meng, was 5 years old this year. The three children obediently called her their eldest sister. The second branch didn't know that Gu Jiao was Gu Jiao, but they were certain that Gu Jiao was Duke An's eldest daughter. They heard that Duke An's stepmother was a virtuous woman. The son she gave birth to inherited her character. She taught her son well and chose a daughter-in-law for her son. She didn't care about family background and valued character. Gu Jiao had never seen the late old madam in this life, but she could feel the reason and kindness that the old madam had left behind in this harmonious family. "All right, it's getting late. Let's go to the dining room to eat." As Duke An spoke, he stood up from the wheelchair. Second Master Jing's body shook again. "Damn. What the hell?" His elder brother stood up. Duke An was getting better day by day. Not only could he stand, but he could also walk more than 10 steps. It wasn't too strenuous. The whole family ate dinner at Duke An's residence. After a long journey, Duke An's body couldn't take it anymore and wanted to rest. He said gently to Gu Jiao, "You should go back to the palace early to rest. You're going to visit your granduncle tomorrow, right? He's in the Black Wind camp. I'm afraid he doesn't know that you're back. You can give him a surprise if you go there." Little Jing Kong jumped up. "I want to go too. I want to go too." Gu Jiao curved her lips. "Okay. Master Lu and Mistress Nen also bid farewell to him. He smiled and said, Duke An's residence is Jiao Jiao's home. Master Lu and Mistress Nan are family. We should keep in touch with each other in the future. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay you a visit sometime. Master Lu was flattered. Oh, my humble house is shabby. Duke An thought that he agreed and said with a smile, then it's settled. I'll pay you a visit in 3 days. He wasn't being polite. He was sincerely trying to befriend these two people from Jianghu. Master Lu was happy and moved. He didn't refuse and told him his home's address. We'll be waiting for Duke An at any time. Coming out of the Duke An's residence, Gu Jiao looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. Ahing said that he would come to pick her up. Why didn't he come? Did something happen? Gu Jiao guessed correctly. Something did happen. Shangguan Yin needed to be operated on today to remove the screws. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng went to the state teacher's hall. The children were left in the imperial palace to be taken care of by Wu Cixi and the wet nurses. Long Yi wasn't there because Long Yi didn't stay in Xingdu instead. He went to Dark Night Island with Chang Kuan and his son. The imperial palace of De Yen was heavily guarded, so no bad people could sneak in. Before Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng arrived in Yen country, the twins lived peacefully like this. Therefore, no one felt that there was anything wrong with this arrangement. The problem was with a beauty in the imperial harem. This person's surname was Zhao. She was a beauty offered by the Dong family, one of the 10 great families. After Shangguan Yin ascended the throne, the power of the great families was reshuffled. The Nangong family and the Han family were completely removed. The remaining 9 great families also suffered great losses. In order to consolidate their power, the great families followed Jin country's example and offered beauties to the imperial palace. Among them there was one named Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was like his name. His face was delicate like jade, and his figure was tall and slightly thin. He belonged to the category of a weak willow in the wind. At dusk, when he was strolling in the imperial garden, he happened to see the twins being carried out by the wet nurse. Shangguan Yin had already announced to the public that the two were imperial grandsons. However, there was a secret rumor in the imperial palace. That was that Imperial Tutor Yi had used a secret technique from the state teacher's hall to give birth to a dragon for Shangguan Yin. In order to keep the secret, they announced to the public that they were the second prince's flesh and blood. There was no second prince before. How come when the twins came, the second prince popped out? Since they were the second prince's flesh and blood, why didn't they bring the second prince into the palace? The twins had been here for 2 months before the second prince and his wife arrived late. Don't tell me that the 2 children can come to the palace by themselves. Shangguan Yin must have spent 2 months to find a second prince from the people. The more Zhao Yu thought about it, the more he felt that he was too smart. He saw through everything that others did not see through. His Majesty gave all his love to the twins and did not even look at the beauties in the imperial harem. Only when the twins were gone would His Majesty notice the beauties in the imperial harem. Anger rose from the heart, and evil grew from the side. Zhao Yu, who usually did not dare to speak loudly for fear of offending people, was overwhelmed by jealousy at this moment and fell into a trance. He walked towards the twins. He was popular in the imperial harem, and the wet nurses also knew him. He smiled and went to greet the twins. No one knew that he actually knew a little about medicine. He knew that the palace was dangerous. In order to protect himself, he carried a self-defense poison all year round. That kind of poison was colorless and tasteless. After swallowing or inhaling it, nothing strange would happen for 3 days. It would not start to be toxic until the 4th day. Generally, when poisoned, they would only check what they ate and touched that day. They would never check the contact 3 days ago. This method was very safe. The young prince and the young princess are so cute, he said with a smile. The 2 wet nurses had already put the twins back in the cradle. Looking at the twins, it was hard for them not to agree with Beauty Zhao's words. The 2 little masters were really the most beautiful babies they had ever seen. The weather is very hot. Zhao Yu opened the folding fan and fanned himself first. Then, when no one was paying attention, he sprinkled the powder on the folding fan. He turned around and saw the twins looking at him with their eyes wide open. His eyebrows twitched. He suddenly felt guilty as if he had been caught in the act. Soon he calmed down. No, it was just 2 babies. So what if they saw? Could they understand or could they speak? Zhao Yu held the folding fan and walked towards the twins' cradle step by step. The twins looked at him for 3 seconds. Suddenly they clenched their fists in tacit understanding and cried loudly. Oh, what's wrong with the young princess and the young prince? The older wet nurse was the first to speak. Everyone surrounded them, wanting to see what was wrong with the little masters. Jianghu was suddenly blocked outside. Now he couldn't fan them no matter how hard he tried. However, there was always a way out. He inadvertently found the perfect opportunity to commit a crime. The cradle was placed in the pavilion. The floor was hard and there were steps below. As long as he tripped the wet nurse in front of him, she would fall on the cradle and throw the twins out. The children's heads were heavy. If they fell, they would definitely hit their heads on the ground. If he was lucky enough, they might even roll down the steps. This would undoubtedly kill them. He decisively stretched out his foot. The wet nurse really didn't see it. She tripped on the spot and toppled the cradle. "Ah, little master." She cried out involuntarily. Jianghu raised the corners of his lips proudly. But just as he was about to watch the two children fall to their deaths, something unexpected happened. The moment the two children hit the ground, they disappeared with a whoosh. Jianghu looked as if he had seen a ghost. His soul flew out and he fell on his butt to the ground. In the eastern suburbs of the imperial city, in a deserted and abandoned alley, Liao Chen, who had been chased for 3 days and 3 nights, finally couldn't take it anymore. He stopped and decided to fight to the death with the other party. He was dressed in a gray monk's robe and stood against the wind under the moonlight. His wide sleeves and robe fluttered in the night wind. He was clearly a monk, but he had an excessively delicate face and a pair of seductive peach blossom eyes. It was as if he was drunk with the nectar of a peach forest. Whoever saw this face wouldn't say a word. Where did this evil monk come from? However, the mole under his right eye gave him a sense of loneliness and mystery. The corners of his lips curled up. He sneered and said, "Cow nose, I've tolerated you for a long time. You don't really think I can't beat you, do you?" Taoist Qing Feng was dressed in a blue Taoist robe. His black hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. He had the air of an immortal. He said coldly, "I didn't ask you to be merciful." Liao Chen flicked his sleeves lightly and said with a smile, "I just stole your clothes and caused you to be watched by others under the moonlight. If worst comes to worst, I'll show you and you can come back." Taoist Qing Feng's eyes were cold. Shameless. He attacked Liao Chen with a killer move. Liao Chen narrowed his eyes. Is this stupid cow nose for real? Cow nose has improved a lot this year. He tapped his toes and flew into the air. The monk's robe couldn't contain his inner strength. His powerful aura overflowed, almost forming a terrifying phoenix. "Cow nose, it's time for you to see how powerful I am. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Once the merciful palm is used, it won't stop until you die. Take this." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward Taoist Master Qing Feng. "Wah!" A small and childish voice suddenly sounded behind him. His body stiffened and his breath stagnated. With a scream, he fell from the sky. Along with him, there was also a little baby crying for milk. He reached out and caught him. Taoist Qing Feng wanted to take the opportunity to stomp him to death, but at the same time, another baby fell from the sky and hit Taoist Qing Feng. Saving people was an instinct, not to mention such a small child. Taoist Qing Feng caught the little guy in time. The two of them didn't understand what had happened. The next second, a small medicine box fell from the sky. No one caught it. It fell to the ground alone. A cold wind blew, and the medicine box was as quiet as a chicken. Taoist Qing Feng and Liao Chen looked at the baby in their arms and were both stunned. Chapter 966. After a moment of shock, the two of them raised their heads at the same time. They first looked up at the sky, then looked around. Because Taoist Qing Feng had come here with the intention of killing Liao Chen, he didn't want to hurt the innocent. He had followed Liao Chen all the way out of the inner city and into this deserted area. It wasn't that there was no one within a 10-mile radius, but there were very few people here. Where did the child come from? Taoist Qing Feng asked in confusion. Liao Chen looked up at the bright moon. A trace of confusion flashed through his charming peach blossom eyes. He pointed at the boundless sky. "It seems like it fell from the sky. How is that possible?" Taoist Qing Feng said indifferently. "No knife in the world could kill a child." He stood up with the child in his arms. "What are you doing?" Liao Chen asked him. He looked around cautiously. "Someone must have been here just now." After saying this, he ignored Liao Chen and planned to look around with the child in his arms. However, he was stopped by Liao Chen. "Bullnose." Liao Chen raised his eyebrows and glanced at the way he held the child. "That's not how you hold a child." Taoist Qing Feng looked at the way he held the child. He really didn't understand what had gone wrong. Liao Chen complained, "Are you holding a book? Who holds a child with 2 arms?" Xiao Tsong's little face looked like it had nothing to live for. It seemed to be expressing its dissatisfaction. He looked like an immortal, but how could he be so bad at holding a child? Taoist Qing Feng refused to accept Xiao Tsong's look of disdain, but he still asked Liao Chen, "Then how should I hold it?" Liao Chen looked at him incredulously and sighed. "Taoist, oh Taoist, how did you grow up?" He was face-blind and had no sense of direction. He didn't even know how to hold a child. He clicked his tongue and stood up calmly in the face of Taoist Qing Feng's strong murderous aura. He demonstrated, "Look carefully. Such a small child should be held horizontally." His arms were long and his palms were big, so he could hold Xiao Yan firmly with just one hand. Xiao Yan lay in his arms, leaning against his firm and warm chest. Hearing the strong heartbeat that was similar to her father's, she felt a sense of security that she did not reject. Wow! Xiao Yan smiled at Liao Chen. Liao Chen raised his eyebrows proudly. He looked at Xiao Yan and then at Taoist Qing Feng. "See, when you hug him comfortably, the child will smile at you." Taoist Qing Feng lacked experience in raising a child. He only managed to learn Dust's hug after observing for a while. Why isn't he smiling? Taoist Master Qing Feng frowned as he looked at the aloof Xiao Kong. "Maybe he doesn't like you?" Liao Chen said with a faint smile. It didn't matter whether he liked her or not, but this time, it was Liao Chen who said it. "Still want to fight?" Liao Chen asked with a smile. In terms of martial arts, Liao Chen and Marquis Xianping could compete. Taoist Master Qing Feng gave him a cold stare, then turned to look for the mysterious person who brought the children here. However, even after searching through the attachments, he still couldn't find a single unfamiliar figure. Liao Chen didn't waste his time. He sat in place and played with the little guy in his arms. The little guy laughed when he was teased. It was very interesting. He wasn't surprised to see Taoist Master Qing Feng come back empty-handed. If the children didn't fall from the sky and someone really did throw them to them, then no matter what the other party's purpose was, they couldn't find them when they came, so they couldn't find them when they left. Liao Chen looked at the small medicine box on the ground and said, "Instead of looking for someone, why don't you take a look at this box? It seems to have fallen with the children." Taoist Master Qing Feng knelt down on one knee. The moonlight at the end of the month was too dim, so he took out a lighter. Liao Chen watched him blow the lighter over the children's heads and frowned. "Hey, be careful. Don't burn the children." Taoist Master Qing Feng paused. "Oh." He turned his head and blew the lighter in another direction. Xiao Tsong's little body was trembling. He also seemed to feel that this man was too dangerous. "Forget it. Let me do it." Liao Chen stood up and walked over, taking the lighter from his hand. He had raised Jing Kong before. A Jing Kong was worth 10 children, so he was the father of 10 children. Holding the children and holding the lighter didn't conflict at all. Under the light of the fire, the two saw the appearance of the small medicine box. "It's just an ordinary box," Taoist Master Qing Feng said. This wasn't like the secret room in the Grand Preceptor Hall, which was spotless. The small medicine box was smashed into the dust and became dirty. Liao Chen and Shi Yi didn't recognize it as Gu Jiao's box. "Open it and see," Liao Chen said. Taoist Master Qing Feng opened the box with his other hand. Something incredible happened. It was like a fake box. He couldn't open it at all. Even if he used his internal energy, it was still the same. Liao Chen handed the lighter to Taoist Master Qing Feng. "Take it. I'll try." Taoist Master Qing Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. "Do you think you're better than me?" Liao Chen chuckled. "It's not what I think. It's the truth." Then Liao Chen was slapped in the face. Slap. He snorted. "Stupid box." Taoist Master Qing Feng said, "Now we don't have a clue." Liao Chen carefully observed the faces of the two children and muttered, "Don't you think they look familiar?" Taoist Master Qing Feng couldn't tell. "Forget it. It's useless to ask you," Liao Chen said. "Let's find an inn first. There are a lot of mosquitoes at night. If you don't rest, they'll need a quiet place to sleep. How about we report this to the authorities?" Taoist Master Qing Feng suggested. Liao Chen sighed. "The yamen is far from here. Besides, there's no one to take care of such young children." Taoist Master Qing Feng didn't speak. Liao Chen said, "If you don't want to go to the inn, you can give the children to me. I can handle it alone." Taoist Master Qing Feng hit the nail on the head. "You want to take the opportunity to slip away again. The last time he left him in Chengdu, he searched for him for months. Then he left him in Zhao Kingdom and he searched for him for months again. He wouldn't fall for his trick this time. Liaochen waved his hand. As you wish. Then he walked forward with Xiao Yan in his arms. As he walked, he lowered his head to tease Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan giggled at his teasing. Taoist Master Qing Feng frowned and looked down at the child in his arms. Why aren't you laughing? He asked in confusion. Take the box, he said, looking at Liaochen's back. Maybe we'll find some new clues later. Liaochen had no choice but to return and pick up the medicine box. They came to the main street. This was the outer city. Although it wasn't as prosperous as the inner city, it was still quite lively. A handsome monk and a sage-like Taoist priest were carrying a pair of children. They walked side by side in the endless stream of people, attracting the attention of countless people. The monk and the Taoist master were family? And they had 2 children? What kind of earth-shattering story was this? Liaochen didn't care what others thought of him, but that person didn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hunted down for years just because he was watched once. Liaochen turned his head and glanced at the Taoist master who was pretending to be calm. He held back his laughter and entered an inn. He looked at the Taoist master who followed him. 2 rooms? Taoist Master Qing Feng said coldly, don't even think about it. Liaochen said to the innkeeper, 1 room. The innkeeper stared blankly at the 2 and the children in their arms. After a while he came back to his senses. Ah, the best room. We have it, we have it. He called a waiter and took the 2 to the best room in the sky room. After Liaochen entered the room, he first put the dusty medicine box on the table. Then he gently placed the child in his arms on the soft bed. After that he walked out of the door. Where are you going? Taoist Master Qing Feng asked coldly. Liaochen turned his head and looked at the 2 children. I'm going to get them something to eat. Don't worry, I won't run away. Taoist Master Qing Feng said, you have a criminal record and don't have a good reputation. I don't trust you. Liaochen said, then why don't you go? Taoist Master Qing Feng said reasonably, if I leave you'll still run away. Liaochen put his hand to his forehead. Then what should I do? Taoist Master Qing Feng said seriously, give me your shadow token. Hiss, Liaochen gasped. The shadow token was the most precious thing he had. He couldn't give it to others so easily. But if he didn't give it to him, this guy was too difficult to deal with. Fine, fine. Here you go. Liaochen took out the shadow token and threw it to the man. The man caught it easily. Okay, you can go now. Liaochen shook his head and went downstairs to the kitchen to find something to eat. The 2 children looked about 5 months old and could eat some fine rice paste. He went to the kitchen and had the kitchen cook 2 small bowls of rice paste. He also ordered a few delicate and delicious dishes and asked the waiter to send them to the best room. He carried the rice paste upstairs on a tray. When he reached the door, he bumped into Xian Yuanqi, who was coming from the end of the corridor. The father and son were both shocked. Father? Jing'er? Xian Yuanqi was out of the city on business. He had just secretly met with an important person in the inn. He didn't expect to see his son here, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Xin, why are you here? He asked strangely. His eyes fell on the tray. What is it? Before Liaochen could answer, the waiter came with a bucket of hot water. He said to Liaochen, Sir, the hot water you and the other guest asked for, should I send it to your room now? Xian Yuanqi's body shook. You got a room with someone? Liaochen slapped his forehead. Don't misunderstand. It's a Taoist priest. Xian Yuanqi shook again. You got a room with a Taoist priest? Liaochen motioned for him to look at the 2 bowls of rice paste on his tray. He said helplessly, It's because of the children? Xian Yuanqi shuddered. You guys even have a child. Father. Liaochen was speechless. It's not what you think. As soon as he said that, Taoist Qing Feng walked out with the shadow token. Xian Yuanqi didn't look at his face, but he saw the token first. He instantly felt like he was struck by lightning. He roared, You gave the family heirloom to him? Chapter 967. Xian Yuanqi was so shocked that he couldn't even speak properly. As the symbol of the Lord of Shadows, the shadow token had always been more precious than life. With the shadow token, the shadow division could continue to be passed down. This was also why when Xian Yuanqi was chased by Shitian, he must pass the shadow token to Xian Yuanzheng, who was only 8 years old. In Xian Yuanqi's heart, what was it if not a family heirloom? Such a precious thing could never be taken away from him. Taoist Qingfeng also saw its importance, so he asked Liaochen to keep it with him. He didn't know what had happened, but he heard that Liaochen seemed to be in trouble, so he came out to take a look. He must kill Liaochen, but others couldn't touch him. He wanted him to die in his own hands. Then he saw Xinyuan. Xinyuan had already seen the shadow token. He was shocked, very shocked. He also wanted to know who was so powerful that he could steal his son's soul. He looked up. It's a male Taoist? Taoist Qingfeng? They fought together at the border. Although they weren't familiar with each other, they had at least met several times. How could he not know Taoist Qingfeng, who was brave and good at fighting and fought side by side with his son? He had also sided with Shangguan that the younger generation would surpass them in time. His heart seemed to have been shocked by 100,000 volts of electricity, and he couldn't live anymore. He looked at his unfilial son bitterly and said, "Is this the reason why you said you wanted Jing Kong to carry on the family line?" Liaochen was dumbfounded. "Father, I've told you so much. Why do you only remember this one sentence?" "I said I don't want to get married. I want to be free and unfettered. I want to be a monk who can travel anywhere in the world." So, he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Xinyuan looked at Taoist Qingfeng with a complicated expression. "When did you two get together?" Taoist Qingfeng only heard the part about the family heirloom. He thought for a while and said honestly, "He has been hiding from me, so I found him. In order to prevent him from escaping, I asked him to leave the shadow token with me. Since it's a family heirloom, I'll return it to the Grand Marshal." Xinyuan was not in a hurry to take the shadow token back. Instead, he turned his head and glared at his son. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "You're still hiding from her? Scumbag." Taoist Qingfeng didn't understand the misunderstanding between the father and son. He said seriously, "Grand Marshal, I have a personal grudge against him. Since you saw it today, I might as well tell you the truth. His life is mine." Xinyuan was dumbfounded. Was his daughter-in-law's love so deep that she hated him so much? No. What daughter-in-law? He was a man. Taoist Qingfeng continued, "I chased him from the Yin Kingdom to the Zhao Kingdom, then from the Zhao Kingdom to here. It took me a lot of effort to catch him. Even if the Grand Marshal tried to stop me, I could only offend him. He chased them all the way to Zhao country. Could it be that the daughter-in-law that Qingya mentioned was really Qingfeng Taoist? Was it really done?" Xinyuan felt as if his chest had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. He staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Just as he didn't know what he should do with this young couple, Xiao Yin began to cry inside the room. "You adults are so slow. This baby is hungry." Hearing the child's cries, Xinyuan remembered that his son had said that they had a child. He trembled and looked at the two people at the door. With an indescribable expression he asked, "You two, who exactly gave birth to it?" Liaochen, Taoist Qingfeng. Xinyuan had followed the Master of Shadows for many years. He was more familiar with the medicine box than Liaochen. Thus he recognized it at a glance. He then looked at the boy phoenix twins of little Jiao and little Aheng. He more or less understood their identities. Hearing that they had descended from the sky together with the box, he became even more certain of his guess. He said to the two, "I will bring the child back. This matter rot in your stomachs. You are not allowed to ask about anything else." "I have no objections," Liaochen said and glanced at Taoist Qingfeng. Taoist Qingfeng said, "We will obey the Grand Marshal's orders." Xinyuan had someone hire a carriage. Holding the boy phoenix twins, he sat in the carriage and brought the medicine box along. "I'm leaving," he said. Liaochen took this opportunity to slip away. "Father, I will go back with you." Xinyuan kicked his son off the carriage and then he left in the carriage. Liaochen, who was forced to stay in Taoist Qingfeng's hands. After the twins disappeared into thin air, the palace maids immediately reported to Wu Xixi. Wu Xixi went to the scene and interrogated everyone in the pavilion. Then he rushed to the Grand Preceptor's hall without stopping. But because the medicine box was not there, the path to the operating room was closed. Yi Qing opened the door and saw an empty secret room. After Gu Jiaojiao returned to the Imperial Palace, she heard the news and immediately came to Imperial Tutor's Hall. Since the medicine box was not there, the boy phoenix twins should have been teleported somewhere. "Where did they go?" Yi Qing asked. Gu Jiaojiao analyzed. "From the current situation I know, the medicine box usually only teleports to nearby coordinates. There are two fixed coordinates. One is the operating room of Imperial Tutor's Hall, and the other should be Dark Knight Island." There are also two moving coordinates. One is me, the other is the former godfather, and now there may be boy phoenix twins. Yi Qing thoughtfully said, in other words, it will either teleport to your side or go to Dark Knight Island. Gu Jiaojiao thought, no. It was known that the medicine box needed energy to tear space, so there was another possibility. It didn't have enough energy and randomly dropped halfway. Yi Qing heard her thoughts. When Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Qing planned to take the people of Imperial Tutors Hall to find the boy phoenix twins, Xin Yuanqi rushed over with one baby in each hand. Seeing that the two little fellows were safe and sound, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Grand Marshal. Yi Qing and Xin Yuanqi greeted. Xin Yuanqi nodded. State Preceptor Yi. Yi Qing, give me one of the children. Xin Yuanqi, I won't give it to you, come and grab it. Gu Jiaojiao took the small gray medicine box from the coachman. Wu Xixi had already found out that it was Zhao Yu who had evil intentions and wanted to harm the boy phoenix twins. For the sake of saving the boy phoenix twins once, Gu Jiaojiao suppressed the impulse to chop it into firewood. Gu Jiaojiao took the small medicine box to the secret room. After connecting it to the operating room, several people went in to visit Shangguan Yan. Shangguan Yan fell asleep. Xiaoheng got up and looked at everyone. He bowed to Xin Yuanqi. Granduncle is also here. Xin Yuanqi nodded, holding the boy phoenix twins in his arms. Even their father won't give it to them. Alas, I can't grab it, I can't grab it. Xiaoheng asked Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Qing. What happened just now? The door of the operating room suddenly couldn't be pushed open. If the door couldn't be pushed open, it meant that the passage was closed. This was the case when Gu Changqing was hiding here to recuperate. Gu Jiaojiao told Xiaoheng about the boy phoenix twins' half-day tour in the capital, and Xin Yuanqi added the information of the two on the road in time. Only then did they know that the boy phoenix twins fell into the hands of Liaochen and Qingfeng Taoist. Gu Jiaojiao curled her lips and murmured, you really know how to pick people. When the energy was exhausted, he located a familiar scent nearby. Did he become a spirit? The boy phoenix twins were safe and sound because they were lucky. If they were ordinary children, they would have been killed by Zhao Yu. Thinking of this, Xiaoheng's eyes became cold. Mother was worried that there was no chance to touch the Dong family. Zhao Yu came to the door and really handed a good knife. That night, Xiaoheng personally went to the dungeon of the palace to interrogate Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu couldn't withstand the torture at all. As soon as he was beaten, he confessed and cried loudly that he was instigated by the Dong family. Conspiring to murder the royal family and conspiring to rebel was punishable by beheading, not to mention that the target was the most beloved grandson of Her Majesty the Empress. I'm innocent, Your Majesty. Master Dong knelt in the majestic and solemn throne room, full of grievances and crying bitterly. Shangguan Yan said with a strong aura, take Zhao Yu to the throne room. Zhao Yu was escorted by the imperial guards and pointed at Master Dong. Master Dong? Why do you still refuse to admit it? At that time, it was you who wanted me to enter the palace, to wait for an opportunity to murder His Majesty. Because I wasn't favored and couldn't get close to His Majesty, you set your sights on the young royal princess and the young royal prince. You said, to kill them, to make His Majesty panic, and then you thought of a way to poison His Majesty, to make it look like His Majesty was depressed and had died without any illness. Master Dong said angrily, nonsense. Zhao Yu said angrily, you know very well whether I'm talking nonsense or not. You blackmailed me with my family. Let me lay my hands on two babies in swaddling clothes. Master Dong, you're so vicious. You. Master Dong was so angry that he stood up and rushed to Zhao Yu. He pulled out the sword of the Imperial Guard beside him. Xin Yuanqi sent him flying with a palm strike. He didn't even have the strength to fight back and fell heavily on the cold floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shangguan Yan punched the armrest of the dragon throne and said coldly, drawing the sword in the throne room is an additional crime. Guards, drag him away for Zhen. Wait for his punishment. Master Dong was not a kind person. When he was looking for the young commandery princess in the forest, he killed the young commandery princess in Gujiao. Shangguan Yan had long wanted to take his life. The imperial guards mercilessly dragged Master Dong, whose dantian was shattered by Xin Yuanqi. Behind him, he left behind a shocking trail of blood. In the imperial court, the officials kept quiet out of fear. They understood that the days of the Dong family were over. If the destruction of the Han family and the Nangong family was due to rebellion, then the end of the Dong family was the first guillotine that Her Majesty the Empress took the initiative to drop on the major families. Her Majesty the Empress's crackdown on the aristocratic families had officially begun. After the imperial court, Xinyuan Qi stopped Shangguan Yan. "Your Majesty." "Uncle, what's the matter?" Shangguan Yan's tone was less fierce in the imperial court and more intimate as a junior. Xinyuan Qi looked at her solemnly. "Has the action against the aristocratic families begun?" Shangguan Yan nodded. "When the Xinyuan family was harmed, none of the 10 major families were clean." Xinyuan Qi said, "The foundation of the country can't be shaken." Shangguan Yan said, "I understand, I won't be ruthless. Some families will make up for their mistakes. I will deal with them according to their merits. For example, the Su family. Originally, she wanted to uproot it, but Mu Qingchen was loyal to the country and had made great contributions at the border. For his sake, she would keep the Su family, but the condition was that the power of the Su family must be handed over to Mu Qingchen. In addition, there was the Wang family. Wang Su was loyal and was also a useful person. Xinyuan Qi hesitated. "That?" Shangguan Yan smiled. "Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it." "Feng family." Xinyuan Qi said, "Can you save the Feng family?" "Feng family?" Shangguan Yan nodded thoughtfully. "Feng Wuming also made a lot of contributions in the war with Jin country. I will remember these contributions to the Feng family." The elders of the Feng family had passed away, leaving only 2 sons. When the Xinyuan family was in trouble, the 2 sons were still young and didn't participate in the crimes of their fathers. She said, "I won't touch Feng Wuming and Feng Wuxia but the Feng family's property. I will take it back." "After you take it back?" Xinyuan Qi asked. "Return it to uncle." Shangguan Yin said matter-of-factly. The things that were divided from the Xinyuan family naturally had to be returned to the original owner. Xinyuan Qi calmly said, "Oh, then no need." Shangguan Yin looked at her uncle strangely. "What do you mean, no need?" Xinyuan Qi explained, "You return it to me and I still have to send it over." Shangguan Yin was confused. "What do you mean send it back and forth?" Why was she getting more and more confused? Xinyuan Qi straightened his back and proudly said, "Betrothal gift." Shangguan Yin? Chapter 968. The twins were frightened when they left the palace. Shangguan Yin let the young couple stay in the palace and don't walk around. They should accompany the children in peace. In the cradle of Fenglin Palace, Gu Jiao looked at the pair of little guys who were more excited than birds. She deeply wondered where she could see that they were frightened. He was clearly acting as if nothing had happened. "All right? I'm going to the barracks," Gu Jiao said. The 2 little guys pouted for a second. "Don't cry," Gu Jiao said lightly. The 2 little guys felt wronged and held back their cries. Wu Xixi, who was waiting on the side, was distressed. The little master was only 5 months old. Did the mother have to be so cruel? Didn't she see that the 2 of them were still in shock and needed their mother's comfort? It would be strange if they needed it. They were just pretending to be pitiful. How could Gu Jiao not understand her own flesh and blood? It seems that in these 2 months the 2 little guys learned a lot of tricks from the palace. Gu Jiao decisively went to the Black Wind camp. When Gu Jiao returned to Zhao country to get married, the Black Wind camp was accompanied by 5,000 soldiers. Wen Renchong and Zhao Dengfeng were there. They were the first to know that Gu Jiao was a girl. They also saw Gu Jiao's real face. But the rest of the people didn't see it. Among them was Li Shen. When Li Shen returned after winning the war, he immediately went to see his old mother. Later, when Gu Jiao returned to Zhao country, he was also qualified to accompany her. But in order to take care of his mother, he stayed in Xingdu. Gu Jiao had just arrived at the entrance of the barracks when Li Shen came out on horseback. Gu Jiao was dressed as a woman today. She was wearing a long blue dress with a simple spiral hairstyle. The hairband and sleeves danced in the wind in the morning light. Her temperament was cold and unworldly. The barracks was not a place where women could come. Even if they came, they must dismount. Just as Li Shen was about to sternly stop the other party, he unexpectedly saw the other party's face. That was an indescribable beauty. It carried the spirit of a young lady, but it didn't lose the heroic spirit of a youth. It was a beauty that stood out from the masses. Li Shen, who had never judged a book by its cover, suddenly stuttered. The soldiers guarding the camp were also shocked. Which family did she come from? Did a celestial being descend to the mortal world? How did he end up in their barracks? Li Shen. Gu Jiao greeted him from the back of Black Wind King's horse. You know me?" Li Shen had never heard Gu Jiao's feminine voice before. He stared at Gu Jiao in a daze. It was rude of him to stare at a woman's face like that, but his woman's beauty was so stunning that he had forgotten his manners. Gu Jiao reverted to his youthful voice. "It's me." Li Shen's body trembled and he fell from the horse's back. He fell flat on his face. For such a fairy-like girl to suddenly have a youthful voice, it was really frightening, alright? However, why did that voice sound so familiar? He quickly raised his head and looked towards Gu Jiao's direction. This time he wasn't looking at Gu Jiao's face but Gu Jiao's horse. Black Wind King. His expression changed and his gaze moved up again, landing on that flawless face. "You are the young commander?" The guards at the entrance were all shocked. This fairy-like girl was the young commander of their Black Wind camp who killed enemies like flies. The news that the young commander was a girl had already spread throughout the camp. It was said that the birthmark on her face had also been cured. But when they saw it with their own eyes, it was still too shocking. The ugly and cute young commander, how did she suddenly turn into a fairy-like girl? Gu Jiao's arrival caused a stir in the Black Wind camp. Not to mention the people who were shocked, even the horses ran over to look at Gu Jiao. Then Gu Jiao found that the camp was much quieter today. Everyone didn't walk so boldly and their voices weren't so loud. It rained last night so it wasn't hot this morning but everyone's cheeks were red. Gu Jiao sat on the horse and tilted her head. Gu Jiao came to the camp for two reasons. 1. To see the soldiers who had risked their lives with her. 2. To prepare for the upcoming attack on the Tang sect. Then something strange happened. She only needed 3,000 people and she only asked the commanders to pick 3,000 people. But when she came out of her tent, she was surprised to find that all 50,000 people were on the training field. "What are you doing?" she asked in confusion. The new commander of the left, Zhao Dengfeng, coughed and said, "The 3rd Battalion of the Charge requests to go to war." Wenren Chong, who was also promoted, calmed down and said seriously, "The 2nd Battalion of the Vanguard requests to go to war." It was just to attack a hidden sect. Wasn't 50,000 people too much? Gu Jiao blinked and asked, "You all want to attack the Tang sect?" "Yes." Everyone straightened their backs and said in unison. Their morale was shocking. Gu Jiao said, "Okay, since you all want to go then go. You can also suppress the bandits along the way. I heard that bandits are rampant in that area. It's good to do something for the people." Cheng Fugue was promoted. He was the Hui general of the Black Wind camp. He had the highest rank under Gu Jiao and Xinyuan Qi. He asked righteously, "Young commander, when are we leaving?" Gu Jiao said, "We have to ask the Grand Marshal about the exact time." Cheng Fugue was stunned. "Why, or do we have to ask the Grand Marshal? Young commander, aren't you going?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "I'm not going. I have something else to do. I have to go to the Dark Knight Island. I wanted to pick a cavalry to go with me but since you all want to suppress the bandits I'll go to the Dark Shadow tribe to get some soldiers." Cheng Fugue stuttered. After all this time they were not going to go with the young commander? But what was so good about the Grand Marshal? The young commander's Jiao Jiao was so soft and cute. The 50,000 people were crying in their hearts. They were so regretful that their intestines were turning green. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng stayed in Xingdu for a month. During this time, they visited all the teachers and friends they knew in Xingdu, including the dean of Tianqiong Academy and Wu Fuzi, as well as their former classmates and teammates. No one could believe that Xiao Lulang, who was braver than boys, was actually a girl. She was also so beautiful. "You drew the birthmark on your face on purpose, didn't you? To pretend to be a man?" In the pavilion of the academy, Mu Chuan looked at Gu Jiao's face and asked. Opposite Gu Jiao sat Yuan Shao and Zhao Wei. Apart from Mu Qingchen, the other members of the 5-man team were all here. Gu Jiao smiled. "If you say so." She couldn't tell him that it was Chastity Sand. Yuan Shao and Zhao Wei were a little embarrassed. Not for anything else, but because they had once asked Lu Lang to take them to the brothel. Now that they thought about it, they were really bastards. Ahem. To ease the awkwardness, Zhao Wei started a new topic. "I heard that Zhong Ding went back to Zhao State and Zhou Tong transferred schools. After you left the academy, young Master Qingchen stopped coming to class. My 4th brother went to war. Isn't that right, Lu Lang?" Mu Chuan smiled at Gu Jiao. He was still used to calling Gu Jiao Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao didn't mind being called that. She nodded. "Yes, we stayed at the border for a long time. But he didn't come to class after the war," Zhao Wei sighed. Zhao Wei sighed. "I occasionally passed by the Clear Heart Hall, and I saw that the seats you two sat in were still empty. Your classmates in the Clear Heart Hall have reserved seats for you too. But you too won't go back to class in the future, right? They couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy in their hearts. Yuan Shao sighed. It seems like only yesterday that we attacked Jusai. Do you still remember those Shaolin monks? Did they break Mu Chuan's arm? Fortunately, Lulang was there. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter if we won or lost. In fact, we should have known that Lulang wasn't a mediocre person. Mu Chuan suddenly laughed. Lulang went easy on Canaan Academy just to get the 10,000 taels of gold for the second place. Later, when Lulang wasn't there, our academy got the second place as scheduled. Unfortunately, I was meddlesome and went to the students of Canaan Academy to exchange for the reward of entering the palace to meet the emperor. Zhao Wei looked at him in disdain. So you knew that Lulang wanted the gold? Mu Chuan said helplessly, I found out later. Yuan Shao corrected him. It's not 10,000 taels, it's 1,000 taels. When did the wrong thing start? Everyone thought that the prize was 10,000 taels of gold. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at Mu Chuan with a dark expression. I still want to beat you up. Mu Chuan was speechless. Here's the wine. Here's the wine. Wu Fuzi carried 2 large jars of fine wine and walked over as if he was flying. He pushed Yuan Shao aside and sat down next to Gu Jiao. He smiled and said to the few of them, I've treasured Newer Hong for 20 years. I didn't even bear to take it out when my daughter got married. Today we'll drink until we're drunk. Are you sure you don't want to drink? Tianxiong Academy's headmaster Tsen asked Mu Qingchen beside a rockery near the pavilion. The people in the pavilion were drinking and chatting merrily. Mu Qingchen looked at them quietly and said calmly, no. Since he missed the opportunity, he shouldn't disturb her anymore. Mu Chuan was drunk and occupied a large jar of wine by himself. He was afraid that someone would chase after him, so he walked around in circles in the pavilion. As he walked, he said drunkenly, Lulang, do you know? My sister. Sister Su Shui. Third Miss Su. She's married. She thinks you're a man. She said she won't marry anyone but you. But my fourth brother also likes you. You're a man. How did both of them fall for you at the same time? No. You're a woman. Su Shui found out. She cried so hard. She got married after crying. You? Are you done drinking? Don't take the jar away. Zhao Wei, who was also very drunk, chased after Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan stuck his tongue out at him. I'm not giving it to you. I won't give it to you. Come and take it if you can. The few of them were drunk to the point where they could barely stand. Wu Fuzi was lying on the ground with Yuan Zhao's head resting on his stomach. Gu Jiao was already at her limit. She was sleeping soundly on the table with her face red. Headmaster Tsen had already left. Mu Qingchen stood alone under the moonlight. His eyes never left Gu Jiao. Seeing that Mu Chuan was about to pull Gu Jiao up and ask her to continue drinking, Mu Qingchen finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He clenched his fists and walked out from behind the rockery with a complicated expression. He then walked toward the pavilion. Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps when a white figure walked toward him from another direction. The person walked up to the pavilion and stopped Mu Chuan from urging him to drink. Mu Chuan fell back and fell asleep with the jar in his arms. He bent down and whispered in Gu Jiao's ear, Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao opened her eyes in a daze. She first opened her left eye, then opened her right eye, and a jade-like handsome face came into view. She smiled. Let's go home, Xiaoheng said softly. Hug me, Gu Jiao said drunkenly. Okay. Xiaoheng stretched out his slender and strong arms, gently wrapped them around her back and legs, and gently carried her up. Gu Jiao leaned against his firm chest, quiet like an obedient kitten. Mu Qingchen clenched his fists. On the ground, Mu Chuan mumbled, Lulang, this may be the last time I drink with the Mu family. The Mu family was going to fall. He would no longer be the noble son of Sheng capital. Thinking back, she was a nameless student from a lower country. Everyone looked down on her, and he was the high and mighty disciple of the Mu family. Everyone wanted to curry favor with him. In just 2 years he was about to become a prisoner, and she became the noble commander and princess. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and laughed until tears came out. Life is really unpredictable. In the future we can't be friends. Xiaoheng stopped and looked down at Gu Jiao, who had fallen asleep in his arms and didn't hear what Mu Chuan said at all. He stepped into the night without looking back. Chapter 969. On the third day after Gu Jiao, Mu Chuan and the others drank, the eldest son of the Mu family resigned. It was said that his subordinates caused a murder case. He didn't manage well and didn't have the face to remain as an official, so he begged His Majesty to approve. Shangguan Yan approved. In addition, there was a flood in the south. The Mu family donated 5 million taels of silver to relieve the victims. This was equivalent to emptying the family's property. The Mu family didn't have so much cash on hand, so they could only use the fields, shops, and the family's major industries as compensation. The donation sounded good, but in fact, it was no different from confiscating the family's property. Mu Chuan sat in his room, while the guards came and went to move the valuables in the room. Hey, you can't move this. His servant stopped the guard and looked at the enamel vase in his hand, saying, "This is young master's birthday gift. Young master likes to use it to raise small fishes." That was a childhood memory. Mu Chuan was naughty and couldn't stay idle at home. If he didn't knock over the vase, he would break the porcelain. Later, old Master Mu got an expensive enamel vase from somewhere. Originally, he wanted to arrange flowers, but Mu Chuan had a bright idea and caught 2 small fishes to raise. "Let them take it away," Mu Chuan said faintly. "But young master." The servant couldn't bear it and said, "They've emptied the room. At least leave a vase for you as a memento." Mu Chuan whispered, "No need, I don't want to miss it. It's fine as it is." The guards took the vase away, and Mu Chuan's golden-laid jade belt was also taken away from the wardrobe, leaving only some worthless clothes. "Young master." The servant choked and looked at Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan was originally the most impatient person, but when such a thing happened he was calmer than anyone else in the family. He slowly stood up and walked out of the house that he had lived in for 20 years expressionlessly. When he crossed the threshold, he looked back and took one last look, making a silent farewell. What the Mu clan had done to the Xinyuan clan back then wasn't any lesser than what the Han clan and Nangong clan had done to the Xinyuan clan. It was just that the Mu clan didn't plot against them on the battlefield. However, when it came to hitting the Xinyuan clan while they were down and framing them, the Mu clan didn't show any mercy. Shangguan Yan will not be lenient to the Mu family. The entire Mu family sat in a tattered carriage and silently left the inner city one morning before the sun had even risen. The servants in the house were dismissed, leaving only a few old servants and children who were unwilling to leave. More than 30 people moved to an old house in the outer city. This was Matriarch Mu's dowry back then, and it was the only asset that had not been handed over. They were used to living a life of luxury. Now that they were reduced to commoners, their family members cried bitterly. Matriarch Mu fell ill on a stormy night. Mu Chuan braved the heavy rain and went around seeking medical attention. However, when they heard that it was to treat the Mu family, no doctor dared to come. Everyone knew how the Mu clan exposed the Xinyuan clan in the past. Now that the Xinyuan clan's grievances were cleared and the empress ascended the throne, the Mu clan's power was gone. If anyone dared to help the Mu clan, they would be going against the empress and the Xinyuan clan. On a rainy night, Mu Chuan finally felt the despair of having his entire family confiscated and exterminated. He dragged his tired body and staggered back to the old house like a walking corpse. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a familiar call behind him. "Mu Chuan." He turned around. The heavy rain drenched his eyes and blurred his vision. But he still clearly saw Gu Jiao, who was wearing a long green dress, holding an oil paper umbrella and carrying a small medicine box, slowly walking towards him. The heavy rain was cold. When it fell into his eyes, it became boiling hot when it flowed out. His throat swelled painfully. Gu Jiao treated Matriarch Mu's illness and left enough medicine. She also told Matriarch Mu to rest well and not to work hard in the near future. After she left, Matriarch Mu handed a brocade box to Mu Chuan. "The second princess consort asked me to pass this to you." Mu Chuan was stunned. "She told you her identity?" Matriarch Mu smiled weakly. "Yes, I didn't expect her to be the brave and skilled commander of the Black Wind Battalion. She's not inferior to a man." Matriarch Mu was a smart person. She said emotionally, "She's not only the second princess consort, but also the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. She came to our house openly to tell the world that the Empress and the Xinyuan clan didn't exterminate the Mu clan. In the future, those people will have to think twice before giving us a hard time." Mu Chuan nodded and opened the brocade box with trembling hands. Inside was a stack of banknotes, a recommendation letter from the State Preceptor Hall, and a note left by Gu Jiao. "Mu Chuan, don't give up." Tears welled up in Mu Chuan's eyes. Gu Jiao also went to the Go Club when she was in Xingdu. Unfortunately, the Go sage of the Six Kingdoms, Mr. Meng, had been staying in his hometown since he went back to Zhao Kingdom to mediate the peace. He hadn't come to Yan Kingdom yet. Gu Jiao guessed that Mr. Meng might have pretended to be a beggar and went to other countries to search for Go talents. As long as Mr. Meng was happy, he didn't have to stay at home to enjoy his old age. At the beginning of August, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng set off for Dark Knight Island. The twins stayed in the palace and little Jing Kong also stayed in Xingdu. Xin Yuanqi hoped to spend more time with him. Dark Knight Island rarely interacted with the outside world. It was inconvenient for Gu Jiao to bring too many people with her. She only brought Liao Chen and a few masters of the Shadow Division. How can this number of people be enough? Shang Guanyan said, I'll send you another team. She sent Feng Wuxia, the head of the Feng family. Outside the palace, Feng Wuxia was holding a bag of fried fruits. He gnawed on one and handed the rest to Gu Jiao. Do you want to eat? Gu Jiao. His younger brother was going to Dark Knight Island. Qing Feng was worried about his brother's safety, so he could only follow him secretly. Liao Chen, who thought that he could escape from someone's pursuit by going to Dark Knight Island, suffered another tragedy. This time they were not marching to war, so they didn't need to hurry day and night. It took them 1.5 months to reach Pu City. They settled down in Pu City for 2 nights and caught up with General Chang Wei. They temporarily left Black Wind King under General Chang Wei's care. On the morning of the 3rd day, they set off from Pu City again. 3 days later, they left the northernmost border of the Yan Kingdom and set foot on the ice field to Dark Knight Island. Changjing, where did you leave the direwolf? Gu Jiao rummaged in her purse for the map. I lost the map. It doesn't matter, I know where it is. Xiaoheng said. How do you know? Gu Jiao asked. I saw the map. Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao nodded. Oh, then you lead the way. Qing Feng, come with us. The 3 of them went to look for the snow car and direwolf on Dark Knight Island. Feng Wuxia was wrapped in thick fur and squatted in front of an ice cave. He looked down at the flowing ice water and swallowed hard. Liao Chen looked at him with a faint smile. What are you looking at? Feng Wuxia said greedily, there are so many fish down there. I wonder if they taste good. The direwolf on Dark Knight Island was bred on the ice field. Because of their training, they wouldn't wander too far unless they were hunting. They would quickly rush over when they heard the familiar whistle. Gu Jiao took out the whistle that Changjing gave her and blew it. She blinked. Huh? No response. The decibel of the whistle was beyond the limits of human ears. Only wolves could hear it. If the whistle was broken, humans wouldn't be able to detect it. Gu Jiao blew it again. This time there was still no response. Let me try, Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao handed him the whistle. Xiaoheng blew it rhythmically. Soon a dire wolf appeared. Soon after, 2, 3, more and more icefield wolves charged toward Xiaoheng's direction. The cold wind whistled. He stood on the vast ice field as if he had become one with it. His eyes were cold and there was a strange yet powerful aura around him. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Oh, her husband was so handsome. Today was another day where her husband was so handsome. There were 21 dire wolves in total, and one of them was a little wolf king. The little wolf king was very fierce, especially to strangers who didn't have the aura of Dark Knight Island. It bared its teeth and began to show its aggressiveness. Xiaoheng didn't show any fear. He walked forward boldly and knelt down on one knee. He raised his slender hand and gently pressed on the little wolf king's head. A miracle happened. The little wolf king's fierceness was instantly restrained. Gu Jiao was surprised. You know how to tame wolves? Xiaoheng said, Changjing taught me. The little wolf king took the lead to dig a hole and dug out a bunker. It rushed in with the dire wolves and dragged the sleigh out. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. Isn't this a sleigh? Godfather must have taught the people of Dark Knight Island to do this. Xiaoheng's face darkened at the mention of Godfather. It was that man again. When the 3 of them returned to their original place in the sleigh, Liao Chen and Feng Wuxia were sitting cross-legged in the snow, roasting fish. Feng Wuxia grabbed a fish skewered on a stick, blew on it and took a bite. He said to Liao Chen, Brother, it's delicious. Taoish Qing Feng's eyes turned cold. Who are you calling brother? Chapter 970. At the end of August, the icefield had just passed the hottest season of the year. In some places the ice was not very thick, so the direwolf had to be very careful. The little wolf king leading the pack looked young, but it had a talent that was different from normal wolves. It was very sensitive to danger. Whenever the ice under its feet began to thin, it could sense it and react in time, either changing its path or slowing down. Liao Chen and Xiao Heng took turns driving the sled from the back, giving orders to the dire wolf and controlling the sled to maintain stability. Gu Jiao and Taoish Qing Feng also tried to drive the sled. Gu Jiao was too fast and the sled was almost flying, so the four of them voted to stop. Taoish Qing Feng had no sense of direction. They took a nap on the sled, and when they woke up, they found that Taoish Qing Feng had brought everyone back to the border of the Yen Kingdom with the dire wolf. Feng Wuxia was dizzy from riding the sled. He vomited while sitting, not to mention standing up to drive the sled. At the end of August, the ice field welcomed the first snowstorm of the year. They couldn't find a place to hide from the snow, so they could only move forward with difficulty. The snowstorm at this time was not considered heavy for the entire frozen season, but even so, everyone felt the difficulty of moving forward. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao both thought of Marquis Xianping. It was only a small snowstorm in August, and they had the help of the dire wolf, but it was still so difficult to move forward. They couldn't imagine what kind of extreme weather Marquis Xianping had been in to bring the purple grass and fruits out of the ice field. Near evening, the snowstorm finally stopped. The group was almost frozen into ice sculptures on the sled, and the dire wolf was so tired that it lay down, unable to move forward. "Are you okay?" Xiao Heng asked Gu Jiao, who was in his arms. "Yes, I'm okay." As soon as Gu Jiao spoke, she realized that she could no longer open her mouth. She could only numbly speak. Feng Wuxia was also protected in his brother's arms. It was a little cold, but fortunately he didn't freeze to death. It was Mei Qin who drove the sleigh. He stood at the end of the sleigh, his entire body wrapped in thick leather. He wore a leather hat on his head that covered his ears. His long eyelashes were covered with frost, and the snow on his cheeks did not melt, almost forming a cold mask. "Hey!" His lips had long been frozen and could not move. He could only rely on his mouth to make vague sounds. Ox enemy, nose, Geiga, hand. He was wearing gloves, but the gloves were completely frozen on the reins and his fingers were completely stiff. Taoish Qing Feng wanted to kill him, but now was not the time to do so. He moved his stiff body and walked over to use the dagger to pry open the ice on his gloves. Then he slowly injected a bit of inner strength into his fingers to warm them up. Just now he had used this method to help Feng Wuxia resist the cold. On the other side, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng took firewood from the sled and started a bonfire in the snow. "There's fire, there's fire." Feng Wuxia hurried over, squatted down, and stretched out his hands to warm the fire. Xiao Heng went to get some dry food. Gu Jiao skewered the dry food with skewers and roasted it over the fire. Xiao Heng took out the ice fish that he had caught along the way to feed the dire wolf. Gu Jiao sat in front of the fire and turned her head to look at him. "I don't see you feeding the chickens, dogs, birds and horses at home. You're quite diligent in feeding the wolves." "Achoo." Feng Wuxia sneezed loudly. Gu Jiao reached out and touched his forehead. "I'm fine. My nose is just itchy." "Is it here?" He sniffed and sniffed around. As he sniffed, he moved closer to Gu Jiao. "What?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Feng Wuxia asked, "Did you hide something to eat?" "I didn't," Gu Jiao said seriously. "Spicy." He turned his head and sneezed again. "When I smell spicy I sneeze." "Achoo. Achoo." Gu Jiao lowered her head and saw that the small meat shop in her purse was indeed exposed. Under Feng Wuxia's stunned gaze, she hid the meat paste back without changing her expression. "Just eating these isn't enough." Liao Chen glanced at the dry steamed buns on the fire and leisurely went to the nearby ice layer to dig a hole. He caught a few fat fish and brought them back to the fire after killing them. He sat down opposite Taoish Qing Feng and handed him a skewered fish. "Do you know how to roast fish?" "No," Taoish Qing Feng said coldly. "Your brother really doesn't know how to?" Liao Chen asked Feng Wuxia, who was sitting beside Taoish Qing Feng. Feng Wuxia nodded. "My brother doesn't know anything. He doesn't know how to cook or sew." Liao Chen looked at Taoish Qing Feng in disbelief. "If you don't know how to cook, how did you survive when you got lost in the forest?" Taoish Qing Feng said, "Wild fruit." Liao Chen's mouth twitched. Liao Chen's cooking skills were comparable to Gu Jiao's. The fish he roasted were fresh and tender. With a sprinkle of fine salt and spices, it was delicious. Feng Wuxia ate heartily. "Brother Liao Chen, the fish you roasted is so delicious. It's even better than the ones at Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. When we get back to Xing City, Will we still be able to eat your roasted fish? Liao Chen said with a smile, if your brother doesn't kill me, I'm willing to roast a few more fish for you. Feng Wuxiu asked in confusion, but why would my brother kill you? Liao Chen's lips curled. Because, Taoist Qing Feng grabbed a fish and coldly stuffed it into Liao Chen's mouth. Liao Chen took a bite and held the fish in his hand. He smiled and said, because I'm better than your brother. Your brother is jealous of me. Feng Wuxiu buried his head in the fish. He was too busy to speak for his brother. Xiao Heng tore off the most tender part of the fish and handed it to Gu Jiao. Liao Chen smiled and picked up another roasted fish from the rack. He gave it to Taoist Qing Feng with a half-smile. Sanjing meat. You can eat it? Taoist Qing Feng said indifferently, you monks eat Sanjing meat. Feng Wuxiu puffed out his cheeks. Brother, he said you can eat it. Taoist Qing Feng glared at him coldly. Whose brother are you? The next day the group continued on their journey. It took them 3 days to finally see Dark Night Island above the ice at night on the 3rd day of September. There had been a few moderate snowstorms in the past few days. Overall, the temperature had dropped a lot compared to when they first set off. The ice had thickened, making it easy for them to return to the island. The dire wolf pulled the sleigh to the ferry of Dark Night Island. It was too late and the ferry port was already closed. The iron fence that looked like a city gate blocked their path. The guards patrolling above the island noticed them. The leader asked warily, who are you? Xiao Heng showed the token of Dark Night Island that Chang Jing had left him. He said with a cold gaze, Marquis Shuamping's residence, Xiao Heng. The leader asked, are you the young Marquis of Jianghu? Xiao Heng said, yes. The leader frowned cautiously. How do I know if you're an imposter? Wait here. I'll report to the sect master. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and muscular figure descended from the sky. He flew down the island and onto the sleigh. With a whoosh he picked up Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao and ran off the island. He only showed the back of his head to the guards. All the guards? Chapter 971. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's cheeks puffed up from the cold wind. Their cheeks changed shape when they turned. But the two had no choice. They could either shut up or open their mouths and become two expressionless sad frogs. Long Yi had wanted to hold Gu Jiao for a long time. Gu Jiao was pregnant so he couldn't hold her. Gu Jiao was pregnant so he couldn't hold her. Gu Jiao was in confinement so he couldn't hold her. Now he could hold her. Xiao Heng was a bonus. Pick one and get one free. The fishermen on the island were processing the fresh fish. Shio. An afterimage flashed over their heads. The fishermen looked at each other. After some time, Shio. That afterimage flashed over their heads again. Gu Jiao's face darkened and she was about to explode. You've already circled the island twice. After circling the island 3 times, the sky was completely dark. Only then did Long Yi reluctantly put the two down. On the other side, Chang Jing had already seen Long Yi flying around the island using his qinggong. Knowing that his people had arrived, he hurriedly went to the ferry to bring the other 3 into the Dark Night sect. Chang Jing knew Liao Chen and Daoist Qing Feng. The 3 of them had fought together at the border. Later, Liao Chen even stayed in Jianghu for a period of time and had a lot of dealings with Marquis Shuamping's residence. The only person he didn't know was Feng Wuxiu. My younger brother, Daoist Qing Feng introduced. As soon as he said that, the two saw Feng Wuxiu pulling Liao Chen's sleeve and saying, Brother, I saw pheasants on the island just now. Let's eat pheasants tonight. Chang Jing, Daoist Qing Feng. The Dark Night sect was actually divided into inner and outer sects, but they were all on the island. The process to become a disciple of the Dark Night sect was to first enter the outer sect, then go through painstaking training and layers of screening before being qualified to enter the inner sect. Inner sanctum disciples could enjoy the most powerful martial arts manuals and mental cultivation methods of the Dark Night sect. They could also get more elixirs and resources. Although Chang Jing was the young sect master, he also cultivated step by step from the outer sect to the inner sect, including his 7 sisters. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng were family members, not visitors of Jianghu, so Chang Jing and Long Yi took them back to their residence. What was worth mentioning was Long Yi also had his own residence on this island, and it was even bigger than Chang Jing's residence. Long Yi wanted to show his territory to Little Master and Gu Jiao, but he wanted to see Chang Kuan first. This was a courtesy. In the parlor, the group of 5 met Chang Kuan and the 7 daughters of the Chang family. Liaochen, Xiaoheng, Gu Jiao and Chang Kuan were old acquaintances, while Daoist Qingfeng and Feng Wuxia were new faces. Eldest Miss, seventh sister, that Daoist priest is very handsome. Second Miss, I think monks are more handsome. Third Miss, the little handsome brother beside the Daoist priest is very cute, and he looks very well behaved. Seventh sister, how about him? Fourth Miss, yes, don't think about that Yi Qing. He has to observe mourning for 3 years and after 3 years you'll be almost 30. Seventh Miss Chang, you couldn't bear it any longer and gritted her teeth. What? Why do you always say that I'm so old? I'm only 21 this year. 22, your birthday was yesterday. Sixth Miss Chang strictly added. Nominal age is 23. Fifth Miss, who had been silent all this time, muttered, don't you think that the most handsome one is the man beside the little girl? Everyone looked at Xiaoheng, who was holding Gu Jiao's hand and walking into the parlor. They had been rushing for so long and everyone was described as being in a difficult situation, but it didn't affect their youth and handsomeness. Xiaoheng was different. He had an aura that was different from the others. The seven sisters couldn't describe it. Second Miss said thoughtfully, he doesn't seem to know martial arts, but he seems to emit an invisible deterrence. Chang Yu said, the little girl is beautiful. Chang Jing came between the two sides and said, let me introduce you, this is my father. She was mainly introducing him to the Feng brothers. Daoist Qingfeng cupped his hands. Baiyun Monastery's Qingfeng greets Sect Master Chang. This is my younger brother Feng Wuxia. Chang Kuan smiled, Daoist Qingfeng, I've heard a lot about you. Then he looked at Feng Wuxia, who was of a suitable age and handsome appearance. His eyes lit up, young hero Feng, I've heard a lot about you. Feng Wuxia knew his place, he was just a nobody, so Chang Kuan was just being polite. He politely bowed like a junior. Sect Master Chang. Chang Kuan was very satisfied. Chang Jing walked in front of her sisters, and this time she introduced them to the 5 of them. My eldest sister is Chang Ying, second sister is Chang Ling, third sister is Chang Yun, fourth sister is Chang Xiu, fifth sister is Chang Ying, sixth sister is Chang Jun, and seventh sister is Chang Yu. Chang Ying was not much younger than Princess Xinyang, and Chang Ling and Chang Yun were also in their 30s. They looked very young, but they had a righteous and chivalrous aura that did not lose to men. Gu Jiao felt like she had met the 7 fairies in real life. They were all beautiful, had different styles, and were all highly skilled in martial arts. Chang Jing continued the introduction. Zhao Du's young Marquis Xiaoheng and Black Wind Cavalry's commander Gu Jiao are married. Normally, when people introduced women, if they were unmarried, they would be the daughter of some family, and if they were married, they would be the wife of some family. Chang Jing was not like this. He remembered that Princess Xinyang and Aunt Yujin had said that every woman should be herself first, and then someone else's wife. At night, his 6 brothers-in-law also came. Chang Kuan's family had a very good culture. The 7 daughters were forthright and straightforward, and his brothers-in-law were not people who schemed against each other, so there was no burden when they interacted. Dinner was the highest standard of hospitality on Dark Knight Island. An all-fish feast. The main ingredients were fish, shrimp, and crabs caught by the fishermen. The cooking method was not as complicated as the all-fish feast in Gu Jiao's previous life. Instead, it was mainly grilled fish, marinated in sauce, boiled in soup, and fresh fish. It preserved the original taste and freshness of the ingredients to the greatest extent. Feng Wuxia could not stop eating. He was like a little fat squirrel eating. I've never known that fish can be eaten raw, and it doesn't smell at all. Crab in sauce is even better, Chang Jing said. Feng Wuxia did not dare to try it at first, but the sashimi gave him great confidence. He took a piece of crab meat covered in chili sauce, closed his eyes and bit into it. The crystal-clear crab meat mixed with the salty and juicy crab roe exploded in his mouth, and all his taste buds were stimulated. The crab meat was washed away with wine and marinated in a secret sauce. The saltiness was just right, spicy and sweet. Ah, delicious. Liaochen was not used to eating raw food. It was rare for him to have the same taste as Daoist Qingfeng. Gu Jiao tasted a bit of everything. She liked the fish soup the most. It was delicious. Gu Jiao thought that Xiaoheng would not be used to eating raw food since he grew up in Zhao country. Who would have thought that he was even more used to eating raw food? After the meal, Chang Jing took Liaochen, Daoist Qingfeng, and Feng Wuxia back to the courtyard arranged for them to rest. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng stayed and told Chang Kuan the purpose of their trip. The first island master might be an old friend of mine. I want to see him, Gu Jiao said very tactfully. When the first island master passed away, Gu Jiao was not even born yet. In terms of age, it was impossible for them to meet. However, Chang Kuan had witnessed too many unimaginable things from the first island master. He no longer dared to use common sense to infer everything related to him. Chang Kuan said, "I'll take the liberty to ask. You and him, did you come from the same place?" He knew that the first island master came from a different world. Since Gu Jiao said that they were old friends, they might also be from a different world. Yes, Gu Jiao admitted frankly. She was so straightforward that Chang Kuan was stunned. Chang Kuan said with a smile, "To be honest, I'm actually very curious about you and the first island master." Gu Jiao said, "I can tell you what you want to hear. But it's hard to explain in a few words. I might have to stay on the island for a few more days." Chang Kuan hurriedly said, "How can it be a bother? You are a friend of the first island master. That means you are an important guest of our Dark Knight sect. The Dark Knight sect will always be open to you. You can stay as long as you want. I can't ask for more." He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay. I'll take you to the first island master first." Chang Kuan brought the two of them to the forbidden area of the Dark Knight Society, which was actually located at the back mountain of the Chang family. The first half of the back mountain could be entered at will, but the second half was bounded by the monument carved by the first island master. Only the former island master could enter. Even Chang Jing had never entered it. Long Yi was an exception because he originally lived in the forbidden area. When they passed by that boundary monument, Gu Jiao raised her hand and gently caressed it. She seemed to feel the aura of her godfather. Xiaoheng took her disappointment and frustration into his eyes. Jealousy once again overturned in his heart. "What, it's been so long and you still can't forget? In the end, who is the most important man in your heart?" With a black face, Xiaoheng followed Chang Kuan and Gu Jiao into a spacious courtyard. Chang Kuan said, "This is the place where the first island master once lived. Long Yi also lives here." Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked, "What was Long Yi's name when he was young?" Chang Kuan looked at Long Yi behind him. Long Yi looked at the sky. Chang Kuan cleared his throat and said, "Meng Meng." Gu Jiao, Long Yi and Gu Jiao visited every room in the courtyard. Xiaoheng didn't want to visit. Why did he want to see that man's things? He sat in the courtyard and drank tea with Chang Kuan. Gu Jiao first went to the study of her godfather. She found a lot of handwriting left behind by her godfather. Most of them were his experiences in this space-time. There were also some mathematical formulas to deduce the coordinates she had left behind at that time. Gu Jiao looked at the familiar handwriting and an indescribable melancholy welled up in her heart. How did Godfather know I had come here and left behind the coordinates? What exactly is missing in my memory? This study shouldn't be the real study of her godfather. He would never completely expose his secrets to others. Long Yi, is there any other place? Long Yi thought for a bit and brought Gu Jiao to a secret room. He pointed at a groove on the wall and said, "You can't enter." This groove was the same as the groove in the operating room of the State Preceptor Hall. Could it be that this was the space coordinate left behind by her godfather? Gu Jiao silently called for the small medicine box in her heart. The small medicine box didn't appear. Gu Jiao walked out of the back mountain and returned to her and Xiaoheng's room. With a dark face, she took the small medicine box from the table. She muttered, "Why do I have to be carried?" Chapter 972. After putting the small medicine box into the groove, the originally empty secret room really had a different scene. What came into view was a dark and long passage. Long Yi's eyes instantly lit up when he saw the passage. It was as if a child who had been away for many days finally saw a harbor to return home. He impatiently ran into the passage. Gu Jiao followed behind him. In fact, Gu Jiao had always been very curious. Where did this kind of space come from? What kind of method was used to keep it in this spacetime? It was impossible to say that it was created by one's own hands. The developed energy and basic facilities of the ancient times were not enough to create this kind of base with one's own strength. Gu Jiao also considered whether it came from the research institute of her previous incarnation. However, this guess was quickly rejected by her. The equipment of the operating room was much more advanced than the research institute. Long Yi pushed open the door at the end of the passage. A strong light shone. Gu Jiao instinctively raised her hand to block the light. Long Yi entered the room without any hesitation. After adapting to the light, Gu Jiao also walked over. What surprised Gu Jiao was that this was not an operating room. Instead, it was more like a well-equipped laboratory. In the middle, there was a rectangular experiment table made of special metal. There was nothing on the table. It seemed like her godfather had tidied it up before his death. Other than the wall with the door, the other 3 walls had about 3 meters high shelves. On the shelves, there was a display of transparent glassware. In the glassware there was some soil with different colors and composition. Some soil had successfully cultivated plants. Some soil had corroded and no plants could survive. The second situation accounted for the majority. And these were all for the cultivation of purple grass. Looking at these failed experiments, Gu Jiao could almost imagine how her godfather tried to cultivate purple grass again and again. He failed again and again until he finally collapsed and fell into despair. There were no other discoveries in the laboratory. It was as if the endless hardships had been deliberately erased by the godfather. Long Yi arrived behind the shelf on the right side of the entrance, then pressed a switch on the wall. Along with a click sound, it seemed some kind of lock was opened. After that, Long Yi pushed forward. It turned out that there was an invisible door on the wall. Seeing Long Yi had entered that door, Gu Jiao also followed him in without thinking. The scene in front of her completely stunned her. It was neither an operating theater nor a laboratory. Instead, it was a small indoor playground. Long Yi opened his arms and threw himself into a pool of blue and white ocean balls. He was too big to be submerged by the ocean ball, so he stuck his head in. In addition to the ball pool, there were also trampolines, iron chain bridges, rock climbing, rainbow stairs, and other recreational facilities for children. However, upon closer inspection, these amusement facilities were different from the ones in the shopping malls in his previous life. They were more difficult, the slopes were shakier, and there were all kinds of data monitoring. So, in the end, is this a place for Long Yi to play or a place for training? Gu Jiao muttered. Long Yi again went to ride his young wooden horse. Unfortunately, he was already very big. When he sat on it, his arms and legs shrunk, making him very sullen. Even so, he still started to sway. Gu Jiao felt that this place was not as simple as an indoor playground. While she was looking all around, suddenly a mechanical sound came from the top of her head. Shortly afterwards, a slender green light scanned over. First it fell on Long Yi's body, then it scanned from head to toe. Soon afterwards, the rotating detector opened its mouth. Meng Meng, welcome home. It was really called Meng Meng. When Long Yi left, he was only 5 years old. After so many years had passed, how did it determine Long Yi's parameters? While she was thinking, the detector's green light scanned the body of Gu Jiao. The light at the source of the detector flickered twice, and the mechanical sound once again resounded. This time its tone was clearly somewhat cold. Unknown intruder detected. Do you want to eliminate? A whole row of gun muzzles emerged from the wall and uniformly aimed at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyebrows jumped. In the next second, Long Yi stood up and wanted to grab Gu Jiao. However, before he could do anything, the detector opened its mouth. System pause. System error. System restart. System overload. Gu Jiao completely didn't understand what was happening. After another series of mechanical sound, the detector drooped down and crashed. The crisis was solved just like that? After 3 seconds it restarted again. First it took back the gun, then it scanned Long Yi again. This time its tone was a lot more relaxed. Meng Meng, today is a beautiful day, welcome home. After that, there was no more, and it didn't scan Gu Jiao again. Is Godfather here? Gu Jiao asked. It didn't answer. Is King here? Gu Jiao called Godfather by his code name in the organization. It still didn't answer. Long Yi talked to it. Gu Jiao turned to Long Yi and said. Long Yi looked up at it and thought for a moment. Then he seriously educated it. You have to talk. Sure enough, it responded. Its tone was light and there was a hint of a smile in it. Meng Meng, do you want to talk? Jiao Jiao has something to ask you, Long Yi said. The detector began to scan Gu Jiao. Unknown intruder detected. Do you want to eliminate? System pause. System error. System restart. System overload. Once again the detector crashed. Gu Jiao sighed. Looks like it won't work. She wanted to pull out some information related to Godfather from its database. She didn't know if there was a problem with the system or if Godfather had written an escape program, but this person really left without leaving a single word for her. However, this trip wasn't without discovery. Long Yi took Gu Jiao to see his bedroom. The place where he slept as a child was actually a hibernation chamber. At the bottom of the hibernation chamber was a record of the life form's characteristics. K93 Galaxy Intelligent Life Form, Grade S. This was Long E? Long E wasn't from this spacetime. What was grade? Combat power? No wonder Long E was so strong. But how did Godfather meet such a strong Long E? She felt that it had something to do with the small medicine box. Long E lay down in his hibernation chamber and placed his hands on his stomach. His posture was exactly the same as when he was a child. Gu Jiao asked him, Long E, do you remember when you first met your father? Long E shook his head. Thinking of something, Long E sat up and went to his desk. Opening the drawer, he took out a photo of Gu Jiao from her previous life. In the photo, she was carrying out an undercover mission. She had an indifferent expression and wore a small red dress with a crescent moon jade pendant. It was the pendant she had given to Shenyuan Qi. After Long Yi's memory was erased by the people of Sword Hut, he still remembered this jade pendant. When he was assassinating Shenyuan Qi, he saw the jade pendant on Shenyuan Qi's neck, so he gave up his mission. Gu Jiao pointed at the photo and asked, Did your father tell you who she is? Long Yi nodded and said solemnly, She is the most important person in his life. She is the person I must protect when I meet her. Xiao Heng was drinking tea with Chang Kuan in the courtyard. From time to time he would look in the direction of the house. Chang Kuan said with a smile, If little Marquis is curious, you can go in and take a look. Xiao Heng coldly snorted and said, What am I curious about? I am curious about a man who did not hesitate to create Dark Knight Island for my wife, planted the purple grass, treated her better than me, and made her think about him endlessly all day long. I'm not curious. Chang Kuan. Then don't shake your leg before you speak? Gu Jiao and Long Yi came out after a full hour. Xiao Heng's eyes had already flown to Gu Jiao, but he pretended to be calm and asked, Finished looking? Gu Jiao nodded and her mood was somewhat low. When Xiao Heng saw her dejected look because of another man, he was so mad that he wanted to stomp his feet. He asked with a calm face, Did you find anything? Gu Jiao shook her head. No, he wiped everything too cleanly as if he was afraid that I would find something here. Xiao Heng raised his hand and gently touched her head. He didn't want you to be sad. Xiao Heng felt that if he were in Xiao Heng's position, he would definitely do the same. Everything he did was not to make her feel grateful. On the contrary, he hoped that she could live without any worries and burdens. Therefore, she didn't need to know that he had been in hell. She just needed to move forward and see the light. Chapter 973. Gu Jiao lived on the Dark Knight Island for 7 days. She told Chang Kuan about her origin. Although Chang Kuan had expected it, he was still shocked when he heard it from her. Gu Jiao also mentioned the identity of the Lord of Shadows. Chang Kuan asked when she came and when she left. He felt very regretful. Chang Kuan sighed. You almost met. What? Gu Jiao felt the cold wind whistling in her face and listened to the sound of the waves. She looked at Chang Kuan in amazement. Chang Kuan looked at the vast sea and sighed. There are some things I didn't understand at first. After listening to you, I probably know what the island master meant. In the organization, Gu Jiao violated the unforgivable rules and was hunted down by the organization. In order to save Gu Jiao, the Godfather deliberately let her get the small medicine box in an operation. Godfather, this box is so beautiful. Here you are. I'm not interested. His cold voice rang out in the empty building. He lifted his long and straight legs, stepped over the corpse that was still cold on the ground, and left without looking back. After that, the small medicine box took Gu Jiao to this time and space. The small medicine box used up all its energy and took 10 years to recover. The first thing it did was to bring the Godfather here. But it didn't have enough energy and the time dimension deviated. It came 10 years earlier than Gu Jiao. At that time, Chang Kuan was still a child living in a small fishing village by the sea. He saw a young man who fainted by the sea. The man's clothes were strange, but the man's face was very good-looking. He didn't look like a bad guy. He ran home and called his father. Her father rescued the man and took him in for a few months. Later, the village was submerged by the tsunami. The man evacuated the villagers to an isolated island, which was later called the Dark Knight Island. 2 years. Chang Kuan said, One morning I pushed open the door to bring him food and found that he was gone. My father and I searched the entire island but we couldn't find him. 10 years later he appeared again. By then I had already grown up. He brought me to create the Dark Knight clan. He said that he was going out to sea to look for someone, and that he hoped to meet him this time. You don't need me to tell you the result. He returned empty-handed. When he came here for the third time, he didn't mention anything about looking for people anymore. Instead, he started to plant purple grass. Because at that time, she had already been in a plane crash, and her body was nowhere to be found. It was impossible for her to transmigrate, and the transmigration of her soul required an important medium, the purple grass. Gu Jiao concluded. She made a mistake in the organization, so the organization erased her key memories and started hunting her down. She came to a different world and became the first Lord of Shadows. Later she returned to the modern world. Due to the influence of the space-time magnetic field, she lost all memories related to her transmigration. She went to the organization as usual. The organization pretended that nothing had happened and launched a second hunt for her, which was the plane crash plan. But what did she do wrong? What were the key memories that had been erased by the organization? Sir, are you willing to take the lady beside you as your wife? Regardless of whether she is rich or poor, healthy or sick in the future, will you always be with her? Yes, I am. Madam, are you willing to marry the groom? Regardless of whether he is rich or poor, healthy or sick in the future, will you always be with him? The bride looked at the man in a daze. The man raised his slender hand and gently stroked her cheek. He looked at her deeply. Are you willing? Bang. A gunshot rang out. Gu Jiao woke up with a start. She sat up on the bed vigilantly and reached for the gun under the pillow. She didn't touch it. Only then did she realize that this was not her previous life. She had just had a dream. What happened in the dream had really happened. They had received a mission. Someone would assassinate the daughter of a certain consortium at the wedding of the century. Gu Jiao disguised herself as the bride to lure the snake out of its hole. The groom was originally himself, but for some reason, it was changed to her godfather. Fortunately, it was changed. The enemy's movements were too fast. The snipers lying in ambush did not have time to snipe him. He shot at Gu Jiao. Her godfather took the bullet for her. If the one standing in front of Gu Jiao was the real groom, Gu Jiao would have already died under the gun. Where's Zheng? Gu Jiao looked all around and found that Xiaoheng was not there. She put on her shoes and got out of bed. Walking around the screen, she saw Xiaoheng sitting cross-legged on the blanket in front of the brazier. His face was black and he was sulking. Who was he angry at? Of course, he was angry at his godfather. His wife was thinking about another man every day. He was jealous to death. What are you thinking about? Gu Jiao tilted her head and asked him. Xiaoheng asked very seriously, if my godfather and I fell into the water, who would you save first? Gu Jiao? In October, the weather on the ice field was not very suitable for traveling. They needed to get through the ice field before the end of the month. Gu Jiao said goodbye to Chang Kuan. Chang Kuan hoped that Gu Jiao and Long Yi could stay on the island for a few more days, but he also understood that Gu Jiao had a pair of twins at home. It was indeed time for her to go back. I think Dark Knight Island is pretty good. I'm a little reluctant to leave, Feng Wuxia said regretfully. Daoish Qing Feng glanced at his younger brother. You're reluctant to leave the food on the island, right? Feng Wuxia pursed his lips and did not say anything. Goodbye. Xiaoheng cupped his hands to Chang Kuan. He was finally leaving this troublesome place. There was no need to be jealous of another man. Chang Kuan smiled and also cupped his hands. Everyone take care. Lu Qin and Daoish Qing Feng nodded in return. Feng Wuxia also politely saluted. Uncle Chang, if you have time, come to the country of Yan. I will treat you to good food. Chang Kuan laughed. Okay, it's a deal. The father and son watched them get on the sleigh and disappear from sight under the lead of the dire wolf. Chang Jing lowered his eyes silently, feeling depressed. Chang Kuan suddenly threw him a bag. Chang Jing was stunned and looked at Chang Kuan in confusion. Chang Kuan snorted. All right, let's go. A grown son could not be kept at home. At the end of September, the 6 of them returned to Puqing. Gu Jiao saw the Black Wind King. This was the longest time they had been apart since they fought side by side. The Black Wind King rubbed his head against Gu Jiao, as if silently expressing his longing. It snowed at the border in October. They braved the cold wind and snow to return to Chengdu. The twins could already sit and crawl. They had grown into 2 cute chubby babies. Jing Kong had grown taller again. He was practicing his spear skills with Shenyuan Qi. Gu Jiao saw the handsome little figure in the courtyard and did not dare to recognize him. Jiao Jiao. He saw Gu Jiao, and with a flip of his hand, he stabbed his little red-tasseled spear into the ground in a fluid motion. Then he flew and ran toward Gu Jiao in high spirits. If the youth was strong, the country would be strong. She saw the future of the Shenyuan family and the future of the Yan kingdom. On New Year's Eve, Princess Xinyang was woken up by Xiao Yi early in the morning. "Mother, I can't sleep. I want to get up." Xiao Yi was 2 years old. She spoke very well and was very energetic. Every day she would go out to play before dawn. But she wasn't going to play today. She put on her clothes and a pretty pink rabbit fur hat and huffed and puffed as she came to the door and looked outside eagerly. "What are you looking at, Yi?" Eugene asked her with a smile. "Brother, sister-in-law," Xiao Yi said in a childish voice. Xiao Heng sent a letter saying that he would rush back for New Year's Eve dinner. However, she heard that the official road outside the West City Gate had been snowed for a few days. She did not know if he would be able to make it back in time. Xiao Yi didn't go anywhere. She just sat on the doorsill and propped up her cheeks with her hands, waiting like a little brother gazing rock. Heaven did not disappoint those who waited. When it was close to noon, Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's carriage arrived. The first one to jump down was little Jing Kong. "Brother Jing Kong." Xiao Yi greeted him sweetly. She looked up at little Jing Kong, who had grown a lot taller. She opened her mouth wide in surprise. "Wow!" Little Jing Kong patted her little head like a big child. The 8-year-old boy already had the chic and handsome look of a young teenager. Soon Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao came down with the twins. "Brother, sister-in-law." Xiao Yi came over to greet them. She looked at the little guys in their arms eagerly. "Who are they?" If one had to say who had changed the most in this group, it would be the twins. When they left, they were only 2 months old. Now they were 10 months old. Not only had they grown taller and fatter, but their facial features had also grown. Moreover, they used to be wrapped in swaddling clothes. Now they were fully dressed and wearing tiger head hats. They were smart and sensible babies. Xiao Heng pinched her chubby cheeks in amusement. "Little niece and nephew, don't you remember?" Xiao Yi widened her eyes. Bandits were rampant in the east of Zhao country. General Wei Yuan was injured. Not long after Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng left Zhao country, Xiao Ji was ordered to go to the east to fight the bandits. On New Year's Eve he was on the battlefield. The New Year's Eve dinner was at Rinshou Palace. The Empress, noble consort Zhuang, the princes and the imperial grandchildren all came. Gu Jiao saw consort Rui Wang and Huang Fuxian, whom she had not seen for a long time. Consort Rui Wang's little princess was about the same age as Gu Xiaobao. She was 3 years old this year. She was a shy and cute little girl. Consort Rui Wang was pregnant again. Du Xiaoyun had already given birth to the crown prince's eldest grandson. Empress Xiao did not care whether Consort Rui Wang's baby was a boy or a girl. Little Jing Kong and Qin Chuyu lit firecrackers in the courtyard. The little guys were so scared that they screamed. Huang Fuxian had completely adapted to the prosthetic limbs. He walked like a normal person. He had another bone fracture in the middle of the journey. It was done by Dr. Song in the medical center of the Miracle Hall. With the anesthetic left by Gu Jiao, the pain was controlled to a bearable level. Rui Wang and her husband were kind and took good care of him. His temperament was much more cheerful than when he first came. Gu Jiao also saw him teasing little Jing Kong and Qin Chuyu with the fake firecrackers. In the end, only Qin Chuyu fell for it. He was convulsing with laughter. Consort Rui Wang said with a smile, "The palace hasn't been so lively for a long time." Gu Jiao looked at her grandaunt who was playing cards with Empress Xiao, Consort Zhuang and Princess Xinyang. She smiled and said, "It will always be lively in the future. It's a pot." Her grandaunt slapped the cards in her hand on the table. Empress Xiao wanted to cry but had no tears. "Why did I lose again?" It was late at night. A group of people came out of Rinshou Palace one after another. The children had already fallen asleep. Xiao Heng got out of the carriage with little Jing Kong in his arms. "He's grown up. He's so heavy." It was not until they entered the courtyard and put little Jing Kong on the soft bed that the scheming little monk hummed and said, "I'm not heavy. It's because you're not strong enough." Xiao Heng's face darkened. "You're pretending to be asleep." In the main courtyard of the princess mansion, Yujin put the sleeping Yi into the quilt. She turned to Princess Xinyang and said, "Princess, you should rest early." Princess Xinyang stood in front of the window, quietly looking at the endless night. "Princess?" Yujin came to her side and looked her up and down. "What's wrong? Do you miss the marquis?" In the past, if Yujin asked this, Princess Xingyang would mercilessly say, "How could I miss him?" But this time she didn't say anything. Yujin poured her a cup of hot tea and put the cloak she had just taken off on her. "It's windy." Princess Xingyang took the teacup in her hand and said to Yujin, "Yujin." "Yes." Yujin looked at her and waited for her to continue. "Forget it. It's nothing." She gave up. Yujin had served her for many years. How could she not know what she was thinking? "Princess, are you missing the Marquis?" The Marquis was such a good person. Few women wouldn't be tempted by him. The princess wasn't tempted before because she was sick. But since the Marquis killed Queen Liang, the princess's condition improved a lot. Plus, the Marquis had done everything for the princess. Something must have sprouted in the princess's heart. But the princess didn't know how to like someone. The princess always thought that her tolerance for the Marquis was because the Marquis was the child's father. She allowed the Marquis to come and go in the princess' residence to comfort the crying Yi. Yujin looked at her steadily. "Princess, go find the Marquis." "What?" She was stunned. Yujin sighed. "Don't you want to understand your heart?" She opened her mouth. Yujin smiled. "Go find the Marquis. The moment you see him, you will know the answer in your heart." Chapter 974. Every New Year's Eve they had to stay up late, but it was impossible for them to stay up all night. After midnight, the firecrackers in the capital gradually subsided, and the princess residence fell into silence. Gu Jiao finished washing up and came out of the bathroom. Xiaoheng was still awake and was sitting on the bed reading a book. When the princess residence was first built, fire tunnels were dug under the courtyards to connect to the caves outside. Every winter, they only needed to burn firewood at the caves to let the heat flow into the house through the fire tunnels. It was commonly known as the Earth Dragon heating system. The house was very warm. Xiaoheng leaned against the head of the bed with one leg stretched out lazily and the other bent casually. He was only wearing a thin set of white pajamas. The collar of the pajamas was slightly open, revealing his exquisite collarbone and his sexy Adam's apple. Even his Adam's apple was so beautiful. He was very focused and people couldn't help but feel an aura of abstinence. Gu Jiao's eyes were fixed on him. Xiaoheng flipped a page of the book and continued to pose as if he didn't know that she was here. Gu Jiao, who didn't know anything, was almost drooling. Her husband was so handsome at all times. She really wanted to pounce on him. Wait, there was a baby in the house. Gu Jiao looked at the cradle at the side. It was empty. "Where's the baby?" she asked Xiaoheng in a daze. "Oh, you're done washing up." Xiaoheng seemed to have only just noticed her arrival. He gracefully and calmly closed the book. His slender fingers were like jade as they landed on the book, turning the high-quality watercolor paper into scraps of grass and wood. Gu Jiao swallowed her saliva. Xiaoheng turned his head slightly. The angle was perfect. He looked at her gently and said without changing his expression, "Jing Kong said that he wants to sleep with his little nephew and niece. I brought the baby over. The nanny will be on duty at night. Don't worry." Her husband's voice was also so pleasant to the ears. It was so soft and numbing that it could make one's ears pregnant. Gu Jiao came to the bed, bent her knees and climbed onto the bed. She propped herself up with one hand and moved closer to him, while her other hand took away his book. Xiaoheng looked at her helplessly, smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "I want to eat you." Xiaoheng's lips curled up. He held back his smile and looked at her calmly. "Didn't you say you were sleepy in the carriage?" Gu Jiao shook her head vigorously. "I'm not sleepy now." Xiaoheng's cold fingertips gently pressed against her moist lips. He said in a hoarse voice, "You said it." Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and nodded. Xiaoheng caressed her delicate cheeks. He turned over and pressed her under his body. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. "You're not allowed to sleep tonight." Their intimate movements only stopped when it was almost dawn. Gu Jiao was like a satisfied little lazy cat. She lay in his arms and fell asleep. Xiaoheng looked at the person in his arms dotingly. He couldn't help but kiss her red and swollen lips. Then he hugged her and fell asleep with her. The two of them slept until the sun was high in the sky. Xiaoheng woke up first. He vaguely felt that someone was pressing down on the quilt. He moved his body and slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Who would have thought that what he saw was an adorable little head? He was shocked on the spot and instantly woke up. He recognized his little sister. Xiao Yi was sitting cross-legged on the quilt. She was holding her little pillow in her arms. She held her chin with one hand and looked at her brother without blinking. Seeing this scene early in the morning, Xiao Heng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly lifted the quilt and looked inside. Fortunately, he was afraid of catching a cold before going to bed, so he and Gu Jiao put on clothes. He composed himself and sat up from the blanket. He tucked Gu Jiao, who was still sleeping soundly, in the corner and asked Xiao Yi, "Why are you here? And you're holding this?" He was referring to her little pillow. Xiao Yi said in a cute voice, "Because from today onwards I'm moving in with Gij and sister-in-law." He frowned strangely. "What do you mean?" Xiao Yi stood up and stood upright on the bed. She bowed deeply to Xiao Heng. "Mother went to find father. I'll ask Gij and sister-in-law to take care of me in the future." Xiao Heng. On the first day of the new year, his mother, who had followed the rules all her life, actually left the whole family to look for her husband. What was wrong with this world? It rarely snowed in the eastern part of Zhao country. This year was an exception. In addition, there was war and natural disasters. The common people's lives suddenly became difficult. Princess Xinyang traveled incognito. She sat in an inconspicuous carriage. From time to time, she would open the window to look at the scenery along the way. The closer they got to the border, the more desolate the streets were. The doors of the shops were closed. Common people begged on the streets and alleys. Some had even frozen to death. "Princess, don't look," Eugene advised. Princess Xinyang sighed. "So this is how war is fought." She was a noble princess of the imperial family. She grew up in the capital. Her fief was also the most prosperous and stable place in Zhao country. She had never personally experienced the cruelty of war. Eugene closed the window for her. She knew that although the princess looked unreasonable, she was actually kind-hearted. At first, when they met the disaster victims, the princess would always be generous. However, as the number of disaster victims increased, their traveling expenses decreased. They were no longer able to help these disaster victims. Eugene didn't want the princess to be depressed. She hurriedly changed the topic. "Princess, we've arrived at Li County. This is the county closest to the border. We'll reach the Marquis' army camp 30 li east." Princess Xinyang lightly said, "Oh." Eugene secretly smiled. The carriage continued to move forward. It was almost noon. They were hungry. Eugene had the driver stop at a small inn that looked relatively clean. The conditions here couldn't be compared to those in the capital. The water they drank had sand, the rice they ate was coarse, and even the salt used in the dishes was coarse. The taste was slightly bitter. Eugene picked up some vegetables for Princess Xinyang. "If I had known it would be so bitter, I wouldn't have persuaded you to come." Princess Xinyang didn't say anything. She frowned and began to eat. Halfway through the meal, there was a commotion on the street outside, followed by the cries of women and children. "Go and see what's happening," Princess Xinyang said. "Yes." Eugene left the inn. Not long after, she returned with a sullen face. She helplessly said to Princess Xinyang, "A beggar tried to grab a manto that fell on the ground and startled the horse. The horse's owner whipped him a few times. The woman and child were commoners passing by. They were careless and were hit by the whip." "Were they injured?" Princess Xinyang asked. Eugene said, "That beggar was beaten up. His injuries were quite serious. The woman and child suffered minor injuries." As soon as she finished speaking, a woman's aggrieved and indignant cries came from outside. "How can you beat people on the street? Is there any law? Let's go take a look." Princess Xinyang put down her chopsticks and promptly put on her veil. Just as she stood up, a male guest in his early 30s at the next table leisurely advised, "Judging from your accents, you must be from out of town? These days, other than the government, there are actually people willing to come to Li County. It's really rare. I'll give you two a piece of advice. Don't meddle in other people's business. Don't get yourself involved." The old man at the other table also earnestly said, "That's right. You can't afford to offend the person outside. Don't meddle." Eugene politely asked, "Sir, do you know the origins of the group of people outside?" The old man sighed. "They're not from the Zhao kingdom. They're from the Dongi tribe. The world was divided into 6, but other than the 6 kingdoms, there were many large and small tribes and clans. For example, the Tujue in the north of the Jin kingdom and the Dongi in the east of the Zhao kingdom." Eugene suspiciously asked, "Aren't the Dongi colluding with bandits and fighting against the imperial army? How can the Dongi people be so tyrannical in the county of the Zhao kingdom? The man in his early 30s said, they're going to negotiate for peace. Princess Xinyang frowned. Negotiate for peace? Who made the decision? The emperor didn't issue such an imperial edict. Her aura was too strong. For a moment she intimidated everyone present. The old man was the first to come back to his senses. He looked Princess Xinyang and Eugene up and down. The two were dressed simply, but their auras were extraordinary. Dressed simply, they shouldn't be nobles from the capital, right? Impossible. Why would nobles from the capital come to a place like this? He calmed down and said, of course it's Marquis Xuanping's idea. Eugene refuted, why would Marquis Xianping negotiate for peace with a small barbarian tribe? Flattening their tribe is Marquis Xuanping's style. The old man didn't answer. Instead, it was the man in his early 30s who spoke. He sneered and said, isn't this because the Dongi offered a beauty to Marquis Xianping? It's said that she's the pearl of the Dongi tribe, the king of Dongi's favorite daughter. The little princess of the Dongi tribe is sitting in the carriage escorted by the group of people outside. Now you know why I stopped you from sending you to your deaths, right? Eugene looked at her mistress worriedly. Princess Xinyang's eyelashes trembled. Her body emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Eugene looked at them and said seriously, Marquis Xianping already has a wife. He won't do anything to betray Princess Xinyang. The man smiled. Marquis Xianping is naturally dissolute. His relationship with Princess Xinyang has long been distant. Moreover, the little princess of the Dongi tribe is really beautiful. No man can resist her. Princess Xinyang left with a dark face. Madam. Eugene took out a piece of silver from her purse and placed it on the table. She hurriedly chased after her mistress. The old man and the young man both looked at the silver and paused for 3 seconds. They stood up at the same time and wanted to take the silver for themselves. The waiter quickly came over and stuffed the silver into his pocket before the two of them could do so. Then he took out a dozen copper coins and ran to the counter. Shopkeeper, the bill is over there. The old man and the man curled their lips in disappointment. The Dongi people left, the woman and the child left, and the injured beggar was helped down by his companions. Princess Xinyang looked at the empty street, and the nameless fire in her heart burned even more fiercely. She lifted her dress and got into the carriage. Eugene followed her, trembling with fear. She sat down beside her and asked tentatively, Princess, don't take it to heart. They don't know the Marquis. They made it up. Princess Xinyang said coldly, does his character need to be made up? Eugene laughed dryly. That's because you didn't get along with him before. You didn't want to be a real couple with him, right? Princess Xinyang said coldly, I didn't say I wanted to start over with him. Eugene whispered, oh? Then, according to what you said, it's not too much for the Marquis to mess around outside. Princess Xinyang glared daggers at her. Eugene's hair stood on end. She hurriedly said, but he definitely won't do that. Princess Xinyang closed her eyes. Let's go. Eugene whispered, are we going back to the barracks? Princess Xinyang said lightly, back to the capital. Eugene's expression changed. Princess Xinyang leaned back against the cushion again and closed her eyes to rest. I've made up my mind. No need to say more. Yes. Eugene braced herself and agreed. What a pity. She was only one step away from seeing the Marquis. Why did something like this happen? The coachman turned around and went back. Eugene tried to persuade her several times, but Princess Xinyang was determined not to change her mind. It wasn't strange. It wasn't easy for the princess to put down her pride and come all the way to the border. Suddenly hearing such news, she couldn't help but want to retreat. Marquis, oh Marquis, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's heaven's will. But just as the carriage was about to leave Li County, something unexpected happened. When they went to the post station to change horses, they met the group of Dongi people and took a fancy to the same horse. The Dongi princess walked out of the carriage with a veil on her face. The young girl's body was slender and elegant. She exuded a youthful vigor from head to toe. She also had a pair of moving eyes. They were spirited and bright. No wonder she was the #1 beauty of Dongi. Princess Xinyang wore a bamboo hat and a long veil. Only a faint outline of her face could be seen. Her face couldn't be seen clearly. Just like that, the two women met at the courier station. The Dongi princess said arrogantly, I want this horse. You can choose another one. Princess Xinyang said seriously, everything is first come, first served. I want it first. You can choose another horse. The Dongi princess chuckled. Does first come first get first served? I have plenty of silver. Whatever you pay, I'll pay double. Princess Xinyang's eyes were cold. So what if you're rich? So what if you're young? Do you think I don't have silver? What does being young have to do with that? This person's words are so strange. The Dongyi princess looked at her suspiciously. She stretched out her hand and snorted, "If you have silver, take it out." Eugene whispered to Princess Xinyang, "Princess, we're almost done with the investigation." The Dongyi princess said to the post station's deputy, "Return her silver. I'll buy the horse." Yes. Yes. The deputy couldn't afford to offend Marquis Xianping's sweetheart. He hurried forward and returned the 2 ingots of silver to Eugene. Princess Xinyang's aura exploded. "You dare." The post-house officer shuddered in fear. The Dongyi princess said angrily, "Why are you so fierce? Do you know who I am?" Princess Xinyang said sarcastically, "I know. The Dongyi princess who threw herself at Marquis Xianping. You're just a small tribe. How dare you call yourself a princess? You overestimate yourself." The Dongyi princess was angry. "I don't hit women. Kowtow to me and admit your mistake. Then I'll forgive you." Princess Xinyang said coldly, "It's more like you kowtow to me and admit your mistake." The Dongyi princess was so angry that she stomped her feet. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Guards, teach them a lesson." 8 Dongyi guards swarmed forward, surrounding Princess Xinyang and Eugene. The Dongyi princess smiled proudly. "Are you afraid?" It's not too late to beg for mercy. Before she could finish her sentence, a muscular figure descended from the sky. No one saw how he moved. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Dongyi guards fell to the ground. The Dongyi princess looked at the guards on the ground in disbelief. "This is impossible. What kind of sorcery did you use?" Everyone attacked. The remaining 12 people also rushed toward Princess Xinyang and her companions. But how could these people be Long Yi's opponent? Long Yi effortlessly beat them until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. Long Yi flashed in front of the Dongyi princess. The Dongyi princess looked at the masked man in horror. He was so fast that only an afterimage was left. She was so scared that she couldn't speak. Long Yi rolled his eyes, then raising his finger, he lightly flicked her forehead, causing her but to fall on the ground. Princess Xinyang walked toward her step by step and looked at her condescendingly. "Now, do you still want to snatch other people's things?" The Dongyi princess wiped her tears and said angrily, "Who are you? Why are you bullying me?" Princess Xinyang looked at her sharply. "I'm Princess Xinyang of Zhao country, the wife of Marquis Xianping. So what if I bully you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt 2 gazes that couldn't be ignored fall on her. She subconsciously looked back and saw Marquis Xianping standing in an open space not far away, staring at her with a dumbfounded expression. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.